team.
Time for grace is over. Now is for revenge.
Match point. Blue team.
Did someone say Scooby Snacks? I'm getting mad.
Here I come!
Defeat. Play again? Choose your character.
I was playing for the greatest who ever lived.
Choose your character.
My father didn't back down. Neither will I.
Prepare yourself. Defeat. Play again. Choose your character.
My father didn't back down. Neither will I.
Match point. Blue team. Prepare yourself. Match point. Red team. Play again. Choose your character.
My father didn't back down. Neither will I.
Prepare yourself. Defeat.
You're not very smart, are you? I'd like to head north now.
Rematch? Let's go! Choose your character. Choose your character.
My father didn't back down. Neither will I.
I'll make this quick. Coming at you. Hold it, Carl.
Defeat.
You're not very smart, are you? I'd like to head north now.
Rematch? Let's go! Choose
Blue
your
team.
character.
Now!
Match point. Red team.
Sure you don't have powers, Harley?
Choose your character.
My father didn't back down. Neither will I. head north now.
Rematch? Let's go! Choose character.
Now!
Choose your character.
Match point. Red team.
Sure you don't have powers, Harlan? Ball? I'll catch it.
Choose your character. Prepare yourself.
We'll wipe them out and leave no trace of them. Stay over here! Look at me! Come on, come on!
Got my eye on you. Into the sky.
Match point. Blue team.
Someone make this stop!
Victory!
A wise man once told me that the only way
Continue?
is to keep testing your limits.
Choose your character.
Into the sky.
Match point. Blue team. Choose your character.
As long as I'm standing, you can count on me.
Victory! Choose your character.
Let's all fight fair, and this should be fun. A wise man once told me that the only way...
Continue. Choose your
Let's
character.
go. Let's go. Yeah, 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 yeah.
To the sky.
Ooh.
Prepare yourself.
No matter how many gadgets you have, none of them.
I felt that.
Match point. Blue team. Choose your character.
Tossing your cake.
As long as I'm standing, you can count on me.
Victory! Match point. Red team.
Not bad, man.
Right in the back. Got this.
Defeat. Choose your character.
That was a good fight, Superman.
Play
I
again?
don't fight fair, and this should be
Okay.
fun. A wise man once told me, the only way...
Continue? Choose your character.
This is going to be interesting.
Choose your
Let's
character.
go. Let's go. Yeah, 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 yeah.
To the sky.
Ooh. I was going damn, boy. My teammate Shadow though, we tried, bro. And the connection just went off crazy and here was.
Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Show them what's serious.
And everything started glitching. You don't know what's going on.
No matter how many guesses you have, nothing.
I felt that.
Choose your character.
Fasten your cape.
As long as I'm standing, you can count on me.
Victory!
Not till the end.
Match point. Red team.
Not bad, man.
Right in the back.
Got this!
Defeat. Choose your character.
That was a good fight, sir.
Play
I don't
again?
fight fair, and this should be
Okay.
fun. A wise man once told me, the only way...
Continue?
The universe is pretty big and very strange. Hundreds of billions of galaxies with sextillions of stars and planets, and in the middle of it all, there's Earth with you and us.
This is going to be interesting.
Choose your
Let's
character.
go. Let's go. Yeah.
To the sky.
My teammate Shadow though, we tried, bro. Man, connection just went off crazy in here.
Prepare yourself.
Even eat ants. I eat ants, crickets, beetles. Yeah, especially if they fry. You cook them in a thing, they taste so good. They like stuffed chocolate. Like, it tastes like stuffed chocolate. Hey everybody, what's going on? We are live. We are live. I am God online. You feel me? Let everybody know what we about, cause we about to go ahead and go crazy. Every day, you know, I'm gonna go crazy, and we gonna who? I don't want no girls having no babies. Make your money first, and then have your baby. Make your money first. Get 100 grand. Then go ahead and have 100 kids. No, you didn't. You can't trick me, man. I know all the tricks in the book. You threw it. It's underneath your leg. No, you didn't. It's in your head. It's right here in your bun. I'm sorry. Let me mess your bun up. No, you didn't. It's underneath your tongue. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Why you enjoying me? I just play practice round. We gonna play together, so we still gonna play together.
Yo, hello.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I need y'all to go ahead and put y'all controllers down, and I need y'all to go on y'all phones and go look up Iamgodonline on YouTube, man. I'm trying to hit my 500 subs. I'm trying to hit 500 subscribers real soon. You feel me? And the only way to do that is for y'all to go out here and support me while I'm playing Fortnite with y'all. You feel me?
Wait, what's your name on Fortnite?
It's Iamgodonline. You see me right there? Iamgodonline. Yeah, I see it. Stella just, okay.
Wait, is that your name? Is that your name on Fortnite?
Yes, it is. It's my gamer tag all around. No matter what game I play, Iamgodonline is my user. It's my gamer tag because that's who I am.
Wait, is it the name of your YouTube channel?
Yes, sir. Iamgodonline is the name of my YouTube channel. Gamer tag.
Wait, can you accept my friend request?
I will accept your friend request. Let me get to a safe spot though, cause I don't want to die right away. Oh no, let me go ahead and do this. Oh, okay, that's you.
Okay. Oh crap, I lost somehow. I'll go on YouTube in a little while, okay, bro?
I'm live right now. All I need y'all to do is just go follow me. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure that y'all really gonna help me and support me and, you know, get me to where I need to be as a YouTuber, man. You know, I work hard, you know. I've been on and off, you know, because I work. You know, when you work, it's kind of difficult to keep your YouTube going. But, you know.
Wait, did you add me?
Hold on. I'm adding everybody. Refer friend invites. Wow. Why won't it? Accept. There you go.
Okay, cool.
Accept. There you go. Accept all y'all. There you go.
Wait, what's your YouTube channel called?
Iamgodonline. Capital I-A-M. Lowercase G-O. Capital O.
I'll be right back.
G-O-D, same as the gamer tag, big homie. Hey, they coming though. My little sister playing next, so I can only hold 2 more people when we get back to the lobby. If y'all trying to play again, just depends on how we all do. Hey, go on my YouTube channel and see if see if the video up. Oh, you got your phone? I want to shoot Spider-Man so bad, but I don't know where he at. Oh, there you go. Crack him. This ain't Apex. I said crack them like it's Apex. Who down? Both of y'all down. They running y'all over? What they doing?
Okay, I googled it and I couldn't find it.
Why I couldn't find it?
I don't know. Iamgodonline.
I'm live right now, yeah. Iamgodonline, all capitals.
Just for you.
I'm ready.
Prepare yourself.
So it's IAM. Is that stuck on my right now my YouTube tab? Yeah, I did exactly that way.
Wait. I'm gonna invite you. Wait, are you really streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm really streaming.
Can you? No way, I went into a game with the real streamer.
Yes, sir. I've been doing it for a while. And I used to do giveaways. I used to do a lot of nice little giveaways too. I was big on supporting my subscribers that supported me. Move over.
Hey, Iamgodonline.
Hello? What's good? Let me go ahead and check my YouTube channel right quick and see if everything up.
Right foot creep, walking with that heater. Look around, stay low, make sure they don't see you. Catch them bad, walk down, face them with that heater. The devil under your feet, you on your way to see him.
Why are you not saying, talking to your fans that are watching you though?
You say what up?
How come you're not talking to your fans that are watching you?
Because I'm waiting to get into the game. I like talking and playing more. I'm more into like playing the game and talking about what's going on. Or talking with you. Being able to talk to you while we playing. But
what season did you start?
I started this when it first came. Well, technically on my new profile. This is my new game profile. So I started on season 3 with my new game profile. So season 4. On my other YouTube channel, I started in season 1. This ain't my only YouTube channel I got.
Do you have Renegade Wader?
Renegade? I might have Renegade. I got a lot of characters.
Renegade Wader.
Let me see.
Renegade Wader.
See, right now I got what? I got Aquaman, Green Arrow, Harley Quinn.
Put on Renegade Raider.
Let me see. Renegade. I got Mandalorian. Who else? Let's see. Renegade. Where you at? Maybe not. I don't know. No, I don't got no Renegade.
Oh.
No Renegade. I got the Frozen Red Knight though. I got the Frozen Raven. The Frozen Love Ranger. Dr. Doom. Daredevil. Captain America. Deadpool.
I'm gonna leave and invite you.
Alright, bet. Ghost Rider. He was one of my favorites when he first came out. Hey, just join our party, GG. Let me send you a party. Hold on, I'm gonna send an invite to my sister.
Alright, hey, what's up?
Alright, let's go ahead and get started.
Wait, how many skins do you have, though?
Let me see. All together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 12, 18, 24. 30, I got over 70, 72.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you play on?
What you mean what I play on? Oh, PS4. Console.
Are you sure are you sure you're a streamer? Because most play on PC.
Man, a lot of them play on PC, but I'll be out doing some of the PC players. The only thing about PC players is they got a little more technique. You know what I'm saying? Technique when it comes to their PC. It allows them to do certain things, have certain mods and stuff. But other than that, I'm a PS4, PlayStation, all the way. I love PlayStation. My friends got a PC.
I have 107.
Okay. That's amazing, bro. Even eat ants. I eat ants, crickets, beetles. Yes, especially if they fried. I mean, the thing they taste so good. They like stuffed chocolate. It tastes like stuffed chocolate. Hey everybody, what's going on? We are live. I am God online. You feel me? Let everybody know what we about, cause we about to go ahead and go crazy. Every day, you know, I'm gonna go crazy, and we gonna who? I don't want no girls having no babies. Make your money first, and then have your baby. Make your money first. Get 100 grand. Then go ahead and have 100 kids. No, you didn't. You can't trick me, man. I know all the tricks in the book. You threw it. It's underneath your leg. No, you didn't. It's in your head. It's right here in your bun. I'm sorry. Let me mess your bun up. No, you didn't. It's underneath your tongue. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Why you enjoying me? I just play practice round. We gonna play together, so we still gonna play together.
Yo, hello.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I need y'all to go ahead and put y'all controllers down, and I need y'all to go on y'all phones and go look up Iamgodonline. Just join our party, GG. We'll send you a party. Hold on, I'm gonna send an invite to my sister.
Alright, hey, what's up?
Alright, let's go ahead and get started.
Wait, how many skins do you have, though?
Let me see.
Oh,
Together.
damn. Oh,
1, 2, 3,
damn.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 6, 12, 18, 24. 30, 36. I got over 70, 72.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do you play on?
What you mean what I play on? Oh, PS4. Console. The
Are
console.
you sure are you sure you're a streamer? Because most play on PC.
Man, a lot of them play on PC, but I'll be out doing some of the PC players. The only thing about PC players is they got a little more technique. You know what I'm saying? Technique when it comes to their PC. It allows them to do certain things, have certain mods and stuff. But other than that, I'm a PS4, PlayStation, all the way. I love PlayStation. My friends got a PC.
I have 107 skins.
Okay.
So what?
That's amazing, bro. How long you been playing? Yeah, how long you been playing?
OBS in my live stream constantly.
Okay, that's what's up.
Well, OBS.
Hey,
For
PlayStation.
my YouTube channel, I'm
I'll go ahead
streaming
and
it
invite you in a little bit. You
constantly
gotta
on
send
the
me
video I already put up.
your gamer
So I
tag
can
or join us.
advertise it on YouTube
Look
Live
me
like
up
that.
and then join
Instead of
the
trying
party
to
I'm in.
advertise it
PlayStation.
individually. So now I can double up on my live streams. So
Alright, let's get it.
one for my
We got
PS4,
no battle
and the
royale
other
though.
live stream is going for my.
Let's do squads, quads.
Huh?
Now let's
Yeah,
get it.
man.
Who your favorite character, Stella?
When in Fortnite, do I have to have it?
You don't have to have a favorite character. You can have many favorite characters.
No, like, do I have to have the skin, which is my favorite?
If you want to, for next round, to show everybody who your favorite.
I like Deadpool, Midas, Meowscore, Agent Peely.
Agent Pilly, what?
Black Knight.
So everybody
Mandalorian, Iron Man, Doctor Doom, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man. I like a lot of Marvel skins.
Yeah, because the Marvel skins was the best, man. If it wasn't for Marvel, bro, I feel like Fortnite would have went down and drained a little bit. But since they brought in like Marvel characters and started their new combination of characters and skins, was a magnificent thing, including Batman. They even brought DC in. DC even came in a couple times. I wish they would have had Flash. Flash would have been awesome. I thought Flash. They did? I missed it, bro. I missed it. Cause I already got Flash. You say what?
Gotta wait for it to come out. It's in the item shop.
Okay.
It's not this one.
Just not this one, so you just gotta wait for it.
I got golden Eevee.
A golden what?
Eevee from the battle pass.
That's what's up. Gold everything. You said you like Midas, so hey, you like all gold everything. I get you. I get you. Knock one.
就是我傻牛 one every single. Oh come on.
What?
I have like no gold.
I got 200.
I got 16.
Oh.
Yo, let me get him.
I'm gonna kill him if you don't. If you don't kill him, I'm gonna kill him. His teammates should be pulling up somewhere.
No, let me get him. Let me get him, though.
Y'all taking too long, man. You're supposed to be down. It's two of y'all shooting one person. Come on now.
Let me get this kid.
Oh, that's another one? You gotta go get him.
Alright, finally.
Go
Yeah,
get
no.
him.
Why does everyone have the hammer?
Because the hammer's dope, man.
Is there another kid over here? Oh, that's our teammate.
What?
I low-key love the hammer assault rifle, man. It's so accurate. This accuracy is crazy. Hey, Johnny, the tweet. I'm gonna go ahead and join you a little bit later, bro. Bro. Just make sure you invite me to your lobby in a little bit.
Can I kill him, bro?
I got him. Too easy.
Anyone got a shotgun?
Come on, Dark Vader. I ain't say take all my ammo now. Come on,
Hey,
Dark Vader.
can I see your crown wings, bro? Can I?
Can you see a what?
Can I see your crown wings, bro?
What's that?
It's this.
I don't even think I got that.
Bro, do you know what they are?
Nah. I know what that
How,
tomato
bro?
is. I told you, I just got back on Fortnite, man. You gotta teach me some stuff then, you know? It's okay to teach people. Teach one, each one. You ever heard of it?
So, if you get a crown,
Right.
so, there's things called crowns in Fortnite,
When you win a match, you get them.
and you have to find one in a match, and if you win, you get a crown wing.
What?
And if it's your first one,
You have to win. Well, you have to kill someone with the crown who won the last game, last match.
I just killed somebody. I just got a crown. I just killed somebody with a crown. Once y'all said it, I did it.
wait, can I have it?
No, you just told me I needed it. I just gonna take the crown like that.
Please, bro.
How you drop the crown anyway?
Drop it for drop it for like the shortest amount of time ever. Yay!
There you go. I'm so sad, bro. I got a crown. I had to give it up that quick.
You're really not that good. Like, honestly, it matters if you get wins. Like, it matters if you even get a win on Fortnite. Like,
If you go check out my YouTube channel, you'll see all the wins I got on Fortnite. You would never have to question how good I am.
yeah, I'll probably look it up tomorrow, bro.
There you go.
I am gonna be so happy.
Alright, where we going? I'm just gonna keep letting people down. I know
honestly,
you just let people down. And I got Mandalorian, so you know I gotta stick to who he is.
Mandalorian's one of the best skins in Fortnite.
All the way. I agree.
Yo, I'm actually getting shot.
Yeah, I hear
That's
it.
my kill.
No, I got him, guys.
Oh no, sorry. Second look.
He just hit you off.
Never mind. I don't like it.
You need that? Yeah, you need that. Definitely.
Hold up, I see a kid building.
No.
Where you see him at?
Surprised no one picked this up yet.
They fighting somewhere.
They're fight. Follow me.
I already know where they are.
Kids up here, kids up here.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, can I kill this dude? Thank you.
I killed this wolf lady.
Oh crap.
I'm going back in the store.
I have a big pot for Hey, I am good online. I have a big pot for you.
Well, let me get it when you are able to access me. Hey, did we have a team wipe? Was that a team wipe?
Alright, it's right here, bro. Hold up.
Thank you.
I just killed a kid that had to, so I figured I'd just give one to someone.
Hey, don't talk, just play.
These are the only guns I have.
You need some blue juice?
Ooh.
Some raspberry shield.
I'm getting pretty lucky this game.
You never had a raspberry Jolly Rancher? Raspberry Jolly Rancher's good. That's what reminds me of liquefied jelly rancher. That blue juice. Or at least blue Kool-Aid. I think they over here fighting. Y'all fighting? GG. Got a lottery over here going crazy. But don't talk, just play. Doing y'all thing. Hey, Genesis. Well, don't talk, just play, huh? Get the little juice. You don't need it?
Oh, wait, no.
Take it. I already gave it to you. I don't want it no more. I'm gonna go get another one.
What?
Another, crown. There's somebody else holding the crown, too.
Probably. Wait, come here. I want to show you something. Look at this. I'm doing that on the record.
I feel you quick.
Oh crap, storm. Well, there's a bunch of launch pads.
A lot of them.
Yeah, this is like... Can you get launch pads in your inventory anymore?
I call it AKA launch pad lake. There it goes. I hit somebody in front. Oh, they
Oh wait,
ain't
there's
real.
quite a few people here.
I thought it was somebody real.
Bus kid scared.
I know.
He thought I was scared because like he didn't know I can hit headshots too. He didn't know I was a him and me. This kid thought I was a bot, but the truth is he was a bot. Bro, stupid shots it. We're gonna win, guys. How many comments do I have, though? Oh, I want to get 22 because it's 2022.
Okay, that's a good reason to have 2022.
Hello, where's Kia? Got him. Oh, there's another purple striker pump. Bro, you got the guy. Oh, he already got it, bro. You missed though.
I'm going to a store.
Sending everyone's gone.
No, I'm supposed to have 11 kills by now. I'm sharing them with everybody.
Hold on, there's kid over there. Hey, yo, there's a kid over there.
Nope.
I got him. Does he see me? I got him. Let's go.
Bro, what?
Where they at?
I got one solo.
I see him inside.
No, let's just go over there. Get in.
Yeah, be careful. Y'all pushing, be careful. There's a lot of them over there.
I know.
All right,
Bro, come on. Oh god, there's one on me, yes I got. Oh my god, they can see me. Oh god. One shot. Hey, online dude, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to kill this dude real quick.
We have 7 kills, right? Not too bad, I guess.
I'm alright.
But
You know, I wish
is
I would
the
have had a
rest
little more
of-
kills, but you know, we doing what we doing.
What?
As long as
Well,
we
you
get
want
the
to get
win,
some more
that's all
kills?
that matters.
You want to get some more kills? I don't mind. You can have some kills.
As long as we
Okay.
win, that's all that matters. At the end of the day, a win is better than
Oh! Bro, there's kids. I know where the other kids are. Bro, be careful, bro. Oh god! No! Should I just leave? use your AR.
No! Stop the jump on him. You gotta don't talk, don't.
Oh my god, I can't believe he's back up. Oh, damage!
Yeah, that fall damage is crazy.
I hate fall damage.
Yeah, fall damage ain't fun. Unless you lose into it. I'd rather get shot. Everybody did good. You know, we got 7 with me. You know, we could do better.
Chasing that A and want to save time? Grammarly makes editing one click simpler. We can help make complex rewrites and nuanced word choices quick and easy. Like, really easy. 74% of students say that Grammarly saves them over 1 hour a week. Now your all-nighters don't have to go all night. And you can send off that paper with confidence. Grammarly, better writing made one click simpler.
Dungeons & Dragons is one of the most influential role-playing games of all time. Hell, it might be the most influential game of the last millennium. Think about it. Without Gary Gygax and Dave Arneton's effort back in the day, tabletop role-playing games as we know them simply wouldn't exist, and about half the genres of video games we enjoy today would lack the design precursor that is D&D and its various systems. Not to mention the fact that thousands of people would miss out on the opportunity to stare at Matt Mercer's face every week, which of course would be a tragedy. D&D is an important game. Everyone knows that. It basically popularized everything from experience points to potions. But I think there's one thing that Dungeons & Dragons is responsible for inventing that we kind of gloss over, and that's the idea of a character class. Yep, I'm talking about warriors, wizards, rogues, priests, you name it. Our idea of these roles all have their origin in Dungeons & Dragons version 1.0. Except none of them use those names. Back in the day they were clerics, thieves, magic users, and the infinitely cooler Fighting Man! I think a good set of classes is the foundation upon which some of the greatest games ever have been built, but because the concept is so deeply baked into the history of video gaming, I think we often take them for granted. And that's a shame, because the design of classes in everything from RPGs to shooters to whatever this is can mean the difference between playing something deep and fulfilling versus something shallow and bland. So, just to get us all on the same page, what are classes? Well, I'm about to tell you. The idea of a character class has its roots in individual units from tabletop strategy games, with D&D itself starting out life as a mod for the wargame Chainmail. But rather than representing just one tool in your arsenal, or one soldier in your army, a class represents an entire suite of abilities, strategies, rules, and theming, all in a single discrete package. For example, look at almost any popular MMO. They've all got a bunch of different classes, each of which has mutually exclusive abilities, quests, and gear options that means whilst each class uses the same fundamental gameplay and input systems, they all feel very different to play and engage with the world in unique ways. From paladins who protect their allies, to mages who deal massive damage at range, to druids who can, turn into one of these. Think of an individual class like a slice out of a game's mechanical and thematic scope, packaging together particular gameplay styles and mechanics in ways that fit together logically into a kind of abstract archetype that can then be refined by players later on. By putting all the classes together, you end up with most, if not all, of the game's thematic and mechanical scope accounted for, spread out across each class. But why would developers want to do this in the first place? Isn't arbitrarily dividing up bits of a game incredibly restrictive? Well, yes, it is restrictive, but it's actually in that restrictiveness that both the practical utility and the long-lasting appeal of classes can be found. primarily because they encourage the player to only engage with certain portions of a game at a time. The most obvious purpose of this effect is that it makes classes great for onboarding new players to a game, because they massively reduce the amount of big picture decision making that you have to make. In many party-based RPGs, for example, characters are often either heavily associated with particular classes or are classes onto themselves, each having particular abilities and stats that are unique to them. This restriction is really useful because it means the players can easily latch onto what each character is supposed to be doing simply by virtue of what abilities they have available to them. In Xenoblade 3, for example, each of the game's starting classes not only communicate their roles in battle quickly and easily, but they also guide players towards particular builds that make the best use of their tools. Look at the Zephyr, for example, which is Mio's starting class. She has abilities that make enemies want to attack her, one that increases her damage against baddies that are already attacking her, and one that increases her dodge chance. It's clear even to brand new players that the Zephyr's game plan is to function as an evasive tank, grabbing the enemy's attention and then not getting hit. Same goes for Noah's starting class, the Swordmaster, which has a bunch of positioning-based attacks, suggesting a highly mobile damage dealer. If these classes had more skills available to them, and less well-defined functions, new players would find it much harder to know what to do with them and what sort of items and master abilities to give their characters. Uni, for example, whose starting class is the Medic Gunner, has a bunch of healing ability and almost no offense, so you can easily deduce that attack boosting gear is probably going to be better put to use on someone else, so you can focus on making Uni's support abilities and buffs even more potent. Another way that classes can serve as sneaky hidden tutorials is by narrowing down how much of a game new players have to focus on at any given time. In Perfect Heist 2, for example, which is an asymmetric heisting game, the strategies can get pretty complicated, but each class is designed in such a way that they really only excel at one particular job. So, rather than have to plan out entire heists themselves, new players can slide into roles like the Crypto, who just goes around installing Dogecoin miners on computers, or the Vigil, who can put down a bonus security camera and excels at keeping watch over particular problem areas. The narrow game plan afforded to these classes means that new players can get to grips with the game in a limited context while still fully contributing to their team. As players get more confident with the game, they can start to synergize and get more creative with their skills, but until then, classes provide a preset gameplay focus and a baseline foundation from which players can then customize their own playstyle once they're confident they're not going to screw up. In Souls-like games, for example, the games make an effort to include classes as a key part of character creation, even though any experienced player would know that they don't really affect all that much. So why are they in the game? Well, in a Souls-like game, your choice of class nets you some pre-allocated stats as well as some decent gear that's better than most of the stuff you'll find in the early game, serving to give you an initial trajectory towards a particular playstyle and removing some of the guesswork from your early character build. The Samurai in Elden Ring, for example, lends itself towards a dexterity-based bleed build thanks to its starting stats and weapon, and the Astrologian starts with high intelligence and a few staple spells right away, allowing you to see the benefits of magic immediately rather than having to wait several hours to be able to use it at all. Without these little helping hands to start players off, they'd be much more liable to fumble around with a bit of everything, and in doing so, make their character much weaker. Advanced players can just pick the Deprived, who starts out with almost nothing but doesn't have any pre-allocated stats, allowing for more customization potential with your build without sacrificing endgame power. This brings me on to the other key advantage of classes: they're great for balance. In typical RPGs, classes are often held in check by deliberate weaknesses in their toolset, with even the very first Dungeons & Dragons recognizing that the game is much more interesting when fighting men can't gain access to any magic at all but have loads of HP and great damage, making them good in a scrap but very inflexible. The inverse applies to magic users who are squishy and bad up close but have loads of spells, and hybrid clerics who sacrifice focus for utility. This way, no one player is going to have an answer to every possible situation, meaning that there's always a way to keep even the most overpowered character in check. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but by limiting the kinds of strategies players can pursue based on their choice of class, games can actually protect their metagames from being overtaken by a single dominant strategy that everyone can access. For example, Path of Exile was for a long time unique by having a single massive skill tree that all players used, your choice of class really only deciding where on the big tree you started. This provided players with loads of choices in how to build their characters, but it also made balancing the game a nightmare, because there was nothing stopping them from simply beelining to the best cookie-cutter talents regardless of their starting choice, meaning that everyone just sort of played the same tiny minority of builds, and meaning that talents couldn't be too powerful or interesting because then everyone would just pick them. However, later on, the developers of PoE introduced Ascendancy, a series of mini talent trees specific to particular classes that are markedly more powerful than the regular tree. Sure, Players were basically forced to engage with this new system, and not everyone had access to the same perks and abilities anymore. But this class-based restriction actually encouraged more gameplay diversity and better balance, because people were encouraged to utilize their class's inherent, unique strengths rather than being forced to pick the same build as everyone else. By utilizing classes of one form or another to lock away certain abilities, games can get much more weird with interesting mechanics, because any potentially unbalanced elements are going to be contained to a single class, which can, in of itself, create interesting gameplay. Take the Final Fantasy VII Remake for example, specifically Aerith. Aerith has an incredible, well-rounded set of spells, such as Arcane Ward, which doubles up any offensive spell cast within it, giving an effective 50% damage boost to all magic. It's crazy. However, Aerith only has so many actions to go around, and casting Arcane Ward uses one of them, meaning that she can't instantly combo the spell into 2 max power magic attacks, keeping a lid on her potential for burst damage. Additionally, Aerith is also the team's best healer, meaning that using Arcane Ward and spells offensively will result in her not having any actions left to keep the rest of the team on their feet. If anyone could heal as well as Aerith, and any character got access to Arcane Ward, she could easily obliterate every single enemy. But because this powerful move is class restricted, it encourages smarter play where you have to set up the big combo beforehand and take some interesting risks to pull it off. Okay, so classes are great for developers because they cleverly restrict the amount of choices players can make and direct them into particular patterns of play. That makes sense. But this alone doesn't explain why classes have been such an enduringly popular mechanic since even before video games. And I think to understand why we like classes so much, we have to take a step back and consider them as more than an isolated set of rules and mechanics, and instead as part of a system. Classes don't, and in fact can't, exist in isolation. They each represent a different way of interfacing with the game's rules and world, with each individual class kind of developing its own identity in relation to all the others. After all, if a game only has one class, then it doesn't really have any, does it? It's for this reason that games with classes are great at fostering a sense of teamwork and cooperative strategy. Without predefined classes or roles, there's a lot of extra communication and strategizing that needs to go into multiplayer games to decide what everyone's job is and how they're going to work together. But classes provide an interesting framework that naturally encourages teamwork through synergistic abilities and strengths. In Deep Rock Galactic, for example, each of the classes excel in particular areas but are weak in others, requiring their teammates to help out. The Scout is great at taking down big single targets and zooping up to hard-to-reach spots with his grappling hook, but struggles against swarms of smaller enemies and transporting valuable materials back to base once he's got them, meaning that he might need the support of the gunner's ziplines, a driller's tunnel, or some engineer platforms to break one of his inevitable falls. I find that the hallmark of a well-designed class system is one where each class individually can't work at full power and needs the help of some other classes to reach its full potential. Probably the biggest example of this is in the classic tank, damage, healer Holy Trinity, which naturally emerges in many class-based games precisely because they're designed around no one class being able to do everything. Tanks stop the enemy from winning but can't win themselves, damage dealers offer a win condition but need defending, and healers ensure the other two stay alive long enough to do their job. Another example of this is in Invisible Ink. Each of its classes, which do actually exist beyond your choice of character, they're just hidden in the game's data for some reason, excel either at knocking people out, sneaking around, hacking, or dealing with security systems, the 4 main things you'll be doing in the game. This leads to some interesting choices, as you're stretched between best utilising your individual character's strengths and making suboptimal but faster moves with your other characters to avoid the game's ever-increasing danger level. In this way, splitting capabilities unevenly actually leads to more interesting strategy rather than less. Same goes for Into the Breach, which has 4 main classes of mech: the close-range damage-dealing Prime, movement and disabling-centric Brutes, fire support ranged mechs, and weirdo buffers and debuffers in the science mechs. Into the Breach would be really easy if you could just pick a team of 3 primes and murder everything, but by forcing each team of 3 to not just have 3 different classes, but to miss one class out, you end up with teams of mechs that are forced to cooperate and combo their skills together for optimal play, with brute mechs getting everyone into position for the prime to deal the smackdown, ranged mechs picking off stragglers, and science mechs filling in the role of playmaker. In a game without classes, where all the different characters have a nebulous or non-specific function, then it can be hard for newer players to learn how to coordinate themselves or work out what roles even need to be filled. This is something I found in Battle Brothers, where you really need a well-rounded team of mercs if you don't want to get your heads chopped off, but the game doesn't make it very clear what stat configurations belong in which roles, or what a well-rounded team even looks like, making it tough to get your foot in the door of what's otherwise a great game. With the addition of classes, however, players get given a nice easy shorthand to guide them through team composition and synergy without needing to first study up on what everything does. To look at some other turn-based strategy games as an example, in the new XCOM games, there are 4 available classes, and coincidentally, the starting party size is also 4. Meaning that while you can customize your individual soldiers a lot to fine-tune your strategy, a team of 1 of each class is more often than not going to have all the right tools for the job and will be enough for beginners. On that note, I think a large part of why people enjoy playing as or choosing a particular class to begin with is because they're a great vector for increasing the variety of a game by giving people a bunch of different lenses through which to view the same experience. Look at many new style roguelikes, like, say, Risk of Rain 2. The actual game you play through each time literally doesn't change from run to run. You're fighting the same enemies, the same items are going to drop, the maps are broadly identical from run to run, you get the picture. But even knowing that, playing through the same game with different classes creates vastly different experiences. For example, as the Huntress, who's got a bunch of crazy powerful area of effect abilities and can attack while moving, you get to play through the game kiting enemies around and leading them into big combo traps. But parts of the game that require you to stay in a small area fighting one boss, like the teleport charge-up fights, can be really challenging because her health pool is so small that she'll often die in a single hit. Or what about Rex, which is a robot-plant hybrid with some incredibly powerful healing abilities and a rapid-firing default attack that also heals you. Using these moves, as well as the Plasma Shrimp, an item that makes all your attacks fire a bonus missile so long as you're on full health, I managed to become virtually unkillable, spamming tens of missiles a second against anything that looked at me funny, because I was just constantly healing myself back up to full health no matter how much I lost. The same build would be impossible on any other class, making what was mechanically just another playthrough of the same content feel really unique, and the same applies to all of Risk of Rain 2's other classes. It's difficult to quantify, but when games put effort into making their classes not just play differently, but feel different too, it's much easier to inject yourself into the shoes of your character and get invested in the game, giving the impression that what you're doing is novel and unique, even if it actually isn't. In Grim Dawn and Titan Quest, for example, you don't just pick one class, but 2, creating what feels like a highly specific playstyle for yourself as you combo together, say, the Arcanist, a chaotic magic user, and the ranged disabler Demolitionist to create a dual class that doesn't actually chop through hordes of enemies particularly differently to the other classes, but feels just different enough that your playthrough becomes special anyway. Another example of classes adding additional replayability by leaning into theme could be seen in stuff like class-specific content and little bonuses. Even tiny stuff like World of Warcraft's Paladins and Warlocks getting special mounts for free, unique dialogue options relevant to your class that unlock unique outcomes, and you having to do some silly class-specific quests in Final Fantasy XIV to unlock relevant spells, adds that little touch of extra flavour to what's, objectively speaking, fairly similar gameplay. In these cases, classes don't change all that much mechanically about the way you play, but they add some crucial texture to your playthrough that helps define your experience and ground it in a specific fantasy. Compare how random and arbitrary playing something like The Binding of Isaac feels when you're playing as Isaac himself, versus playing one of the other characters who begin the game with some unique and interesting items that provide an initial momentum to your playthrough. There's a very real possibility you could just pick up most of this stuff anyway as Isaac, but it wouldn't feel anywhere near as meaningful as it's not part of your character's specific class. The Elder Scrolls games are another classic example of what happens when players aren't afforded the direction and guidance that comes from having the rigidity of a class system. Whilst in the Elder Scrolls games you can make whatever build you want, with there being a wide variety of combat and non-combat skills to invest in, players aren't really pushed in any specific direction at the start, and so deciding to actually be, say, a battle mage or a sword and shield fighter requires active commitment from the player to restrict themselves in the name of roleplay, rather than encouraged to be making interesting choices that synergize with the unique functionality of a particular class. So, most of the time, what happens is that players will just sort of slide by default into whatever strategy offers the easiest and most immediate payoff, which is almost certainly some sort of stealth archer. I think in a weird way, this exact problem explains why classes are such an enduring part of not just game design, but the way we as players approach games to begin with. It can be very fulfilling to give yourself a role. to find your place and to understand your position within a complicated system that's much bigger than you are. It's the reason why people love star signs, personality tests, and figuring out which TV show characters we are. These limited, often restrictive categories are a way of placing ourselves and understanding both our strengths and our weaknesses. And it's this sense of comfort in knowing who you are and what you're supposed to do that leads people to latch onto classes, even in games where they don't really exist. Terraria, for example, didn't used to have classes, and in fact encouraged a hybrid approach to which weapons and armors you used. But people loved the idea of being a wizard, or a warrior, or a summoner so much that eventually these classes became a codified part of the game with specific gear options for each one, and people couldn't be happier. Overwatch was originally designed as an anything-goes free-for-all, but people liked the idea of specific roles so much that Blizzard twisted the game into unrecognizability to cater to these people, destroying some of my favourite heroes in the process. And Magic the Gathering might not have proper classes, but it is keenly designed around each of its colours and their combinations, representing different mechanical and thematic elements of its colour pie. For example, red is the colour of passion and aggression, with deadly but inefficient cards, and blue is on the opposite end of the pie, dealing with intellect and having cards that are all about manipulating your deck and changing the battlefield to your whims. Together, they form a highly specific emergent combination of theme and mechanics, mostly centering on playing a bunch of cheap spells and drawing a bunch of cards to fuel a very tempo-centric deck that feels like you're a mad scientist constantly on the verge of genius or blowing yourself up. In other words, a fusion of passion and intelligence. All of Magic's colour combos create these sorts of unique playstyles and themes, and as such, they all feel incredibly unique, even if the game is always going to be about playing lands and throwing creatures at your opponent. Looked at through this lens, classes as a mental framework exist almost everywhere. In Dota-style games, the heroes and the roles they fulfill, from support to carry, can be thought of to be classes in of themselves with unique moves and responsibilities. Factions in strategy games bring with them functionality, gameplay direction, and theming that makes it much more fun and interesting to play as the Roman Empire over a generic, non-specific antiquity civilization, and even in games that try to avoid specific classes, they sometimes end up appearing anyway. Long story short, classes are everywhere, even in games where they don't even exist, because compartmentalization and specificity are both beneficial from a strategic perspective, and they also give people a nice affirming feeling of having a place and a function. So I guess really, zooming back to Dungeons & Dragons, the fun of playing a role and having a specific class is less this new kind of fun that Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson invented, and more something that had always been there, and that they just sort of tapped into. I suppose what I'm saying is that the creators of Dungeons & Dragons, the best-selling, world-famous game, are basically talentless hacks, and the only class you really need is my masterclass on doing excellent segues into ad reads that don't exist. Seriously, how perfect would this be for a jump into me talking about, like, Skillshare or something? I am leaving money on the table because of my so-called integrity, and you little dorks better be grateful, or I swear to God. Hello, welcome one and all to the After the Video segment. That part of all what I think is now over 100 videos where I get on my little pedestal and show off some cool people that I think you should be made aware of, whether you like it or not. First of all, I want to bring a cool internet person to your attention that I think you really ought to check out. And this time, it's Maggie May Fish, a media buff and film critic with, genuinely, one of the best senses of style and presentation in the whole video essay scene, and she's up against some pretty stiff competition there. Maggie's work covers everything from Joseph Campbell's connection to the Nazis, to how Zack Snyder loves taking progressive stories and turning them into conservative propaganda, to the surprisingly apt comparison between Elon Musk and Dr. Eggman from the Sonic movies. Trust me, as weird as that one sounds, it's one of her best videos, but I'll be honest, basically all of them are bangers. You can't really go too far wrong. Go check her out. However, Maggie is far from the only person I need to shout out. There's also my wonderful patrons, such as the lovely Steam Rollerman, who's addressed a shout out to me saying, "Take my money." Thank you, Steam Rollerman. I will. And, small aside, because I think that was a reference, it's crazy that one of the most referenced Futurama memes is one from what is unambiguously the worst episode of the entire show. It's like the one funny line in 20 minutes of misery. Crazy. But enough about my ice-cold takes on old television shows. If you want to become a patron yourself, you won't just get the chance to have me read out one of your shoutouts, you'll also get yourself some behind-the-scenes content, some bonus game design goodness I couldn't squeeze into this video, and an appearance in the credits, like these cool people, who are Alge, Andrew Lebrano, Asaran, Alno94, Bardic Dragoon, Bjorn Kalla, Brennan Spalding, Ryan Notariani, Constantine Amend, Corey Girard, Cosmix360, Daniel Metjes, Das Kangaroo, David Setzer, Dirk Jan Karambeld, Dotwo, Diggydog, Digleteer, Ecton, Edward Franklin Woods, Eugene Bulkin, Gazkul, Greta Hannison, Jacob Dylan Riddle, Janos Fakete, Joey Bruno, Jordan Gear, Lee Berman, Lucas Slack, MaceWindow54, Max Filipov, Knox, NWDD, Nate Graff, Patrick Romberg, Peter D. Tomasak, Philby the Bilby, Phoenix Thurikaz, Rajigar, Redadex, Regal Regex, Ray's Dad, Sheldon Hearn, Simon Jacobson, Steve Riley, Strateger in Ultima, The Forbidden Shrimp, Tin Markovic, Tyler Duncan, Whimsical Wisp, Zach Grendel, and Chow. Right, that's it, I'm done. Sorry this one took so long. Again. Blech. Okay, bye!
The continent was ravaged by the devastating war between the Empire and the Alliance.
We should send our best and crush them. We will stand firm to the bitter end.
Dropping, looting, running, shooting, and then dying, followed by doing it all over again. The multiplayer battle arena microgenre has seen an explosive rise to prominence over the last 2 years, and that's been largely due to one man, Player Unknown, or Brendan Green as he is known in Meatspace. Green is the mind behind the Battle Royale mods for DayZ, Arma 3, he consulted on H1Z1 Battle Royale, and has now made his own game with Bluehole in the form of Player Unknown's Battlegrounds, often abbreviated to PUBG? Really? Ugh. The game has been met with wide critical and commercial success while still being in early access. But this raises an interesting question. How did a relatively unknown developer manage to nail down the one-go compulsiveness we normally associate with roguelikes and fast-paced action games like Geometry Wars and Devil Daggers? It all comes down to predictable randomization. But in order to understand how that works, we're going to need a quick crash course on Skinner box psychology. Flashback to 1930, where B.F. Skinner is trying to condition rats to push a button. He does this by rewarding them with food every time they do, but once the rats are full, when their needs are sated, they stop. This prompted Skinner to develop 2 alterations in his further experiments. Firstly, to replace the reward mechanism. Primal needs such as food and sex are great at conditioning rats to press the button, but only until their need for these things are met. Non-biological reward mechanisms, such as pleasure-inducing electrodes used by Olds and Milner in the 1950s, have no such drop-off and cause the rats to push the button even at the expense of meeting their primary needs. The other was to semi-randomize the frequency of food payout, and this is key to PUBG. If there's one thing that brains love, it's winning. They've evolved to reward rats and humans alike with dopamine because it helps them survive long enough to breed. So if the rat knows it will be rewarded, it will keep doing the same job of pushing that button until it is. When the rat is rewarded, the dopamine payoff is larger because the rat put more effort in, deepening the desire to get more of that reward. If the reward becomes predictable, then the effort, and thusly the payoff, drops. Did you ever wonder why Hearthstone lets you invest a lot of effort into grinding gold to get a randomized card pack, occasionally deigning to reward you with a
Wow, gold and legendary!
before subtly pointing you in the direction of the "okay, now spend real money" button? Yeah. But back to PUBG. PUBG's main reward mechanism is, of course, the fun of playing. So how is it dished out in Skinnerbox fashion? It all comes down to predictable randomization. Every PUBG game starts off the same way. Faff around in the lobby for a bit, then you're on the drop plane. The drop plane flies in a straight line across the island, and you can jump out whenever you like, floating down on a parachute. The plane's trajectory is randomized, but the distance you can travel isn't, which creates a predictable starting swathe that concentrates players in certain sections of the map, making sure that you're never too far away from an opponent. This theme continues once you land. Weapon and vehicle spawns are mostly completely random, with a couple of exceptions. The spawn points themselves are on average denser in certain areas, meaning more chances for the rarest gear to drop, which in turn means more players will be there looking for it. The same rule applies for PUBG's random crate spawns. They appear frequently enough to be a core part of the gameplay, but rare enough to always contain useful loot, drawing in players from across the map to fight over it. That is, of course, unless it contains the Tommy gun. Then, you've got the ever-closing safe zone that slowly shrinks around another randomly determined point on the map, though at a predictable pace. If you're outside of it, you take gradual damage that increases as the game goes on, so probably best to stay on the inside. The safe zones are perhaps a little bit too generous, giving players time to drive over to an area well away from the drop zone and get a bunch of uncontested gear before driving back to the safe zone. These three factors combined drastically limit the effective space players can usually traverse in a single game, and bring matches to a roughly 20 to 25 minute climax, the estimated average human attention span. So why do any of this at all? The answer lies, once again, with Skinner's rats. Truly random starts, such as in industry competitor H1Z1 Battle Royale, often leave players isolated, prolonging stretches of downtime that eventually lead to boredom, which means less incentive to play the game again. In PUBG, however, not only do the randomized starts keep things fresh by offering new strategies and chances to improve, they also guarantee that you'll be in reasonable proximity to other players. Close proximity to other players means two things. Firstly, more chances for fun shooty action, and secondly, more tension, as gunshots ring off in the distance and you notice the telltale signs of other players skulking around. This is the reason why footsteps are so loud in PUBG, to create alien-esque moments of dread as you cower inside a house, shotgun in hand, your enemies lurking outside, spamming the Evangelion music through their microphones. This sense of tension keeps the tactical portion of your brain engaged, and, perhaps more importantly, distracted from the fact that running around mostly identical houses picking up ammunition really isn't very engaging on its own. Even PlayerUnknown himself has said that the game is designed around long periods of tension. In a Eurogamer interview he explains, "And by winning it's being smart and not taking on fights until you know you can win them. That's the key here. Go get good loot, and then find a bush, and then love the bush, and just wait for people to make mistakes." PlayerUnknown's fightophilia aside, he makes an interesting point. By building the game around the tension and tactics between fights, not the fights themselves, you increase the novelty and thrill of combat because it's sporadic, but inevitable. Random, but predictable. Random weapon spawns also serve to keep the game novel, but still predictable. Bluehole's aim is to make each gun roughly equal in power level, so that the novelty of each one lasts for as long as possible, keeping the core drop, loot, shoot, gameplay loop interesting for as long as possible. But enough about gameplay. It's time to talk about the fruits of your labor, victory. There's a second reward mechanism in play in PUBG, after all. The elusive winner winner chicken dinner. In the event you're the last person standing, you'll be rewarded with a boatload of in-game currency and a nice little victory screen. Because victory in PUBG is so hard to attain, the eventual payoff cements the effort-reward relationship in your mind, and whilst you may quit that session on a high, you'll soon want to feel that victory rush again. PUBG nicely reminds you of this fact whenever you die, showing your position in that game's leaderboard and subtly encouraging you to have another go and do better next time, like PlayerUnknown himself is whispering in your ear, egging you on. So, what we've learned is that a little bit of randomization is key to creating a game that scratches that one more go itch. In Crypt of the Necrodancer, each level has a randomized layout, but the kinds of enemies that appear and the music that plays isn't, allowing the player's subconscious to keep satisfying the same effort-reward relationship, while their conscious mind doesn't get bored by doing exactly the same thing every time. The groovy music, of course, doesn't hurt either. Any game designed to be played multiple times will usually try and shake things up in one way or another, regardless of how satisfying the core loop is. Whether it's Minecraft's randomly generated worlds, though with a predictable trajectory of wood to diamond, or the wide variety of maps in RTSs like StarCraft 2 that get randomly selected every time yet have several universal themes. Skinbox psychology is key to each of these games, and in fact to many different genres. In terms of psychological phenomena, it may very well be one of the most ubiquitous lessons in game design. It is, however, tempting to think of game developers like PlayerUnknown, who are aware of Skinner and his rats as malicious, getting you hopelessly addicted to his game in order to milk you of the sweet attention nectar that definitely grants him eternal youth. But in reality, it's a small subset of developers who use these techniques at the expense of their audience, mostly in the free-to-play or gambling space. Not that these two are all that different, of course. Both use predictable randomization extensively to prop up boring gameplay. These games use that compulsion to play more as a means of manipulating players into buying microtransactions and other expensive tat. In most games, however, contrary to what some internet personalities will tell you, the Skinnerbox relationship is a mutually beneficial one. The player's brain rewards them for doing something they already know to enjoy, playing and winning the game. And the developer gains a deep and profound sense of artistic satisfaction, having contributed to the glow. They make more money. That's why they do it. You play the game more and they make more money. It's pretty simple. That said, next time you go to play a game of PUBG, remember Skinner's rats and how simple they were, falling for such an easy, primitive even, psychological trick. Evolved hominids such as yourself are far beyond rats. Then just go ahead and push that little button. You know you want to. Squeak, squeak. Tutorials are tricky. They're a real sticking point in game design because there's just so many pitfalls. That can mar otherwise great games. Make your tutorial too much of an information dump, and you've got Crusader Kings 2, a game which is brilliant, but only after you've put 20 hours into it to figure out what the hell everything you were just told actually does. If your tutorial is too hand-holdy and drawn out, then you'll get Oblivion, which does a pretty good job of teaching you how everything works, but it's really, really boring. Which, on top of being pretty frustrating the first time around, it makes subsequent playthroughs even more of a chore. Go the other way, and you'll have a game that drops you in at the deep end, like Darkest Dungeon, which, in fairness, can be a large part of the charm of that game, but there's no doubt that Darkest Dungeon's very Spartan sensibilities have frightened players. Recently though, I've been playing Hollow Knight, a game that fuses Metroidvania gameplay with direct rip-offs of Dark Souls storytelling. It's really the Dark Souls of games that are trying to be the Dark Souls of Dark Souls without actually being Dark Souls, to quote contemporary games journalism. Whilst there's a lot that can be said of this brilliant little game, what really caught my eye is how Team Cherry manages to subtly teach the player everything they need to know about Hollow Knight with only a few bits of text and only one overt tutorial segment. And that's the first lesson. Teach players with the environment. Which is more of an overarching theme, but hey, what the hell. Let's take a look at the very start of the game, immediately after you learn about Focus, which is the power to heal using the souls of your enemies. In going to attack this flying guy, you probably won't notice this falling stalactite, which kills the baddie, helpfully teaching you that level hazards can hurt enemies too. Now in this particular footage, the stalactite manages to damage me as well, but as much as this was an excellent opportunity to learn about the focus spell, I suspect this is mostly down to my own incompetence. In the Forgotten Crossroads, the first major area, there's also these cool things. Are they signs? Spears maybe? I'm not sure. But they've got a more important purpose than just decoration. You see, they point you in the direction of possible objectives. This one points you in the direction of both bosses, both above you and below you, and this one points you to a soul-restoring shrine. Or, well, it used to at least. And all of these ones? They're not pointing to anything. Nope, nothing at all. Just ignore them. Ignore them. Following either of the two routes outlined to you by the signs will put you up against a boss. But Hollow Knight handles both of these fights quite interestingly. You see, both bosses, the False Knight and the Grozmother, are actually just souped up versions of regular enemies. The False Knight in particular has the shockwave and hammer attacks of a Husk Guard, as well as the jumping attacks of a Leaping Husk, two enemies you all but have to fight on the way to its arena. It's also got this Tantrum attack that causes boulders to fall from the sky, not unlike the stalactites you've been avoiding up until this point. Hollow Knight loves doing this, presenting you with a set of mechanics in the form of some basic enemies before testing your mastery of them with a boss. The same sort of thing gets repeated with the Grozmother, who is, unsurprisingly, a bigger, meaner version of her babies. She isn't particularly challenging, but the fight sets up the kind of pattern you can expect from bosses down the road. This guy is training you up for this guy for this guy, and this lady, who's actually a boss. I wonder who she's training you for. You might have noticed how I woke up the Grozmother by hitting it with my weapon. Hollow Knight is great at teaching you about your modes of operation. A term I just made up. Better explain it. Your modes of operation in a game are your primary means of interacting with its mechanics, whether that's sucking in stuff in Kirby Superstar, jumping over and on things in Super Mario Bros., or simply drawing lines in The Witness. A game's modes of operation are the things you spend most of your time doing, and are your first ports of call when you see something unfamiliar. In Hollow Knight, your primary mode of operation is to swing your weapon around, and the game teaches you this brilliantly. Swing your sword to open up this wall, do it again, do it a third time, and by the time you reach this basic enemy, your instinct will be to hit it, defeating it. And then you realise that the game just taught you how to kill enemies without even telling you. Same with these Geo Rocks. Unsure of what to do with them? Give them a smack, and out come the coins. Now you know how they work. As Teddy Lee, game designer on Rogue Legacy, tells us, people love learning about things, but nobody actually likes to be taught. Make the learning process organic and subtle, and you've got a better chance players will actually remember it. This final big wall at the end of the King's Road really nails into you the ubiquity of hitting things as a solution. So, by the time you encounter the Grozmother, you know exactly what to try first in order to wake her up. Every new ability you obtain presents to you a new mode of operation and a new tool in the proverbial belt. If you come up against something you can't interact with using all of your modes of operation, chances are you need an upgrade, or you've missed something. Speaking of upgrades, Lesson 4 is all about them, and getting players to remember they actually exist. After beating the False Knight, you get led to the creepy Ancestral Mound, where you get the Vengeful Spirit spell from this nice snail person. A lot of exploration-based games give you extra tools as you progress, and a lot of them make the critical error of having them be a bit, well, rubbish. Look at the speed boost in SteamWorld Dig. Not exactly thrilling to use, is it? Contrast this with Vengeful Spirit, it makes you feel like a badass. It has an awesome audio-visual effect to go along with it, and kills these rolly-up woodlouse enemies in a single hit. Making something feel powerful is really key to ingrain something in a player's mind. Sometimes, the effect is powerful enough. The ability to teleport between bonfires in Dark Souls is enough of a game changer to recontextualize the way you see the world without any other incentives. Well, maybe 2 incentives. The thing that really cements Vengeful Spirit as a core part of your arsenal is this fight with the Elder Woodlouse guy, who we met earlier, and is another example of the progression from enemy to boss. Being able to overcome a challenge we previously couldn't makes you feel great. It's a very human impulse, and that's why it's really satisfying to go back to the crossroads and beat the tar out of this copy, opening up a new area and the rest of the game. Audiovisual cues aren't just for making you feel good though. Sometimes they can tell you stuff. The low rumbling of these worms signals their presence before you have the chance to get surprised by one. The muted effect when you get hit lasts exactly as long as your invincibility window, and the hiss and pop of this acid tells you that it's a dangerous hazard without you having to stick an experimental toe in. Oh, also, this enemy is positioned in such a way that hitting it is almost certainly going to send the corpse flying into this acid, giving us this cool sound. NPCs also have highly distinctive sound cues that let us know they're around, and, more importantly, friendly. Grubs make this cute little meowing sound, Cornifer the map seller hums a little tune to let you know he's about, and this mining NPC hums her own song. When you return to this area to gain entrance to Crystal Peak, her song has stopped, letting you know that something is wrong and she's succumbed to the infection. Similarly, the only area Cornifer doesn't sing is in the Deep Nest, and that's to show you how scary the place is. Ugh, gross. Tutorials are primarily used for teaching players gameplay mechanics, but there's no reason why we should stop there. Watch this footage of me getting creamed by a Husker Guard. See that thing that appeared when I died? It looked like Hollow Knight, and it's called a Shade. When we respawn, the soul gauge is cracked, meaning Hollow Knight can hold less of it than before. You seeing the connection yet? When we attack the Shade, which we know to do because we know our modes of operation, and kill it, we get our soul gauge back. Now, I won't spoil the exact relationship between the Shade and Hollow Knight, but even if you've never played the game before, I bet you're starting to put the pieces together. Hollow Knight just taught us a pretty crucial lore detail using mechanics we already knew and without saying a word. In a similar fashion, the orange goo that spews out of damaged enemies is a nice thematic addition that helps to build the feel of Hollow Knight. See, Team Cherry picked orange for a reason. It contrasts with the blues, greys and greens of Hollow Knight's environments, just like the infection, which is characterized by the color orange, is at odds with the natural order, twisting and corrupting the world of Hollow Knight, all except you, which is why you don't bleed orange when struck. So, with everything right that Hollow Knight does that mean we should follow its example for every game? Well, no, not really. Some games are simply too complicated to really be able to explain themselves. Try booting up a strategy game and play it without doing a tutorial first. It can't be done, at least not easily. But games with a simple control scheme and only a few modes of operation, like platformers, puzzle games and some shooters, can totally be done with a Hollow Knight-esque immersive tutorial. Just look at how Ravenholm in Half-Life 2 teaches you all about gravity gun combat, or how World 1-1, aka the most overanalyzed level in video gaming history, teaches you that mushrooms are good and Goombas are bad. Most AAA developers could stand to learn a lot from these kinds of tutorials. Not only are they more enjoyable to play through, as players don't feel like they're being patronized or restricted, but they're also more effective teaching tools, which is good for everyone. Hollow Knight is a great example of the Metroidvania's recent revival, but instead of always looking at the lore or the mechanics of these games to learn what makes them tick, we should occasionally stop to appreciate the part of the game that teaches us all about these things in the first place, and, if done well, we won't notice at all. The humble tutorial.
Endless skills, classless system. In a world of complete freedom, let the game begin. Hardcore action, RPG, undisciplined, play for free.
You know us. We're the 10 sacks.
Give me that cheesy 10 sack, the one that keeps me coming back. Give me that cheesy 10 sack, and I will be your quarterback.
You could choose any cheese you want. American, cheddar, jalapeno, ghost pepper cheese. 4 cheeses, 4 of us. You should be writing this down. I don't have a pen.
Get 10 steamy sliders with any cheese for just $8.99, only at White Castle.
Can you build a civilization that stands the test of time? That's what Sid Meier's Civilization asks of players when you first boot it up. It's a message that first appeared a long time ago, in the murky bygone age of the mid to late 90s. Back then, one of the most popular kinds of games was a genre called 4X, and those 4 X's stood for Explore, Expand, Exterminate, and Exploit. These games saw you controlling one empire or species of many in a large world, competing with other players to make the biggest cities, the nastiest armies, and the cleverest boffins. The problem was, you could play 100 different imitators of Master of Orion or Alpha Centauri back in the day, and you'd find the same patterns cropping up. There was the faction that was good at war, one that had a powerful industry, and one that made lots of food. Your choice of faction is the catalyst for all the other choices you make over the course of a strategy campaign, and probably the most important one at that. It defines not just your strategy as a whole, but also an aesthetic inspiration for your decision making. And if the factions are all the same or near enough across games, then you'll likely be making only cosmetically different decisions no matter which game you play. Sid Meier himself says that good games are a series of interesting decisions. The validity of this quote when it comes to video games as a whole is oft debated, but we can still apply it to his own games. Is choosing to go to war because your faction is slightly better at war than everyone else an interesting choice? No, probably not. Eventually, people just kinda got sick of this sort of thing. When every 4X offered the same experience with a different license or setting, without much different going on under the hood, things evaporated, and the 4X genre all but collapsed. For better or for worse, Civilization, one of the oldest 4X franchises, is one of the only ones left. Civ managed to ride out the 4X extinction by having relatively tight balance, high production values, and an iconic theme. But now that it's the biggest and oldest game on the block, there's been no impetus for it to change, and as such, it carries with it many of the same issues that plagued 4X back in the day. In recent years, however, the 4X in one form or another is seeing a slow but steady rebirth, and I'd argue that this comes from developers learning to distance themselves from Civilization. For example's sake, I'll be taking a look at how these new games handle factions, specifically how they tackle the long-term and political decision-making upon which the genre is built, but also how they prevent each gameplay experience from being the same every time. See, in older style 4X, Civ included, the problem was that not only were these factions often superficially and strategically similar between games, the design philosophy of simply having some of the factions be better or worse in certain areas led them to being little more than modifiers on the same gameplay experience. Sure, I can research technologies a bit faster and get more faith as Arabia in Civilization 6, but I'm still playing essentially the same game as whoever's playing Rome. Our strengths may be different, but our priorities are the same, and our interactions with other players usually aren't going to depend on what faction they're playing, just if they're stronger or weaker than us, or if they have things we want. It's serviceable, but I can't help but thinking it's all a bit bland. The first of the games I want to look at is Endless Legend by Amplitude Studios. It takes place on the planet of Origa, where a variety of different races battle it out for ultimate dominance of the planet. It's your standard 4X fare. But what makes the Endless series stand out is Amplitude's approach to designing these factions, by giving each a unique mechanical identity. For example, these guys are the Necrophage. Nasty, right? They're a race of horrible bug monsters that exist to eat just about everything. Let's take a look at their abilities. Okay, cheap swarm units, poison, faster health regeneration, pretty standard stuff so far. But then, take a look at this, -1 food on all terrain. This is a pretty horrible downside to playing the Necrophage. Versus any other faction, you'll nearly always be outpaced economically, scientifically, and industrially because you simply won't have enough food to grow population to do them all. But then, we can see these. Gain extra food from killing things, extra attack power for every player you're at war with, and bonus food from pacified minor factions. The Necrophage are explicitly encouraged to go to war in order to keep up, and given the appropriate bonuses. Here, I'll explain. You need food, which means you've got to go and eat your enemies. You go to war, picking up that nice little bonus and destroy your enemies, giving you new cities and food stockpiles used to grow your empire. Bigger cities means more need for food you can't produce normally, so you go to war again in order to feed the hive, and so the cycle continues. By changing the way the Necrophage handle war, making it not about opportunism and crushing those weaker than you, but instead as a means for survival, Endless Legend drastically alters how the game is played. These changes also make the Necrophage satisfying to play against, as their unique playstyle leads to interesting diplomatic scenarios, where once rivals must band together to stop the Necrophage war machine in its tracks before it becomes unstoppable. There's a few more nice flavour additions, such as being unable to utilise most diplomacy and the ability to sacrifice population in your sprawling hive cities for a temporary approval boost, offsetting the damage done by having a huge populous empire. As a comparison, let's take a look at a warmonger faction in Civilization 6, the Norwegians. Oh, okay, slightly faster boats, all naval units can do coastal raids, which would be interesting if it were unique to the Norwegians. A unit which is stronger attacking than it is defending, cliche, but okay, and a church that likes forests. Okay, you see, it's not quite as interesting or as impactful as Endless Legends Necrophages. As the Norwegians, you're encouraged to go to war because you're slightly better than everyone else at naval combat, but there's really not that much to make the warfare experience unique, besides the fact that some of your units look different and some are a bit stronger. Amplitude spices this up not only by having much more variance between a smaller number of factions, but also by giving factions inherent weaknesses. The Necrophage go to war to survive because they can't feed themselves. The Broken Lords do it to secure new sources of delicious money because they have to buy population. And the roving clans can't actually declare war at all, but they can move whole cities in order to get away from the front lines and protect their investment. In all of Amplitude's 4X games, they've started with 8 factions, and this isn't a coincidence. There are 8 major parts of the game you'll be engaging with in Endless Legend. We'll call them modes of operation, and each faction overhauls one of them. By the way, check out this video for a brief explanation on what modes of operation are. We've got making units and buildings, getting and spending dust, that's money, researching new techs, growing new citizens for your empire, diplomacy, military offense, military defense, and finally, settling cities and exploring. Notice how each faction is matched up to a different part of the game. We can see the Necrophage are all about conquest, and the mechanical changes reflect that. Let's take a look at the Cultists of the Eternal End, who are all about city building, or a lack thereof. You see, the Cultists are themed around settling and exploration, which means that Amplitude have fundamentally changed how that mode of operation works. In the Cultists' case, they can only make one city, but it quickly becomes a gigantic metropolis. Just like the Necrophages, this too drastically changes the way you play the game. Instead of competing for resources and territory with everyone else, you do your best to keep to yourself, shying away from world politics and slowly building up your megacity to unleash an unstoppable endgame. In the same vein, each expansion adds a new mode of operation, and thusly a new faction to match, such as the Forgotten, who match the new spying mechanics. The Forgotten can't research technologies, and must instead steal them from their enemies. This means they'll always be at a technological disadvantage, and must make up for it with their suite of sabotage abilities. Amplitude's 4X games live and die based on the rich ecosystem and interplay between the factions they've created, but this system isn't perfect. Some modes of operation are hard to change, leaving the Wild Walkers and the Ardent Mages in particular feeling a bit boring in comparison to the other races. Whilst they've still got more going for them than any faction in most 4X, it's proof that Amplitude's strategy, while successful, isn't foolproof. So, let's look at the other end of the spectrum. Instead of having richly designed and asymmetric factions, why not instead give players the ability to make their own, like in Stellaris? Each game of Stellaris is preceded by you creating your species from a wide selection of traits, their natural biome, social structure, ethics, and so forth. Now, this isn't so different from the ability to cobble together custom factions out of traits that normally make up the default ones. Even the Endless games have this feature, but these custom factions have no real identity of their own, and more often than not, they aren't balanced around. Introducing the Squigglonians. They're a race of cute, sociopathic squid cats who hate everyone who isn't them and have an egalitarian ideology in service to a ruling class. Now, normally this is the kind of thing that gets written for you in a race's bio, and more often than not, it doesn't really affect gameplay decisions. In Stellaris, however, your choice of species traits affect a load of things, such as your available tech options, with spiritualist empires gaining access to psionics, and materialists gaining access to cybernetic augmentations, to name some of the most game-changing. Your ethos and species statistics also let you choose various options in the game's wide variety of events. Make friends with a subterranean alien society, enslave them, assimilate them into your own empire, or, if you like the Squigglonians, cleanse the planet of the filthy Xenos threat. What's more is that these racial modifiers aren't static. As your empire grows, various political parties will emerge with different ideologies from the ones you picked at the start of the game, and you can embrace them to change your empire's ethics. As my game went on, the Squigglonians forwent their egalitarianism and transitioned into a more militaristic outlook, as they scoured the stars of disgusting alien monstrosities. In Civilization, sure, you can pick your kind of government, but they're often woefully simplistic. Fascism and communism, arguably the ideologies that changed the face of the modern era, give you extra military production as well as strength, and let your industrial zones defend, plus a more general production boost respectively. A decision which would be a simple adjustment of numbers in Civ decides many of the options you'd have available to you in Stellaris. It also changes a lot of the background flavor text. Midway through writing this video, Paradox announced this feature, alternate voiceover depending on your ethos. Let's take a look.
Under no circumstances must the Xeno be trusted. It will lie, it will cheat, and it will do anything in its power to undermine the efforts of those who in truth are its superiors.
The strength of Stellaris' factions comes from not how mechanically different they are from each other, but from how the game connects every other decision you make to your faction's identity, from politics to warfare to immigration, and then lets you change it as the game progresses, just like how real empires grow and change and split over time. Stellaris' custom factions do present a balance and development issue for Paradox though. With so many different empires that players can create, it's hard to cater to each one in an effective manner. The aforementioned cyborg and psionic paths are much more fleshed out than, say, anything you can do with a hive-minded empire, for example. And of course, these ethics, policies and faction modifiers are only really effective at making unique gameplay decisions if a player is willing to roleplay, which many aren't. If you simply wanted to build the most effective empire of a given type, then there are a few clear choices that drastically limit the number of effective options you have. Industrious and intelligent in particular, which increase your science and mineral generation, are clear best options in most cases. So that brings us back to Civ, a game that's remained pretty much unchanged for decades, yet continues to sell fantastically. In many ways, the secret to Civ's success is this very lack of complexity I've criticised. It has the lowest barrier to entry of all modern day 4X, and lets people feel like they're controlling alternate historical nations, even if the things that distinguish those nations are little more than window dressing. And that's Civ's purpose really, an entry level 4X for people who are new to strategy games, or for people who just want a less intensive experience. And it fills that role excellently. The problem is, gamers and developers alike seeing Civilization as the be all and end all of 4X, despite it being comparatively pared down to a lot of other games on the market. A problem I, too, am guilty of. Throughout this video, I've been comparing both games extensively to Civilization as a measure of their success, and in all cases, you've likely not questioned this. Really, this kind of mental bias is the core of the issue. Subconsciously or not, the Civilization model is synonymous with the 4X genre because of its past successes. Civilization and other genre-defining games shouldn't be something to aspire to, or something to arbitrarily distance yourself from, but rather it should be seen as a foundation to iterate upon and improve, like Endless Legend and Stellaris have, by changing how factions work, and, more importantly, standing strong as fantastic games in their own right. The opening crawl of Civilization asks players if they can build a civilization that can stand the test of time. No great empire has ever been formed by trying to replicate past glories, and the same is true for video games. Only by learning from what came before, but looking to the future, can you really make a game that stands the test of time.
and my teammate gonna leave me. I can't come and get him, bro. Go ahead and take this little juice. This little juice. Bro. Shoot him and all. I'm gonna kill him. I am gonna kill him. Burn it down. Oh, he escaped. Okay. They won that one. Y'all get that one. I keep forgetting there's only two of them. I forgot it was only two. I had a. They just be hanging around. What? Okay, they be dancing with you now too. Okay. That's something different right there. That's something real different right there. What you want, Sherlock? What you want? You a good boy. Love you. That y'all. Yeah, that was all good right there. And then last game, I couldn't shoot for nothing. I couldn't aim at nothing, bro. What's going on? Hey, my partner left me, bro. Don't leave me. Please don't leave me, bro. I'll land where you want to land, but then don't leave me, bro. Please. Please, please. It'll take you some time to get over here. Ooh. I like them little. Ooh, shit. They gave me the right shooter, baby. Yeah. Mandalorian style, baby. building, but I only get that once in a while. Like, man, I want to build. But no, I'm happy with this. I'm happy that they, set the building down so we can work on that and practice. I hear a truck. I hear a tank. It's rolling over. Oh no, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. That's my fault. My bad. Let's go. I ain't trying to get out there. We ain't gotta take it over at the other people. Oh, snap. Let's get high ground. Let's go. Run this way. Come on. I need the loot. I need some more. I need better loot and I need ammo. Last game I lost because I ran out of, so I ain't run out of ammo. What? Okay, reload it. There you go. Gotta find that centerpiece. Okay, I see it. Shamrock Shake, baby. Shamrock Shake, baby. Let's go ahead. We got a lot more people to knock out, though. Oh, gee. Oh, I'll take this over there. We might actually win this, though, honestly. Come on, it's 47 people. We can get about 10 more kills. But we get 10 kills. A female. Whatever your gender is, I don't know. Feel me? You just sitting there. I'm scared. I don't want to just sit in one spot, bro. There's so many spots on this map that we can hit. And we in a circle. Talk to me, baby. Oh.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning. Bandits hit.
Point resistance. Calculating. Aim for the cockpit. Take the shot. Cooper, aim for the cockpit. Take the shot.
DC, what's the plan?
We must uphold the mission. This ship is rapidly losing altitude. It is up to us, Cooper. Down here. We're approaching the Ark's containment unit. The containment unit is large to carry. We must improvise. I cannot reach the Ark. Cooper, I need your help. Quickly, we need to get off the ship. We are running out of time. This way, Cooper.
What are you doing?
Protocol 3.
Get the Ark out of here.
Negative. We are trapped. I will not lose another pilot. Brace for impact.
Blisk, your problems are not my concern. Once you have delivered the Ark as per your contract, your payment will be transferred by the IMC.
Just have my money ready. I'll get you your precious cargo, you useless naff. Oi, Titan, you're gonna open up and give me what I want.
Voice command. Not recognized.
Let me just rip it out of him.
Can't risk it. The Ark's unstable. Listen, hero. You have what's mine, and I want it back. Go on. Tell your Titan to open up.
BT, open that hatch when this guy's dead.
Still trying to be a hero, eh? I have a lot of dosh riding on this contract, my friend. So tell your Titan, if he doesn't open up, I will shoot you in the head.
Pilot in jeopardy. Ocular systems. Marginal. Cannot visually acquire pilot.
Stand him up. You see him now? Right here, right here. Yeah? You see him now?
Functions compromised by severe crash damage.
I don't care how broken you are. I know deep down, some things still work in there. Now open up, or I'm going to shoot your pilot in the head. You still remember numbers, don't you? I'm going to count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Nah, that wasn't so hard, was it? That's the problem with teams. If you don't win together, you die together.
Nice try, love. Say goodnight.
Oi! Get the ark out of here! We're running out of time!
Jack.
Glad to have you back in one piece, BT.
Over 25,000, actually. BT-7274 online and ready for combat. It is time to complete our mission.
Cooper, I'm throwing everything I've got at the IMC, but it's not going to be enough to stop the Pulse weapon. I need you to get inside its control room. Commander Briggs to all battle stations. I want close fire support on Cooper and BT. Do whatever it takes to cover them.
Solid copy. We'll go.
Cooper, get up that hill. We'll cover you. Move!
militia planet of Harmony will be destroyed.
Looks like you're going the wrong way, pilot. Target's locked. Fire it! Trust me, pilot. You can't afford pissing me off. Got ourselves a fight. We'll pay for that with more than you like.
Keep these guys off your back. It's all you from here on out.
Taking hits. Militia outlaw on the move. Get to position.
Smart war ready.
Cooper, we're tracking Blitzk and Sloan just ahead. They have the Ark. Keep moving.
We must stop the IMC from using the full weapon at all costs. If we fail, the militia planet of Harmony will be destroyed.
Attention IMC personnel. This is General Mardo. The mercenaries have delivered the Ark. Prep the fold weapon.
Initiating preliminary fold weapon power systems. Powering up targeting responders.
Set location to the militia planet Harmony.
Initiating targeting systems. Harmony. Coordinates 264.588 recorded.
Pilot control initiated.
You have your money, Blisk. Now go. My forces will take over from here.
About time they do something. I think our militia pilot's trying to be a hero. He's all yours. Keep the salvage.
Who said anything about salvage? I'll do this one for free.
You know what I see when I look at you? A part of easy money.
Arc injector loaded. Tuning up stage 1.
More entertainment than I expected. Get him, lad.
I've got eyes on the Vanguard. Moving to intercept.
Fold weapon priming sequence passing stage 2. Coordinates locked. Report system. Planetary designation. Harmony. passing stage 3. Calculating spacefold projection. Gold weapon approaching stage 4. Bring momentum at 97%.
I heard you rolling the light here on the ocean dive.
All personnel must clear the chamber immediately.
Militia Titan in sight. Take it down.
Arc injector loaded. Spooling up stage 1.
Okay, copy.
You can't outrun a laser core, you little bugger.
Excessive damage.
I'm gonna be minted when I'm through with you. This is more entertaining than I expected. Get him, lad.
Gold weapon priming sequence passing stage 2. Coordinates locked. Report system. Planetary designation, Harmony.
I'm ready for more. Sorry, mate.
Gold weapon passing stage 3. Calculating spacefold projection.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
Come on, you Burke. What are these? Mosquito bites? I'm looking for a bloody fight, not an airy fairy dance.
All forces advance on militia pilot.
Nice try, love. But I'm not your tactical slugger, ain't ya? Let's see how you handle some refill.
Gold weapon approaching stage 4. Ring momentum at 97%.
Excessive damage. Warning. Warning.
Wait! You ain't moving like that.
Warning. Expected backblast energy reaching lethal threshold. All personnel must clear the chamber immediately. Disruption of electromechanical units, including Titans, will be severe.
Am I the only one who's shooting the bastard?
G'day, hero. I'm not going to kill you. I don't work for free. But you don't get to kill me either. Yeah, you earned this, eh?
Liz, that Vanguard-class Titan is still in there.
Not my problem, Marta. Should have put it in my contract. I've got other people with money to see.
What are you doing? What do you think you are doing?
Analysis indicates this indicates is our only option. Is our only option. Throw is our only option. Cooper, I require your assistance. My auto-navigation systems are offline. Get me into that injector assembly. We must do this together. We must keep going, Cooper. Our reactor core has become very unstable. They do not know how long we have.
Lose the signal. BT, Cooper, our ground teams can't make it there in time. You've got to find a way to destroy the fold weapon from the inside. There's no other way.
Commander Briggs, I believe I have a solution. In its exposed state, my reactor core may be able to destabilize the arc at the center of the fold weapon.
What are you saying?
We can blow it up. I'm sending you coordinates for a dropship rendezvous.
Coordinates received. We'll be there, but I don't see how you can.
Trust me, I have done the math.
I sure as hell hope so. We're on our way. Good luck, both of you. Briggs out.
Don't worry, BT. I'm not going anywhere.
Copy that, pilot. Protocol 3. Protect the pilot.
BT, what are you doing?
Trust me.
BT!
Cooper, we just lost BT signal. We're almost there. Cooper, I'm marking your HUD with the coordinates. The evac site might be in midair. There's nothing we can touch down on here.
And if I'm flying through this shit show, you better be there on time, kid.
Move, pilot! I'm tracking you. Keep going. That's it. You're almost there. Move, move! Cooper, jump for it!
Got a visual.
Come on, pilot! Parker, get us out of here!
Pilot Cooper. A lot of people owe their lives to you. And to BT. Parker, set a course for Harmony. Take us home.
You got it.
The destruction of Typhon saved the planet Harmony. The militia calls this planet their headquarters. Millions of others call it home. Commander Briggs says I'll be inducted into the Marauder Corps and assigned a new Titan. After the techs wipe what's left of my neural link with BT. I don't know what that'll feel like, to get assigned a new Titan. I Kinda like the old one. This is Pilot Jack Cooper, signing off.
Launch checks complete. All systems go.
They're taking off. We need to get to that ship. Don't let them get away. Get to that ramp.
Bliss, this is Sloan. The Ark is headed your way. I'll let Viper take it from here. See you soon.
Get to a ship. We're going after him.
Oh, but there's don't like y'all teammates getting weapons and stuff first, and then going to fight teams, third party teams first after first. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be trying to be the third party or the second party or the first party that you fight. Nah, I don't do all that. I don't do all that. I don't do all that. You feel me? Hey, what's good, Paul? How you feeling? Yo, 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 yo. Hey, what's good, killer? Long time. Have you played Fortnite? They changed a lot on Fortnite now, bro. Oh, gee. The walls of Jericho has fallen on Chief. They have fallen. You can't even build on Fortnite no more. Oh, that sucks. What happened to your phone?
Mira, someone's out there. They're far. Let's go over here.
Hey, what's good, Mini Punks? Long time no see, bro. Mini Punks.
The ring is not close.
Yeah, Mini Punk's been in for a while, for like 2 years. Almost 2 years on the channel.
We've got 45 seconds. If you don't got robotic legs, you need to
We used to play Fortnite a lot together.
Got company, and they're not here to tell you.
A lot more other people.
What do you think is over here?
Oh, they gonna kill me, bro. Bro, helping you, bro. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Why would you engage and then run away? It don't even make sense, bro. And I get caught in your crossfire. That shit crazy, bro. That's me trying to help him and give him cover fire, and I end up getting smacked. Caustic too fat to be moving the way they be trying to make him move, bro. That's kill me. Don't kill me. Oh, you gotta kill me like that.
The wrong time to blink.
Yeah, Paul, you're a real vet. Yeah, even with Brawlhalla. You feel me? Since we've been playing Brawlhalla.
Care package being delivered.
Yo, we should def check out that care package.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, you have. You have. You've been up for like 3, 4. I had my YouTube channel out. I started. It's been a while. But I've been so caught up in life. I haven't been doing it. Let me see. I started in 2018. I started it in 2019.
Contact with target.
But I didn't start really putting up videos and stuff until like 2020.
I saw someone.
Probably since 2018, bro. It's been a while, bro. It's been a minute. I just haven't been working on it as best as I could. Caught up in life.
We've got company.
That's alright. Can't never get the points we need, bro. Like, you got teammates that go and fight and do crazy stuff and get you killed, bro. That's what I be talking about right there. Like, even though I miss about, 3 shots, you feel me? They still was attracted to him at first. I ended up shooting because I was trying to protect him. Yeah, Fortnite boring because y'all can't build anymore, bro. Everybody's sad about the building, and it's understandable. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what Fortnite is based off of, and that's what most people have more fun, more fun and fighting is building their own protection. But you know, everybody gotta learn how to play without building sometimes. Have Fortnite think about it.
Whatever today brings, as am I.
Stop it. You're not in trouble. Stop it.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
Here's a good spot to touch down. I reckon we should head here.
Oh, they added modes where you can build. Okay. Paul Times. Big brother Paul. That's what I'm gonna start calling him. Big brother Paul. All I'm gonna say is I believe in us. You know, I believe in us. You know, I believe in the things that we probably can do together. I won't deny that. You know. Oh, first blood. First blood. Oh, first blood. I'm just happy I ain't first blood. Oh, jeez.
New kill leader. Heads up. Wingman here.
Stay alert, Lucy. A bunch of idiots have been there.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
I'm just glad to have all y'all tune in when y'all can. I appreciate y'all all day, every day. Let's go to docks. Wait. Oh, yeah. We can. That'd be dope. Is it people fighting at docks, man? Is that why you want to go to docks, bro? You know what I'm saying? I need to know your reasoning behind this, because I only got, like, no bullets. There we go. I'm happy. Oh, I found some more. That's perfect, baby. That's perfect. Get rid of that, because I need this. Hey, watch us get this win. What are you talking about, boy? You gotta watch me get this win, bro. You gotta watch me get this win, bro. Alright, mini punks. One love, bro. Be safe. Hopefully y'all download Apex so we can all play, bro. And we get some Apex games going on my YouTube channel.
The ring's close, and we've got a whole minute to dawdle.
Help me. I got somebody right here, bro. I can't come help you.
We're down one. What?
Unleashing my singularity.
Arcstar delivered.
Eye sharp. The ring's near and closing in 30.
Delivering frag. Noxious gas deployed.
Bro, that's crazy. I'm getting surrounded, bro. That's that baby back bull. That's the talking about. Why lead us into a fight if y'all can't at least knock down one person? Dang, bro, I couldn't go nowhere. I was literally surrounded by all three of them in a triangle factor, in a trifecta triangle. And at least they gonna give me my assist. Am I still gonna get my assist? All the gas they was in. Oh, chill. Bop. Bopped his Bopped his Man, I wish I could sneak up behind people like that without them being on me like that. That was nice. That was nice. You just had a good transition, bro. That's your best transition. Yeah, that's a good transition, bro. But you still, you know, should have saved me though. Chief, you knocked two out. You know, should have got me, bro. And all three of them, well, at least they wasn't surrounding you. You know, you had interference. All right, bet. Pushing P. You pushing P. Pushing P. Hey, bro. I don't want to watch y'all play, bro, because I want to play. Oh, shit. If I just get up. Yeah, he was already in motion. Damn, that's crazy. Alright, we're going to the next one. We can get to the points next game.
Gonna check out right here.
your champion.
Have you prepared for your
Caustic
end?
is that guy. You feel me? Yeah. Please don't land nowhere where we're gonna die, bro, and not get weapons.
I say we land here. Hold your breath.
I'm gonna run away. I'm gonna let you know that. So if y'all die, that's on y'all, not me. At it. Alright, thank you. Hey, I had that new gun in the head on here. I forgot the Nessie. The Nessie was dope, bro. They had a new weapon on here called the Nessie, bro.
First blood on the enemy.
Yeah, that stuff was hot, bro.
Recharging
They
shields.
should actually put that inside the care package. Because they're trying to fight y'all. They're trying to fight somebody on our team. No, let them do them. I'm up here.
Those shots are from another squad. Reloading. Just topping up my shields. I broke it.
Pushing up right here.
I suggest we do some research in this area.
Broke that enemy shield.
Point them out, please.
I'm in trouble.
Contact with hostile. The enemies are shooting at me. I have been down.
That enemy shield is broken.
Throwing frag.
Got him.
Reloading. Whole squad wiped. One less variable to consider.
Is it another team? I need to know, cause
Let's move this way.
Death will have to
let's
wait.
get you up, bro. Move on your own.
Repairing my damages.
I'm gonna get you up, bro. Let me get some right quick, just in case I get shot at.
Death will have to wait.
Healing my wounds.
There we go. We in there like someone. Oh yeah. Ooh, there we go.
Beware.
Tossing a grenade.
Opening fire on the enemy.
I know. They healing up.
Fire, friend. 1 minute.
I've broken an enemy shield.
No way. All that damage, bro. They should have killed him. They should at least knocked him, bro.
Hostile right here.
I should have knocked him. Man, he had my gas, bro. Plus the 5, 15, 20. That's all it took. Man, come on, bro. They be cheating Caustic out his kills, dude. Gee, bro. And then bro was shooting at my team, man. How the hell he even get to me? Behind the bite rat. I must have been sticking out. I really couldn't see that. I really couldn't see how he did that one though, like for real. That stuff was like astonishing for real. You feel me? And I was lighting them up. It's not like I wasn't lighting them up when I was shooting at my caustic trap. He was shooting at my caustic trap more than I was. I had more aim than him, but he still killed me. That's right, because I was crouching. That straight kills, dead kills.
Locked and loaded.
Crouching is horrible. You crouch on here while they shooting at you, no matter, I feel like no matter where you at, you get more damage.
I quantify skill
Today
by
will
the
be one of those
evidence.
experiences you'll sit back and say, oh yeah, I remember that.
This is your champion.
Maybe this time I'll open both eyes.
Let's land here.
Thank you.
This might be a good place to land. Hostile over there. Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun. Never mind. Might be something good this way.
Hey, take your time, bro. I don't want to die, bro. I like to survive and kill. Yeah, take your time, bro. Look at all them people over there, bro. Yeah, thank you.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's do this. Owen here. Level 2.
Great. Already inside the ring. Hostile spotted.
Alright, I'm on my way. I'm done. No one.
I'll take that. RE45 here.
Excuse me.
Let's explore this way.
I'm coming though. I have no weapon at all but this. Alright, bet.
Thanks.
I really don't want to fight, bro. I really want to go the opposite way and go into the turbine and hit the turbine and go look at the turbine.
Attention, the champion has been
Yeah, bro. Well,
the champion was weighed and found wanting.
Let's explore this way.
alright, will you be able to get out though?
Might be something good this way.
Stay upstairs. He got him.
Just eliminated the whole squad.
There you go. Alright, we can go now. We got your kill. Come on. You happy you got your kill? We can go.
To the bam. I'm running out of ideas. Evo shield here. Level 2.
I'd rather take the
Recharging shields.
I got more ammo for this. I'll do that.
Gas trap deployed.
So we staying here?
Right here.
Just let me know.
We should go this way.
Hey, watch out, I got my gas. I don't want him to come up here. I want him to come up here.
It works.
I'm
It
gonna kill
runs.
him.
Trap is set. Data soon to follow.
Let's go this way.
I'm out of heavy ammo.
Leaving a gas trap behind.
I'll be on top of the roof, bro. Let's go ahead. Let's get it. Let's go ahead and get it like skillet biscuit. A new biscuit in the skillet. We hotter than red mist in the morning.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
I missed. They over there though.
I have a subject in view.
Heavy ammo here.
No, one of them is fucking to hit the trap, and they gon' most of them normally come up the zip line anyway. It normally is let them up the zip line to get hit, so that's why I put the gas traps the way that they are. I know what I'm doing, big homie. Appreciate you though. Yeah, trust me. I'll do this all the time. It's a pattern game with me. I go off patterns.
Might be heavy ammo here.
I think this place needs a little more. I'll take that. Lucky us. We're already inside this next ring.
Who's ready to fly on a
Bro, did they really leave like that, bro? I ain't pressing nobody none. I'm trying to see where it is so I can pop them and lock them up.
Deploying a variable.
They gone somewhere. They gone, bro. I didn't even see them move, bro. I seen Caustic right there, but then that was it.
Those care
the other
packages
one left
likely
like
shift the
that.
Delta
They
in
go
our.
this way.
We should conduct a search.
They hit my gas trap. Somebody hit my gas over here.
Enemy
They took the
spotted.
bottom. They're trying to get us from behind. They smart. I was smart. No, they right here, bro.
I have a subject in view.
Hey, they hit my gas hard as hell.
Might be something good there.
No, they coming upstairs right now. We can take care of them in this small hole.
Trap deployed.
Let's explore this way.
Taking fire. Tossing thermite.
Alright, frag out. I'm down. Target right in front of me.
That's him.
Making contact.
I do shit. I'm chilling, bro. I'm right here by the zip line chilling, bro. Chill.
Throwing frag.
Hit him for 98.
Going this way.
Subject spotted.
I am taking fire, friends.
Making contact here.
You are fortunate we are on the same team.
Cracked an enemy shield. Reloading.
Let's move that way.
Recharging.
Hold on, use zip line, bro. Come on, use zip line right quick. We come back.
There's a new kill leader. Just another insect if you ask.
I hit my gas shot right now.
Ultimate's ready, friends. Giving my shields a recharge.
I need shields.
Let's go.
Let's move that way.
The trap is set. Data soon to follow.
Opening fire on the enemy. Giving my shields a recharge.
Right in the window.
We should go this way.
Oh, I need shield, bro. I need shield. I need shield.
Or run away if it gets
Chill, 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 chill.
Half
I
the
need
squads
shield.
remain. Let's keep winning. The enemies are
Let's
shooting
keep
at
popping me, bro.
We have lost one. Pity.
I can grab his banner.
Got our friend's banner. This is
Come on, run, bro. Run this way. We got time, bro. They injured, bro. Let's go. Come on, bro. I'm not trying to die, bro. I don't even got shields, bro. Yo, bro, make me mod, please, after this game. And do you have a PS5? Nah, I ain't get the PS5, bro. I definitely didn't get the PS5. I didn't like the way the PS5 was this year. I like all the PlayStation system. The PS5 was decent with the upgrades they made for the system, but I didn't like the way the system was. You know what I mean? Like, they could have added all that into a PS, to the same type of console we already was messing with.
The enemies are shooting at me.
All we gotta do is survive, bro. I got a beacon, bro. They gonna shoot me, bro. I'm gonna die right here. This is when I die, bro.
Here I go.
This is when I die right here. Yeah, PS5 nice though. Yeah, I'm glad you got the PS5, bro. It's just the PS5 wasn't for me.
Target over there. I am taking fire, friends. Firing.
Countdown.
Placing gas trap. Introducing a new variable.
Giving my shields a
I
recharge.
ain't afraid to run away. We ain't got nothing to do nothing with. You feel me? I'm trying to get the hell out of here.
Incoming replicator.
And they close to you. Oh!
I am taking fire, friends.
Ah! What was the freaking chances? Other squad just pulled up. I might better.
Repairing.
Oh, nope. Both of them following you. They about to start fighting each other. Oh, shit.
I used to go by the name Hope.
Ah, snaps. Nah. I had a respawn beacon too, bro. Got caught between two teams. Hey, I'm gonna make you mod. Hold on, I'm gonna make you mod, but just give me some time, bro, cause I gotta I haven't had my laptop. I don't got my laptop right now. And if I do it on my phone, I gotta log in again. I gotta get my password. I use another Gmail for something else. So as long as we live and this saved, when I see your name in the comment section, I'll just change it. I'll change it when I see it.
Entropy is the natural order of the universe. I simply catalyze the process.
They said legends don't fly, but I like to rise to the occasion.
These legs weren't made for walking.
Introducing your champion.
Come by Casa de Octane for a cold one.
As Jump Master, I'll lead us to where we claim the most lives.
Twas beauty that killed the beast.
Someday.
But mostly, you know, all that violence and combat and death and stuff.
When I get another day.
You know, that's what you get for stealing the Paradise Lounge's bathroom key.
No,
okay.
I gotta download.
Okay, wow, I gotta go.
Take some time to download and take off some games.
That's what you get for stealing the Paradise Lounge's bathroom key.
Put some memory on my system. I got like 4 terabytes, 5 terabytes, bro, and I still don't have enough space, bro. So that's a lot of stuff I got on here that I gotta make sure I maintain. And then the videos, got to put all the videos up that I got. That's about it.
Not for me, but there for you.
I don't care what nobody say. The havoc be smacking, especially if you can get it on point. Ooh, wait, that thing pink out. One time, bro. That thing is crazy stuff. Shit. They coming over here, bro.
I've been scared.
Crack the bad dude's shield. Taking fire. It's go time.
Placing gas trap.
Mayday. Crafting a burning over here.
Healing. And then there.
Placing independent variable.
Hey, thought I was done.
Charging up my shields. I mean,
Where did you come from, bro?
taking fire. Yo, cracked an enemy shield.
Where did this third force come from, bro? Wow, I'm out here, bro.
Ooh, even I puckered up when you got shot down.
They landed up there, man. He ran over there, then it came down here, and then the other team came and smacked me, bro. And then that team came, ooh, wait. He was real weak. He was already weak. That's the one I was working on. And then, no way. Got him. Grab and go, kill them all. 3 assists. Nah, it depends on how my teammates
Introducing
do
your champion.
to negotiate this deal. Hey, what's good? What's good, Pusha P? Pusha P.
As Jump Master, I'll lead us to where we gain the most lives.
Pusha P.
I bury you here.
I'm gonna eat some tacos on you right here.
I'm calling the
Just
ball.
relax,
Let's
man.
land over
Why
there.
y'all
I
trying
can.
to make y'all make a bad move to jump somewhere that's horrible, bro? No, I ain't doing that, bro.
I feel most alive when rapidly approaching my death.
Look at that.
Enemy spotted. Far.
He all alone. He got something. Tag his ass.
Check 6.
Go, 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 go.
First blood. Imagine crashing and burning on takeoff.
Gotta be a predator.
Cracked shields on that bandit. Reloading.
Bro, I'm trying to taste him, but you died, bro.
Getting shot.
Reload. Bandit down.
I'm gonna do my stuff. See what you got. I need everything you get before your team starts. I ain't got nothing.
Humanity. It's just a word.
Shit.
Recharging shields.
I tried to hit him so many times, it didn't work out.
Administering medical aid.
Slug him! But they knocked me, they knocked me. They knocked me, it's a cocky. Kill his fat butt. Kill him. Yeah, kill him. Throw all that in there. Flip the doors, flip the doors. Come here, come here. One of y'all come here. There you go. Come on, come on. You got, come on. He come down. You did right. Come on, come on. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother. I need Phoenix kid. Hold on, Phoenix kid. I'm coming. Hold him. Kill another.
Killed an enemy.
There you go. There you go. I wish my gas shop was down so I could my assist.
Under fire. Cracked shields on that bandit. Reloading. Whole squad crashed and burned. I'm the new kill leader. Lock up your women and wine, cause I'm
The champion was weighed and found wanting.
recharging shields.
Mobile respawn beacon here.
Oh, you still? I'll take it.
Ring's close and we've still got a minute.
Thank you.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Oh, you're quite welcome, dear.
Thank you.
Well, this is one of my assists, bro. Well, that's bogus, bro. My gas traps got moved out the way before. I hate that you can shoot my gas traps now and make them go away, bro.
Only 30 seconds remain. The ring moves.
It was okay at first, but now I'm getting irritated with it. And they need to raise my... If they gonna do that, you might as well put my damage, my original damage, it takes down easy. You know what I'm saying? Whatever
10
original
seconds.
damage was,
Rings
it was more
close.
than 15,
Unless you're
20.
looking for a wee sunburn. Best keep your wits about you.
Only like 5 and 10.
It's time to stop right here. Level
It get
1.
worse after a while. When you start to get they like you instantly, man.
Hey, ring's closing and we are all in the danger zone.
Give Caustic back his powers. working, when I work hard to buy y'all dog food, y'all need to learn how to use the baño. You feel me? El baño. Oh, jeez.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
Aye.
I started living life again, and then I wondered what the Majesties. I live. That sounds like Uber. I'm living life again, and God's showing me the Majestics. And I used to be a Santa, used to sing all day.
Hooligans have been here.
Thought I was really winning. And sometimes we can't fight our demons like Mac Miller. As you see in his ways, you know, not too many people make it in there. Stay by they out.
Knockdown shield here. Level 2.
Hey, Honcho. What's good? Hey, Honcho. I can't play with you right now, bro.
Got a bandit.
And I know I don't like being in people lobbies,
Shields on that bandit.
know that y'all can
Reloading.
play different games while I'm playing this game. And if in the miracle, you know, I die within that time span, which I don't want to die, so I die.
Backpack here. Level 3.
I don't go
Throwing
inside
frag.
your game. The lobby because of that. I feel like it's a jinx.
Throwing thermite.
At the moment.
Tossing thermite.
Alright, I ain't getting all my throwables. I can't use all my throwables.
Taking fire. Charging on my shields.
Hey, we in circle, bro. I'm about to start cutting up gas, bro. I'm going right here.
I suggest we do some research in this area.
Keep calm, darlings.
Cracked a bogey. Taking fire.
Replicator.
Hey, it's a team here.
Subject spotted here.
Mayday, mayday. Grounded.
Singularity deployed.
Bogey here.
Here's a pick-me-up.
Firing. Throwing arc star. A second squad is firing at us. Delivering. Deploying a variable. Placing gas trap.
I'm trying to tell my teammate that a long time ago.
Beam down.
Recharging
I don't want
shields.
to be right there, bro. That's what happened. Damage between two teams. I definitely don't like this. I definitely don't. Nobody on Apex like being in the corner like this.
Trap set. Adding another gas trap.
Going around, chill, bro.
Take a deep breath.
Hey, don't get me killed, bro. Shut up, bro. Hate that, bro. Ain't nobody been no push. You see me fighting at them. There's two different teams, bro. Shut up, bro. Shut up, bro. I ain't fucked up, bro. You one of those. When you don't do good, you don't want your teammates doing good. Oh, you one of
Recharging
those.
shields.
Oh, you crazy. I never have you as a real friend in life, bro. You crazy. Yeah, you one of them friends.
Shields are recharging.
Hey, I see what type of friend you is. You'll never be my team.
have a minute. Beware. My ultimate... Getting shot. Deep breath. My vision is clear. Introducing a new variable. Deploying the variable. Getting shot at. 30 seconds until the ring closes. Placing gas trap.
That was low though. I lasted though. I got third place. I couldn't say where I was though unless I played it out. They came in with my yeah, I was gonna hide it. That would have been a better finish. Beautiful thing. That's a wrap. They killing each other. Pushing Pete. Tyson Matthews. Pushing Pete. Pushing Pete with the Matthews. So. Oh, I like that. Challenge complete. Reach 5,000 points. The upgrade so nasty. Oh, so nasty. Oh, got the 5,000 with the warrior points, baby. That's the warrior points. I'll show y'all what I mean by warrior points. Every day I know I had to go ahead and take off. And then I had to learn how to really not take off, how to slow down, make a movie, make a move so better than a movie. Oh, now I gotta go and groove. Oh, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. It's hard surviving by yourself, bro. All of the top five, bro, and you get top 5 points too, bro. I be trying to get the last kills, you know what I'm saying? I be trying to let this first and second team fight and then get those last kills, but I'll rush that one.
Ready to go.
Came in third place. High probability that I was, but I could have cut the probability to,
These wings aren't just to get around.
way more.
They're a legacy.
Coming in that first place.
If I may be honest, I find death fascinating.
Hey, welcome. This is Iamgodonline, baby. We going crazy. You feel me? We keep going. We gonna keep pushing, keep putting up all type of videos, no matter how the YouTube fella and look at you. Feel me? It's all about the content. And I get nothing but raw footage, baby. I got some good montages as well. You know what I'm saying? I got some great montages as well. They scrambled in all the videos I got on my page. You know. But most of the time I play Apex. I'm an Apex hit. I'm trying to hit Diamond. You feel me? Because one of my friends was like, "Hey, you suck. You can't hit Diamond." I was like, "I bet." I end up hitting what? This? What rank is this? I ended up hitting this in like 4 days, 3 days.
This might be a good place to land.
Now I'm about to go for the bass. I've been struggling trying to get the bass. You feel me? Because I can't find no team, bro. You in my match? Hey, let's get it. Alright. Where you at? Where you land at?
First,
we over here, bro. This is where we at. You see me on the map. This is where we at. We got a gardens. Come and get me. Let's go. Come get me, baby. Let's go. So I can take you out. That's dope. That's dope that we're in the same game, though. And we end up killing each other.
Victory is further still.
That's dope.
Arc star out.
True. You're right. I'm getting too excited. You're right. Hey, you gotta let us know if you fighting, bro. You can't just be all by yourself over here? What if a team just grouped up on you and just melted you down with ammo? You know what I'm saying? That's not good, bro. You gotta stay close, bro. We can shoot bullets. We can give you cover fire. We can give you cover fire.
Later, champ.
You already looted all this. I don't want to do nothing over here. I'm pretty.
Using grapple.
Alright, what's our next move though?
Might be something good this way.
Bet. If y'all can find some better optics for me, bro. Hey, people been here, bro, and they traded out a blue shield. So
I suggest we do some
if they
research
traded out
in
blue
this
shield, they
area.
got purple. They gotta have purple, bro. Honestly, that's what I got from that. Yeah, that's the brand new too.
New kill leader appointed.
Brand new shield. Taking Phoenix kit.
There's a new kill leader. Just another insect, if you ask me.
Extended light mag here. Level 3.
Hey, look for them. Where are they? Don't get caught up with them. See where they at first.
The enemies are shooting at me. Opening fire on.
Independent taking fire.
I am down.
Our teammate not moving.
Minute till ring close, and we still got a ways to go.
Hernandez, where you at, bro? Why you disconnect, bro? No!
Recharging shields.
I got you, Drunken.
45 seconds remain.
Drunken
The ring is some distance.
1G. I got you, bro.
Shields are recharging.
Bro, that's wild, dude. My teammate.
Administering medical aid.
Yeah, they gonna have your soul, bro.
We have lost one.
They got your soul, bro. I'm gonna get your beacon. I'm gonna get your beacon, I promise you, bro. I promise. I'm gonna get your beacon. Oh.
We're outside the ring. Move, unless you want to get barbecued.
Another variable for the lab rats. Laying a gas trap behind. Placing gas trap.
I want to go back. Oh, wait. It's a trading over here. I got 30 seconds. Wait. I just thought about it. Wait. I'm trying to hurry up. Wait. I got you, Tyson. I gotta go get his banner, bro.
The delta in our
I'm gonna wait for him to get his banner right now. Let's really use this thing. I don't even know what time you got. I need the boosters to get away, bro.
Exiting the trident here. Gas trap deployed.
No! What they BO? No! They would let me grab it!
Taking damage. Soldier maps. We are spread out. Undone. Administering medical aid.
I know you saw me try to grab it, bro.
Enter the vehicle. My victory will not be stolen by your ineptitude.
it, bro. I don't think it's gonna make it, bro. Y'all think there's gonna be people there? Hey, y'all think there's gonna be people there, bro? Oh man, I don't know if there's gonna be people there, bro. It's 7 squads who can make it in the top 5. I think they're gonna kill each other, bro. There's only 3 teams on what is it? What is it? Second round? I could do this. I could do this. I come in top 5, get the top 5 points, and I could kill a couple of them. I got this. I got this. Give me that. Give me that. Let me survive, baby. Let me survive. Oh yeah. That's how we do it. And then give me trade that out. I'm gonna take the next ring. Next ring, I'm gonna take this. Let's go to this ring. Start moving. And then hopefully I should be able to get good position. And then get those couple kills that I need. Yes.
Quite the distance to the ring, and a minute to go. Healing wounds. Quite a distance to the ring. Only 45 seconds. Healing my wounds.
I'm getting top 5 because I know everybody, y'all died early, so I'll get top points. And I'll do me afterwards. You feel me? This is why I linger inside the tournament. And people say it's so boring. Oh my god, he sucks. Oh my god. But no, it's to help y'all get y'all points, bro. So when y'all come in top 5, y'all at least can leave with some type of points and some type of dignity. You feel me? You feel me? That's why I be wishing we had other people like that in the world. Because y'all think like that. Some people don't think like that. Let's get it, let's get it, let's go. She said she like to hit it like I am Rambo. I'm throwing bows. Perfect.
Administering medical aid.
One more squad, baby. One more squad gotta get delivered to me. One more squad. Honestly. It's gonna be a hydroponics. Got this last one and I'm done. I'll make it though. Terminal.
Administering medical aid. The next ring is rather far.
Oh, we good though.
Incoming replicator. What a marvel of science. Exiting the Trident here.
Shatter caps, baby. Gotta love it. I need
The ring
help.
is within walking distance.
I think I'm
And I still have a minute.
Bruiser. Yeah. That's it. That's the perfect initiation right there. I don't need that many of these. Do you think else?
The ring is within sight, but I still have 45 seconds.
Get a couple good shots in. Stage right there.
30 seconds. The ring is near. Beware. I've added a variable. Placing an independent variable. Independent variable added.
Let's play. Let's play.
Getting shot at. 10 seconds. I must get healing my wounds.
No. You know what? Go this way. Hurry up. I ain't gotta use that getaway. It's a perfect getaway. Come on. Let's go. No, I wanna get 8 up. One slide. One bump. No, he's out.
Exiting this insipid vid. Administering medical aid. Time to kill. I'm done. I've added a variable.
Oh, that would have sucked. That would have sucked so hard, bro. That would have sucked so hard, bro. Oh, that had my bloodstream on high. Oh, gee. I didn't even know if I was gonna make it or fake it or die. I didn't know, bro. I didn't know.
Recharging shields.
I got myself stuck. I need these. Hold on. I need this right now. I do. I gotta start setting up for defense. I might be spread on the roof.
Exiting the Trident here. Trap is set. Data soon to follow. Deploying a variable. Deploying a variable. Exiting this insipid vehicle.
I know they ain't over here. Shoot. Oh, I'm going. Because there might be a Kramer in there.
I'm inside the ring.
This is the road we need to take.
Satisfactory. Exiting this insipid vehicle.
Oh, come on. Yeah, hurry up, bro. That's even better, bro. And I need some of these. Thank you. Move up here.
Throwing thermite. Dark Star delivered. Throwing frag. Gas cloud deployed. Placing gas
Cheerleader appointed.
I still see everything. Another variable in the lab rats. Beware. I've added a variable.
Oh, don't let me die like that. Don't like that, bro.
Waiting. Shields are recharging.
No! I don't even know where they went, bro. That's crazy. No! I would have been better off with the Kramer. At least I got our points, though. That's all that matters, bro. So we can go ahead and move up. You know what I'm saying? And at second place too. That's about like 50 some points, 60 some points. Ain't bad. GG, bro. See, if I got a team, I can win, bro. We can kills ain't nothing because as long as you got the squad surviving, like it'd be easy to get the kills together. 47. I see 50 points. 50 points is better than negative what? 48? What? Way better than negative 48. Anytime. She said, I'm in your match. Pay attention. When I looked at that, I was like, oh, she wasn't in my match. Because technically, you know, she got disconnected. So she technically wasn't in the match. You feel me? She technically wasn't in the match.
My thesis, the willing will survive.
Alright, Drunken 8. I'm joining your lobby.
I am prepared for the fight. The championship is ours.
Introducing your champion.
Strap in, Newty. Things are about to get mighty interesting.
Oh, how interesting can it get? Let's find out.
Ooh, wait.
Let's see if you guys can surprise me.
Let's explore this way.
You feel me? I'm colder than a Chicago breeze. You feel me? Well, why land here, bro? Knowing there's gonna be like 100 teams here, and I still wasn't. See what I mean? No weapon, no weapon at all. That picking and looting and picking. No weapon, bro. I would have died right there on instant impact. Straight cranium shots to the brain.
You're welcome.
Dead on the floor.
Your champion thinks they're better than you. What are you gonna do about it?
We find ourselves inside the next ring.
Treasure pack
How
here.
serendipitous.
The gods keep it up. First blood. The
Definitely
battle
don't want
begins.
that. Maybe if I had a hammer point, I'd keep it. Okay. Ain't no hammer point to it, so I don't want it. That hammer point be rocking. If you rock with the hammer points, man, rock with them hard. Especially on the Mozambique.
Knockdown shield here.
Mozambique here.
Level 3.
That thing smacking.
Backpack here. Level 2. Backpack here. Level 2.
Do that. The do that thing. That's a hammer point right there. It's too late now. Oh no, it's never too late. I can go get it right now. I'll trade it out for the yeah, leave it in there. I'll trade it out Mozambique. I'll take the Mozambique. Shit. I killed a decent amount of people in Mozambique. Okay. Shit digger did, you know what I'm saying? Somebody seen. The Mozambique there. And then I see that there.
My ultimate is ready. Woohoo! Grappling.
Someone's cruising for a bruising in this corner, folks. Who will challenge them?
Level 2.
You telling people how to bruise me, man. Also, bro.
Let's go this way.
She talk too much, bro. She don't know when to be quiet, bro. I don't like her, bro. They need to like update her voice or something. At least to Italian girl. You know what I'm saying? Get an Italian woman on there. You feel me? Or Latina. I don't like the way she sounds.
Who's ready to fly on a zip line? I am.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Careful. New kill leader.
Or the British accent.
My ultimate is ready. Let the experiment begin.
need that. Yeah, I need that. That's for that. Oh, oh. Okay. You know, like swimwear, I need this too. Always need these. Oh.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 1. Heavy ammo here. We are
Good.
inside the ring. Good faith.
I really just need a Nessie. If they just bring back the Nessie, bro.
This way.
I don't know why they took the Nessie away in the first place, bro. They should have the Nessie on here, bro. So I'm gonna be popping people with the Nessie, with a little missile. Missile look like Pokemon. You feel me? I like that.
Survey beacon here.
They had it for April Fools, but now they took it away, bro.
Might be
It's
something
bogus,
good this
bro.
way. Handle that. This extended supply bin is fat with hidden provisions.
Nessie!
I found the next ring location for us. Check your maps.
The rewards in that care package could be a deciding variable.
I'm in love with Miss Nessie. Bring Miss Nessie back, please. She says she love it when I am her minerals. When we rolling down the Minnesota.
Okay.
I say she really get like I eat a whole lot of sodium. She make my heart so fat. Or are they? Are they in here?
Setting up a zip line.
Hey, I see people this way.
Close.
Marking our surroundings.
I think they got gas shots here though. Oh shit, I hope they don't. No. Okay, that's just the reflection.
I have a subject in view, far off.
I need a better scope. I'm gonna try to go for care package, bro.
Contact with hostile.
Yeah, I figured. But gonna get this thing right here. Let's just be right here sitting. Hey, it's another team right there. Shoot at them. Hey, take that. You can have it. You can have it. Take it. Take it. Take it.
I am taking fire.
Come on. Come on. Come this way. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We gotta take over here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
More friends are coming to kill
Get
us.
high ground.
There's another squad.
Come on. Come on. That's what I'm trying to get us out the loop, bro. Get us out the loop, bro. Get us out the loop.
Gas trap deployed.
Let's go.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Keep on moving. I'm getting ammo. We go. I'm gone. Hey, it's the team landing here.
Subject in view, right here.
I am repairing myself.
They landed right here. Hey, we gotta run across, bro.
I suspect we will find something.
We gotta run across, bro. Come on. We already know where the next circle is, bro. We just needed this. We need to go somewhere we can handle ourselves by ourselves, bro. Oh, true. Hey, people coming out the rift right here.
Far.
Some more people. And they following us. Following. I ain't going this way. Watch behind us.
Subject spotted. There.
They're behind us. We gotta go this way. Push this way. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. This way, always. Come on. Come on. Come on. Before they cut us off. Before they cut us off. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. We can't let them consume us. No, we will not let the dark magic consume us.
Introducing.
Come on, slide down. Come on, they hit gas. Come on, come on. I'm saving our lives right now. Come on. I need my team. Where you at?
Delivering replicator.
My game tweaking out.
Incoming replicator. What a marvel of science.
Oh, come on. Let's get to Hey, we got all this area over here, bro. I'm caustic, bro. Just use my gas to y'all advantage, bro. Yeah, bro. Y'all be tripping, bro. Just help me, you know. There's people been over here.
There's been activity here.
Who's ready to fly on a zip
I
line?
don't think it's nothing like that over there at the moment. And we got next ring, 12 teams left.
Deploying the variable.
Using grapple.
Good job. There we go. We could have third party, but there was third party on the third party. We had 1, 2, 3. That was 4 teams, including us.
Recharging my shields.
Nah, I didn't hit the 20 bomb yet. Not yet. I probably got more games won than I do.
I've got an Evo shield here.
My kill streak is
Level
like
2.
10. My highest is like 10 or 9. Something like that. It's just when I got more into to my rank, it was more just surviving and getting my points.
I've got an Evo shield here.
I really haven't really been going to kill people unless it's mandatory. You feel me? And sometimes, you know, you get some good fights where you can get out of them and get about 6 kills. And you feel good about yourself, and you get 4 assists. Or,
You're welcome. I love you too.
And then you end up dying after all that hard work.
Taking fire.
They behind us.
Portal over there.
They're about to kill me.
Recharging shields.
Frag grenade set.
I am taking fire, friends.
Frag grenade set.
My ultimate is ready.
I'm about to lock down downstairs, bro, with my gas. That's why I wish I had a rampart with me. Because rampart people have things right here on the doors.
I am taking fire,
my
friends.
gas and stuff be more
Reloading.
stabilized.
I have been down.
Gas trap deployed. We find ourselves inside the next ring.
I need some help over here.
Placing an independent variable.
Come down. I'm coming. Don't die.
Down, but alive.
Bro, he was right there on top of the thing, bro.
Friend of mine. Next time, acquire better loot.
Shield battery, extended shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
That's a buzzkill. That really is a buzzkill, bro. Honestly. I got you, little homie. I got you. There you go. Thank you for sending it again. Contest entry. Activate. See, that negative 43 hurt, bro. Took all them points that I was working hard for, bro. I had to get to 7,900, bro. I'll see if I was on 7,500 right now. I lost that. It'd been different, bro. I'm trying to make it to the top, man. I'm trying to
knowledge. I will see to it.
This next match goes out to all me fans back on Salvo.
Introducing your champion.
Man, I can go drive and get me some food. I can go drive and get me some food. I can go drive and get me some food. Yeah, I can call up Uber too. I don't know what to go and do. I don't know what to go and do. I don't know what I wanna go do. Oh, 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 oh. We don't know what's really true. She just say I really do.
Wow, look who it is! It's you! Can anyone summon
She
the
just know I move and school her ass like schoolboy Q. She know I got the loose keys. She is my booster light, so I call her off the booster line. We call it mobile. She know I really like the rumble.
Knockdown shield here. Level 3.
And in this corner, your number one contender for the World Heavyweight Championship. What's your name, kid? Doesn't matter. You won't last around anyway. Go ahead.
She say I'm cute and cunning like I'm flubber. But I don't ever be the one that use a rubber, cause I love her. And I'm a type of guy that don't really love trouble.
Level 2.
But I'll watch the world crumble.
Wingman here.
Why they always talking shit? It's called mumbling.
Got us a new kill leader. Wouldn't mind saying good day to him.
R301 here. Hopefully there's good loot over there. On my way.
Reckon I'll come along for the ride.
I'm gonna keep that on there.
Phoenix kid here.
I say my stomach's so hungry, it's just rumbling. I thought I needed that. Okay.
Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
I'll take that.
Thanks.
1 minute, and the ring's spitting distance, folks.
R301 here.
Oh, I got one.
Ring closes in 45. If you're hurting, walk it off.
A heat shield? Wow.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Medkit here.
Yeah, I need that.
Let's go. Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
Hands off, that's a pressure for Fusey.
I'm good on health and everything. I just need to make these moves. Let's go kill somebody, bro. Gee.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Yeah, you can join up after the match.
We're all outside of the ring.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
No, I need that. I need that like swimwear in the summertime, baby. I need that like swimwear in the summertime. Oh, wait, let me go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you.
You made my day. Now I know I can take down some shields and a little bit more. Oh, wait. Keller. Ow.
search right here. Those care packages likely shift the
Today
Delta
don't
in
even
our
feel like a
favor.
Monday. I woke up, had to brush my teeth on a Monday. There's people coming up.
Adding another gas trap. Vision is clear. Gas trap deployed.
I put myself right there. Duh. I thought about it. Oh. Where? I'm gonna do something even better, bro.
Exiting this
Juicing me shields.
Might be something good this way.
Change that over, single shot.
I'm gonna make a move. Attacking here.
Oh, I lit them up a little bit. It wasn't as best as I could, but you know. Bro, if you gonna push up, throw some grenades over there so when we get over there, we don't get sniped or get hit or get smacked. You supposed to be coming over there. Ah, mariachi! Mariachi! This is what you doing, bro. Throwing them things, bro. Niggas don't know. We over here. Oh, this. Ooh, another team, see? Oh, that man got that, he got that stanker.
Recharging
Put one eye in your stanker.
Launching me.
Getting shot at.
Reloading.
Administering medical aid.
Ain't nobody trying to come back this way. Storm
Portal
coming.
placed.
They gonna die. Hold on, I'm about to get closer. I'm about to get closer. Once I kill them.
Title to any old
They almost killed me, bro.
Recharging my shield.
Wasn't a single shot. That moment in my life, I became a real predator. I said, come here.
And waiting.
I'm not gonna allow you to do this to me.
Throwing thermite. Tossing thermite.
Enemy down.
That's the job, bro.
Getting shot at.
Hey, do that thing, do that thing. Do that thing, do that thing, do it. Do that thing, do that thing, do it, do it, do it, do it. Slanging down low. Bro, I could have got that kill, bro. You made me walk all the way around and follow you, so bro, I could have got that kill. I could have just waited till he came back. Duh.
Administering medical aid.
Why you make me follow you around the whole thing when I could stay here right here been like that gas trap? I got my kill because you wanted that kill. That's why. I got you. I got you there. You wanted those teammates. Okay. 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 Bro, I got so much health it don't make no sense, bro. I got 12 syringes. Bro, I could last for the next 3 rounds. They're probably waiting for us.
I need light ammo.
They're got no like ammo. You lying. I'm about to say you lying, bro.
Administering medical aid.
The people over here, bro. Help me.
Leaving a gas trap behind. Light ammo here.
I don't wanna die. Help me. I don't wanna die.
Healing my wounds. The ring isn't very far. 45 seconds remain. Open supply bin over here. Light ammo here.
You welcome. You owe me 1,500. You owe me 1,500 push-ups. At 0800. You feel me? At 02400, you owe me 1,300 push-ups. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You gonna work it off. You feel me?
10 seconds and the ring's close.
Anger. She said she love me like a Mozambique, baby.
Boosted loader.
It's a team up there, bro. Don't do that.
Movement in progress.
Dying outside the ring would
I
be
really want to go toward.
pointless.
We're going this way.
I suggest we do some research in this area. There's a new kill
Spotted a
leader.
phase runner over there.
Just another
Yeah, I know.
insect, if you ask me.
I know.
Delivering care package.
I was like, no, ain't nobody
The
following me.
rewards in that care package could be a deciding variable.
We don't have to go in there, though. You know what I'm saying? We can go by the rift. Look, it would be nice going to the backside. And then coming up from here. Right over here.
We should go
Back
here.
gardens. It's only second round, so I ain't gonna force it.
Gate positive here.
No, I got a safe route to
Going
get
to
out.
split here. Contacted enemy.
Hell yeah.
We're split. Consult your maps. Now, administering medical aid. There's a remnant.
One of y'all went that way.
Setting a portal.
The other one went that way. I'm so confused on what to do.
I set the portal.
I said, like,
Healing my wounds.
I say we out
My
there.
road ends here.
We out get loose. Yeah, I rub it in my hair like it's some loose. Never had that girl that was so acting loose.
Loot here.
Another squad attack.
Squatting down. Selfish if you ask me. Grab that banner. Mate, don't leave mates
Followed
behind.
you, but I kind of
Administering medical aid.
trying to decide between you two who's supposed to split up. You know, and I didn't know where to go, so I stayed there. And then I came your way because your health was low. You was in trouble, bro. You was in trouble, bro. So I came your way.
Fire.
Now I'm
Another
down.
squad
You got
joining the
62
fight.
seconds. You got seconds, a lot of seconds. Thank you.
Oh, down. Spare income shot though.
Bro, how far are you? You're not right here, are you? Man, we should be right here, right? No, you're not even like right here, right here.
Strongo over
On the
there.
other side.
Never mind. Been bloody stabbed.
And the trident is gone in it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know.
We are inside the next ring. A net positive result. Set and waiting. Those care packages likely shift the delta in our deployed. Gas trap. Administering medical aid.
They think they're gonna take escape. Because they think they're gonna slide down here.
Ring is within close proximity. 45 seconds left.
I really want this back too.
I suspect we will find something here.
I need them to fight. They're not even fighting, bro. There's so much ring.
30 seconds
They're
until
shooting
the
at
ring
each other.
closes.
They're not fighting. And we get more points next ring, so I'm not tripping. I get more points up. I'm happy. Kill each other, you bastards.
Deploying a variable.
I'll put that right there.
Introducing a new variable. Another variable for the lab rats.
Absolutely.
Gas trap. I'm inside the ring. My odds are satisfactory. One squad left. I shall finish this. Tossing thermite. Throwing thermite. Breathe it in. Leaving a gas trap behind. Placing gas trap. Placing gas trap. I'm inside the ring. My odds are satisfactory. Shields are recharging.
How many times do I gotta shoot him, bro? Appreciate it, but we made it second place. And we got good points. And everybody could go home happy. You feel me? That's what I like. Excellent work, baby. Excellent work. That's what I'm talking about. Clap it up, clap it up, clap it up. We getting there like swimming in the summertime, baby. Ooh, ooh la la. GG, bro. You did excellent, dude. Thank you for helping us get to second place, bro. My love. Oh, ooh la la. There you go. It's happy. Once you see the points go up, you're gonna be happy. What? 68? Whoop. I'll be happy, bro. That's about a little points that I get, bro. Just a little points, bro. Just a little points, bro. And this the Warriors Guild. That's what I completed. Yeah, this is my prize right here. Yeah, that's gonna go on my L Star. Yeah, I got a new L Star skin, baby. And then this is my other one. It's that sexy legendary dose of madness. You feel me? I'm mad that they made it green. I feel like a dose of madness. You know, it go good with caustic though. Don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful gun with caustic. But you know, I feel like they should have made it. Let me have a different color for this one too. But we're gonna go ahead and put that right there, bam, and then we're gonna see what we got from Mirage. Yeah, I can try skin. I like it. We unlocked that. That's pretty decent though. We unlocked this. The weapon charm. I thought we did it. Well, Mirage.
see you, bro. You see I'm looking for your name, bro? I don't see you at all.
I'm ready.
What you mean by GC? Yeah, what that mean, GC? I got a lot of abbreviations in my head, so I don't know what that mean. Oh. There you go. We in there like swim well. Let's get it. Joining the party. Game audio prioritize. Party join. Let's go ahead and get things started, y'all. Hey, what's going on, Drunky? Hey, Drunken, what happened, bro? Tyson. I see him looking. Move. Sherlock, stop. Stop it. No. There you go. I got it. I saw it. Let's see if it's gonna let me. I said join. Hey, get out the window. Nah, bro. It's not working, bro. Invite me again. See, you can see me right there. Hold on. Let me see. So you supposed to be like I'm right here on your thing, so I don't know why you look like that. Hey, stop barking. Stop that. You bark when something wrong. Not just because. Stop barking. Allow invite. Alright, bet. Drunken, ABC, D. See, you're not even showing up in the D's. and everything. You just gotta invite me to your party. Invite me to your lobby. That's the only way I'll be able to do it. No. I don't know. It's not connecting though. I'm pressing it. It just won't connect to you. That's weird. Yeah, bro. That's weird, bro. Let me enter. Let me enter. Peppa, quit that. This bull. I don't know what's going on. Mm, This is crazy. And then say find friend. Let's go ahead. Let me see something. Hey, put your name inside the comment section. Come on. So I'll go ahead and spell it out. I'm trying to find you. Spell your name out for me. I know it's like D what? Drunk in love. We be up all night playing Apex. Playing Apex. Playing Apex. We be up all night playing Apex. Oh, gee. Let's get it. We be all night. Whoa. Whoa. Bro, you sure that's your name on here? I'm just playing. Yeah, that's your name. N-A-I-V. Man, that's weird, bro. It's like you don't exist, but you exist. It's like you're inside the system, but they won't let you inside the system. Like you're out the matrix, but you're not in the matrix. But you, oh man, yippee yo, Kanye, yippee yo, Kanye, yeah, 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 yeah. Drunk in love, baby, all I oh yeah, come on. I don't don't think we could do it, bro. They won't let us, bro. You sent me another one just now. Okay. Damn. Yeah, it's not letting me, bro. It's not connecting to your lobby. I'm not connected to your lobby. I don't know why. Did you accept my friend request? That's a strange thing to ask, man. I don't know. Did you accept me for who I am? And that's the battle. I think you're able to make me on the voice chat screen. That's what I've been trying to look for you. See, I see Dada Drowsy on the chat screen. You feel me? That's what I'm trying to figure this out, bro. This. I can't join. Hey, tell him to let me join. Y'all, he's with you right now? If he with you, just tell him to send me a request to join y'all part. Maybe it'll work like that. Me being a third party. Cause it won't let you. It won't let me join you though. That's the weird part. Every time I press it, connect, join, it won't. It just stays right here in the screen in the front lobby. Hey! Shut the up. Be quiet now. Ain't nobody got time for that. It don't. It's probably my connect. It could be my connection. It could be something glitching, or it's probably going through one of those blue screen, but it's not really a blue screen. Man, this is wild, bro. All right, look, I'll be back on in a little bit. Let me fix this. Uh, all right, guys, this is Iamgodonline. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. I'll be back real soon. Just give me some time. Ooh. 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 Ooh.
The real-time strategy campaign is pretty much dead, or at least nowhere near as popular as it used to be. The people who like deep and involved decision making with the added pressure of real-time commands have moved on to Total War and Paradox games. and the people looking for micro-intensive skirmishes have moved on to action RPGs or one of many Dota-style games, which of course started out as a mod for Warcraft 3. There are a bunch of very good reasons why RTS campaigns have kind of died out, but instead of that, I want to talk about StarCraft 2, in many ways the last of the single-player RTS, and if you ask me, the rightful queen of the genre. Before they began to mass-produce Skinner boxes, Blizzard used to make RTS in the form of StarCraft and Warcraft. The early games were okay, but it wasn't until Warcraft 3, and to a greater extent StarCraft 2, that Blizzard hit on a fantastic formula for developing missions. That formula is all about injecting variety and strategic shakeups into the three main layers of the game: the micro layer, the macro layer, and the meta layer. That's something that the classic style of RTS made by Blizzard and Westwood back in the day really shined at: ambitious design. So many strategy games nowadays are focus tested into a very specific vision that caters to a specific kind of player. But StarCraft and its like had a little bit of something for everyone, and it's the epitomizing of this philosophy that puts StarCraft 2 and Blizzard above their contemporaries. First, and arguably most important of all, is how Blizzard shake up the individual battles that make up missions, or as it's called in competitive circles, the micro part of the game. In the StarCraft campaigns, your unit roster is fed to you gradually over the course of 20 or so missions, with most of them unlocking a single new unit or building, and those that don't allowing you to upgrade one you already have. A great example of this is Shoot the Messenger in the Zerg campaign. In this mission you gain access to the Hydralisk, which is great at shooting down enemy aircraft at long range like these transports you need to destroy, as well as dealing with infantry when backed up by bulkier, shorter ranged roaches, which you get in the mission before. You might be thinking, oh, so you just build a bunch of Hydralisks and face roll the mission, right? Wrong. The genius of Blizzard's mission design is that it teaches you not just the strengths of the unit in the spotlight, but also their weaknesses. Sure, Hydralisks are great at killing aircraft and squishy ground forces, but they're slow and are very fragile. When you gotta take out more than one transport ship at once, you're forced to slither all the way across the map to get in time. If you're clever and try and leave pockets of Hydras in the flight paths of the ships, you leave them open to ambush by high damage, bulkier units like Stalkers. This forces you to understand the eternal bond between roaches and Hydralisks. The former soaks up the damage, while the latter dishes out the pain. This foundational strategy will serve you well throughout the campaign as you continue to alter and refine it by adding new units to the mix and experimenting with upgrades. These nuanced relationships between units wouldn't be possible if they didn't have a very well communicated identity. Each unit in a Blizzard RTS has a thing. A key factor about the unit that sets them up as unique compared to other similar units that do the same job in other factions. This philosophy can be seen very clearly in each faction's siege unit. The Terrans have the mighty siege tank, which can set up into a huge artillery cannon. The Protoss have the Colossus, which shoots horizontal laser beams from afar. And the Zerg have the Lord, who spits out little babies to kill stuff. Now, these units all kind of do the same thing, deal a lot of damage at long range, but they all go about it in different yet easy to understand ways. Once you've heard the telltale explosions of siege tank shells and seen your pack of Zerglings you spent so long nurturing evaporate, the siege tank and what it does is going to be burned into your brain. This allows you to formulate a strategy to overcome them based on the easy to remember qualities of your own units. Which brings me nicely onto the macro side of missions. Macro gameplay in StarCraft is all about the bigger picture. Not just how you'll win an individual fight, but your overall plan to beat the mission. If you're going to be doing the same thing every time, a dominant strategy is going to form. This can be seen in the early stages of the Terran campaign. By massing Marines who are cheap ranged units, medics who can heal, and Marauders who have anti-armor missiles and an optional slow, you can make a big death ball that obliterates a lot of the early missions, which mostly involve fighting packs of enemies in the open. It isn't until you're expected to start assaulting heavily fortified positions, stacked with a lot of units, that this strategy runs into some trouble. By varying what you've got to do in any given mission, your unit compositions have to change. The most obvious instance of this is in the mission Outbreak. This mission has a day-night cycle which sees you defending your base against hordes of zombies at night and destroying the buildings they've spawned from during the day. The old Triple M won't cut it here. Your big ball of dudes is too slow to kill buildings effectively during the day and can't split up to defend all three fronts of your base at night. Enter AoE badasses the Firebats, and these zippy flamethrower cars called Hellions, who come in very handy during the night and day respectively. By changing up what you have to do, Blizzard ensures that no one strategy becomes completely dominant. Well, not entirely. Massed carriers and battlecruisers will tear through just about anything. Whilst there are a lot of weird missions like this one where you have to dodge lava, or this one where you control 4 hero units and don't have a base, there are actually still a fair amount of more traditional objectives in StarCraft 2's campaign. Stuff like defend for a set time, or destroy the enemy base. The thing that stops these kind of missions becoming boring is the fact that Blizzard usually makes sure to give you something fun to do in the meantime, or to reward you with a cool power trip moment at the end. The mission Cutthroat plays like the obligatory collect a bunch of resources mission in most RTS campaigns. But instead of just ending when you collect the right amount, StarCraft 2 instead hands you a massive army and lets you steamroll the enemy base for an awesome cathartic finish. Of special note is Engine of Destruction, which sees your army having to babysit this massive cool mech called the Odin. The game constantly rubs how cool this thing is in your face, and you don't get the payoff until Media Blitz, where this time you're in control of the Odin, as well as some baby versions called Thors, and you get to totally lay waste to an entire map. It's fantastic. Typically, RTS campaigns were just a set of glorified skirmishes. Sure, you might have some shake-ups like a special unit or modified starting editions occasionally, but that's about it. My issue with this setup is that things quickly become routine. Once build orders and counters are memorized, the game kind of leaves macro strategy behind and becomes exclusively focused on the micro side of things. Not that there's anything wrong with that, it's led to some of the best RTS campaigns ever, including my personal favourite, Dawn of War 2. These games are great at promoting the shorter term, more micro side of RTS, where every skirmish and unit matters, testing your on-the-fly decision making as you set up firing arcs and flanks to crush your enemies. Of course, there are games which do the opposite, that have fairly simplistic units, but in-depth build orders and economics. These are a more macro kind of RTS, like Creeper World 3 Arc Eternal, a game that sees you using a set of emplacements and aircraft to slowly push back this weird liquid enemy called the Creep. Games like this usually have lengthy matches which are all about how well you can manage your economy and information gathering to win the overall war, rather than a single battle. Blizzard and StarCraft 2 try and shoot for a balance of both, but there's one more factor that ties both the macro and micro together, and that is the meta layer. What do I mean by this? Well, simply put, meta decisions are ones that take place outside of the actual gameplay space, or at least in a separate layer of the game. Unlike micro and macro gameplay, which are all about reacting to known information, meta gameplay requires you to anticipate the shift and flux of the other two before the game has even started. In Tooth and Tail, you pick your lineup of 6 cuddly critters to use before the game starts, and, crucially, without knowing what your enemies picked. This means you'll have to extrapolate what you know about popular setups and the relative power levels of all the different units to try and predict the actions of your opponent and plan accordingly. Mechanics that involve meta, higher level decisions are something that RTS games typically stray away from unless they're built around them like Tooth and Tail, and who can blame developers? With most RTS taking place over short matches and having a highly competitive multiplayer focus, changing the conditions of the game before it starts is a recipe for balanced disaster. Not to mention the fact that even in games that don't explicitly enable them, metagames will evolve in games anyway. Just look at the infamous Zergling rush in the multiplayer side of StarCraft 2. For those not acquainted, it's when the Zerg get out a spawning pool and a few Zerglings as fast as possible to annihilate the other players' workers before they've had a chance to build any defences. It's an opening technique that shaped how many players play the game simply by existing as a threat. You might be wondering, hey, why isn't this guy showing us any footage of Zergling rushes? Well, that's because in the most recent expansion to StarCraft 2, Legacy of the Void, Blizzard increased the number of resource harvesting workers each player starts with. This means they have to spend less time worrying about early game economies, which means that they can build faster, nullifying the effectiveness of rush strategies. This is a really interesting meta decision on Blizzard's part. By increasing the strength of early game economies, they indirectly kill problematic early game all-in strategies like the Zergling rush, showing how deeply intertwined each of the 3 decision-making layers are. Luckily for us, the StarCraft 2 campaign doesn't need to be quite so tightly balanced, and that's why it's full of decisions you can make that change how each of your individual units, and thusly your overall strategy, work. These choices are present in all 3 parts. In the Terran campaign, you can do research and buy upgrades for your units in the armory. The Zerg get to tinker with Kerrigan's moveset as well as choose upgrades for most of your units, 1 of 3 smaller upgrades and a big permanent choice between 2 a few missions after you get them. I feel like Legacy of the Void, the Protoss campaign, does this meta stuff the best though. During the game, you'll ally with a variety of other Protoss factions to augment your own Templar forces, the Nerazim, the Tal'Darim, and the Purifiers. Each of your units has 3 variants that can be selected in the War Council. Let's take the ranged warrior unit stuff for example. The Nerazim have the Stalker, which can blink around the battlefield and is more agile than the competition. The Templar have the Dragoon, which, while having more HP and a slightly longer range than the others, is very slow, and its size makes it hard to get efficient use out of lots at the same time. The Purifiers give you the Adept, which can bypass enemies by phasing out and deals bonus damage to light units, unlike the other two who get a bonus against armor. You can't change your selection mid-mission, so you have to balance your choices with one another to create a working strategy before you've even loaded in. If you pick the Resurrecting Sentinels, do you take Sentries to make them extra hard to kill, or Energizers to give them a much needed damage boost? These choices, combined with the various abilities you can unlock for your ship, the Spear of Adun, give Legacy of the Void immense variety right from the outset. Just like how macro and micro choices are intertwined, you've got to keep your meta ones in mind even during missions. Most levels will have optional bonus objectives that allow you to purchase upgrades for your troops later in the game, and will require you to go off the beaten path in order to get them, adding yet another wrinkle to how you play. Or do they? I've been pretty nice to StarCraft so far, but there are just as many lessons to learn from its failures. First of all is those very same bonus objectives. In playing through all 3 campaigns on hard difficulty, I completed all of the optional objectives in every mission without much difficulty. Which of course begs the question, am I too good or are they too easy? Judging by my terrible performance in completing the actual mission objectives, I'm going to go with the latter. Optional objectives are only interesting when they require decisions to be made. When they're so easy to get so as not to matter at all, or was something I was going to do anyway, why bother including them? In the late game missions or during the 2 Zeratul mini-campaigns, optional objectives were much more interesting precisely because meta decisions were no longer a factor. Securing some reinforcements or bonus resources actually took some effort and felt like a real reward, rather than something I get punished for not doing. Next up are hybrid enemies. They're a pretty crucial fixture of the plot, more on that later, but in terms of gameplay they become increasingly more common as the campaigns progress. The issue with this is that hybrids don't have the cohesive, easily recognisable design of the other units in the game. They just do a load of damage and have even more health, meaning that the only real way to deal with them is to maximise your damage output and not much else. Hybrids actively erode all 3 decision-making facets we've covered by presenting such a huge threat that your strategy must counter them in some way, usually with overwhelming numbers or massed siege units. The tight tactical balance and interplay between various kinds of units, each with their own roles, is gone when hybrids are on the scene. A better inclusion of these unbuildable mega units is in Red Alert 3's Soviet campaign. It finishes off by introducing the mighty Tesla tank, a unit that kills all infantry in a single hit and can completely disable ground vehicles. This puts you onto the back foot as the Soviets' strength is normally in their ground troops and forces you into a disadvantageous naval or air-based strategy, which is an interesting shake-up. Hero units, most notably Kerrigan in the Zerg campaign, have a similar problem. Rather than augmenting and supporting a variety of interesting strategies, hero units are so strategy-defining that in order to play effectively you'll have to base your entire unit composition around them. In my game, Kerrigan could use Frenzy on a group of units to give them an extra 100 health and double their attack speed. This on my Raptor Zerglings who had the attack speed mutation was pretty much unstoppable, as you can see here. An attempt to use Banelings or Mutalisk flanks to break fortified positions, which is what those units are actually for, would have been significantly less effective and way more expensive than my wall of Mega Zerglings. Right, my last bit of criticism really shouldn't be in here, but damn it, I'm talking about it anyway. StarCraft 2's story is so offensively terrible that it made me actively want to play the game less. Because this channel is supposed to be about game design and not me bitching about terrible writing in video games, here's 3 bullet points. 1. Blizzard. Morally ambivalent Chosen One stories have been lame since the early 90s, and no one likes seeing awesome flawed villains like Kerrigan and Illidan warped into platitude-spouting demigods who get instantly forgiven of their past crimes. 2. If you're going to shove characters down my throat, at least do me the courtesy of making them interesting. The Terran campaign has a couple of funny, scrappy oddballs like Tosh and Matt Horner.
Oh, and say hello to Matthew for me. Ask him why he never calls.
Whereas the Zerg and Protoss campaigns, on the other hand, have 2 interesting characters between them. Abathur, who is just delightfully weird, and Alarak, who manages to steal every scene he's in, not because his snark is particularly fresh, but because everyone around him speaks in dense expository prose that would fit better in community college Shakespeare than light sci-fi. 3. I feel like this can be pinned on the fact that the game's 3 campaigns were released several years apart, but come on, at least try to make your plot coherent. I feel like this bit sums up how little attention the writers were paying to their own story. During the Zerg campaign, Zeratul, Mr. Exposition Delivery Service, ominously says,
"You are on the path, and no longer
and this is a cool-ish moment. These two characters have a lot of history from the first game. Fast forward to the Protoss campaign's prologue, and look who Zeratul just happens to run into, his old buddy Kerrigan. The fact that Mr. Prophecy has obviously just contradicted his own ominous prediction isn't even given a little joke nod, it's just unashamedly retconned. There are far more egregious examples, like the Overmind, previous leader of the Zerg, retroactively being made into a sympathetic villain to justify the existence of the real big bad Amon, but Zeratul's rubbish prophecies were what really tipped me over the edge. I would do a fourth bullet point, but I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that Amon the Dark God, is possibly the lamest thing Chris Metzen has ever put to paper. Oh, wait, no, he did time-travelling orcs, didn't he? Okay, the second lamest thing he's ever put to paper. Whew. Okay. StarCraft 2's campaign is arguably the greatest one of its kind. Blizzard have gotten the art of enabling flexibility in all facets of their RTS down to an exact science, seamlessly blending all different kinds of decision-making with an engaging, challenging gameplay. I've played through 2 of these campaigns 3 times now, and I was still finding new ways to set up my unit roster and different strategies to take on some of the harder missions. But for the reasons I outlined just now, and several more minor balance concerns, the formula is far from perfect. That's why it's such a shame that Blizzard have all but abandoned single-player games, and the new RTS that come out seem to be multiplayer-focused or the attempt to tackle the sheer tactical scope of StarCraft. Maybe like immersive sims, point-and-clicks and CRPGs before it, the classic style of RTS is going to have some sort of resurgence in the future, and I hope it will. But when the time comes to plan the next great real-time strategy campaign, I ask developers to look no further than StarCraft 2, the queen of the single-player RTS.
Commander, you've rained on my glorious parade. For this, I'm sending everything I've got at you. But I won't let you have the satisfaction of catching me. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Undertale was pretty weird, wasn't it? Who'd have thought that a scrappy indie game developed by a relative unknown would become such a massive hit that's still kicking around in the public discourse coming up on 4 years on. Now with the release of Deltarune, Undertale's sequel, follow-up, sidequel, alternate universe meta fanfic thing, officially in production, and with a shiny new demo out to similar rave reviews, it's got me thinking about, well, what Undertale was actually about. That seems like a straightforward question, but for the life of me, I couldn't actually figure out a satisfying answer. The internet was no help either. You'd need to wade through an obscene amount of Steven Universe song parodies that are somehow more popular than the originals, a bunch of webcomics, and of course, game theory. Only to discover that no one's really attempted a comprehensive reading before. Between you and me, I think Undertale itself is at least partially to blame here, because the game seems to deliberately avoid coming to any sort of thematic conclusion, all while throwing an endless stream of unrelated concepts and ideas at you. Is it about violence? Well, kind of. Maybe dealing with grief? Not quite, but there's definitely something there. The game's got to be about something, right? That's why it fell to me to desperately try and wrangle some sort of cohesive reading out of a game that actively resists any attempt to pin it down. Well, after many a sleepless night, I think I've managed to crack it. Oh, just a heads up, by the way, pretty much everyone has played Undertale, so I'll be abridging quite a lot of the plot, so this video isn't like 90 minutes long. I think that unlike a lot of other metafictional games, like the Stanley Parable or Bioshock, which focus much more on the creation of games, Undertale's metafiction deals much more intimately with how and why we play games and engage with stories in the first place. But to understand that, we're going to have to go right back to the beginning. Buckle up. I think if there was anything about Undertale that has yet to receive the praise it deserves, it's the first 5 or so minutes. The introduction of the game is this rollercoaster ride of subverted expectations and deceptions that excellently sets the stage for what's to come. There's the subverted intro where it turns out the big bad monster army lost. There's the fact that you're playing a different character to the one in the intro. There's Flowey turning out to be evil, only for him to be replaced by Toriel, who's nice. It's complete narrative whiplash, and for a very good reason. Once Toriel takes the lead, any anchoring Undertale has to a typical gaming opening is shattered when she skips you past what's obviously supposed to be a training puzzle and then tells you you're not supposed to kill the randomly spawning monsters. Don't kill the monsters? In an RPG? What the hell is this game even trying to do? Well, it is a tutorial, just not for the thing you think it is. Chances are you already know how to solve basic puzzles and play an RPG. Undertale is actually teaching you how to analyze stories. Undertale wants you to make decisions in the full knowledge that you are a player playing a game, not as if you are part of the world. The problem is that we've been so conditioned into experiencing games a certain way that Undertale needs to break down what you know so that you can approach things from a fresh perspective. Just before Toriel lets us off the leash to start the ruins proper, there's a scene where she tests your independence by having you walk across this room without her. This seems like pretty straightforward characterization of Toriel, and there's also a cute Easter egg where you can find her hiding behind this pillar, but it's actually a subtextual hint to the player that they'll need to rely on their own intuition in order to make it through, as demonstrated by the fact that you need to defy her in order to continue. Despite teaching you how combat works just minutes ago, Undertale doesn't let up. Each of the different monster types in the ruins all work slightly differently to how you'd expect them to. For example, Whimsun will automatically spare itself, and you're actually supposed to run into some of Vegetoid's bullets in spite of what you learn from Flowey. Undertale, rather than keeping its metafiction for a late game twist, never wants you to get fully immersed. All the weird tricks and twists it pulls aren't supposed to be particularly challenging, they're meant to prevent you from settling into a routine. This causes you to be constantly aware of how you're experiencing the game, rather than absorbing it passively. This is proven at the end of the ruins. Once you're reunited with Toriel, she nicely takes you into her nice house, bakes you a nice pie, and gives you a nice room to stay in. Which is very, lovely of her. However, it quickly dawns on you through talking to her and poking around in the various rooms that not only does she have no intention of letting you go, you aren't the first kid she's adopted this way. Tutorial character subverted once again. When you try to escape, Toriel goes to destroy the exit to the ruins and enters a fight with you. The catch though is that as you lose health, Toriel's attacks will also do less damage, and eventually they'll avoid you entirely. In effect, Toriel can't actually kill you. This serves a dual purpose, both to demonstrate Toriel's mercy, but also to kind of frustrate you. Toriel is the hardest enemy to beat pacifist style in the whole game, and I think that's deliberate. See, in order to beat Toriel, you can't talk to her like you can with every enemy up until this point, and sparing her doesn't really appear to do anything, even going so far as to repeat the same responses to trick you into thinking you've exhausted her dialogue. Most players, based on this evidence, will conclude that they're going to have to reluctantly fight Toriel and get a nasty surprise when they out of nowhere do about 15 times more damage, killing her instantly. This is an emotional gut punch, and rather than simply accepting it as part of the story, your new metafictional perspective is all too aware that you've failed, that you could have saved her if only you'd done better. Two things happen here. Either you'll be locked into the so-called neutral ending of the game where you've killed at least one person and the memory of killing Toriel will drive you to think more carefully in the future, or more likely, you'll realise, oh hang on a minute, this is a game. You can just reload your save and not kill her this time. In doing this, you've accepted Undertale's nature as a game that you can manipulate. Well done. But it's not done with you yet. Moments after killing or saying goodbye to Toriel, Flowey pops back up and has a bit of a chat with you. If you successfully spared Toriel first time round, he'll taunt you about eventually needing to kill out of frustration and give a vague warning about his future plans. But a far more interesting bit of dialogue gets shown if you reload to save her. Flowey knows what you did. He knows you use the power to save in order to bend causality to your will, and in doing so, replaced him as de facto manipulator of time and space. This revelation that you're somehow like Flowey kind of makes you feel gross and guilty, like you cheated. And that's something that's difficult to rationalise away because, well, you did. You bent the rules of the game so that you could feel better about yourself. Even if you didn't save Toriel, you're confronted with the fact that you could have saved her, but chose not to. And without Undertale's help, you would have never been able to realise what that decision really meant. Media has the power to teach us things about ourselves, and that's what the next area is all about. You meet Sans the Skeleton in a genuinely creepy scene where he ambushes you in the woods, immediately after being told how dangerous the world outside the ruins is. Luckily, Sans is pretty cool, and he's quickly followed by his brother Papyrus, who initially wants to capture and or kill you. The main problem you have to face in Snowdin is the repeated and entirely unsuccessful attempts by the Great Papyrus to capture you and haul you off to the monster capital. These little interactions are the absolute highlight of Snowdin for sure. Each one is a little vignette that shows Papyrus's very ambitious schemes crumbling around him, usually owing to his own incompetence. My favourite is this randomly generated and ridiculously complicated labyrinth puzzle he sets up, only for it to generate in the easiest possible solution. It's brilliant. However, the highlight of Snowdin from a conceptual point of view is the emphasis on the power of stories and media to give us the chance to self-reflect. Let's start with the obvious stuff, the random monster encounters. In the ruins, getting rid of baddies non-violently required maybe some out-of-the-box thinking, but it was never particularly hard. Here though, and for the rest of the game, non-lethal solutions to monster encounters are a fair bit trickier than the alternatives. Each one requires surviving multiple bullet hell rounds, as well as actually paying attention to the monsters, which isn't something most RPGs have you do. For example, the only way to pacify Snowdrake is to realise he wants to be a comedian, perform a neutral action so he tells a joke, and then laugh at it to show that he's funny. It's quite a lot of work to put in considering that running away also keeps you on the pacifist track, and you'll only really miss out on money, which is basically everywhere anyway. Murder, on the other hand, will lower the encounter rate permanently on top of making future fights easier by leveling you up and giving you more HP. The choice to care about the monsters, sacrificing an expanded health pool and perhaps more importantly your time, is a difficult one to make and one that gradually becomes more frustrating. This is deliberate. Undertale is once again offering you a chance to interrogate yourself, to figure out how you feel and to make an informed choice about whether you care about these monsters. After all, it's much harder to bludgeon Greater Dog to death after you learn he just wants some pets. Aww. This self-interrogation is also why Undertale likes asking you weird, pointless questions all the time. There's no option not to answer the question, and no rewards for either answer, so your eventual choice forces you to look inwards. Do you prefer Junior Jumble, or are you a dirty liar? Do you prefer, Sans, or the Great Papyrus? You might subconsciously already know the answer, but Undertale offers you an opportunity to consciously figure out your own opinions and biases and act accordingly. All this is shown in very clear terms through your interactions with Papyrus. Just like how playing Undertale has given us a chance for some introspection, so has playing the game of Monsters vs Humans offered Papyrus a chance for a bit of soul-searching himself. Over time, Papyrus goes from directly adversarial in the first puzzle to helpful in the XOXO puzzle, and by the end, he even deactivates the deadly Gauntlet of Terror because he's realised something about himself. Papyrus isn't violent, he just wants approval and friendship, and learning that has made him realise that he doesn't actually want to hurt you, just like the other monsters you've met. Of course, you've learned stuff too. At the start of Snowdin, Sans appeared pretty sinister, and Papyrus looked like a credible, if bumbling, threat. However, now you know the Skelly Bros, as well as the other sentries, are basically harmless, all because, for a brief moment, your personal story and theirs intersected, and you were both able to learn from each other. This is what I mean when I say Undertale is metafiction as it relates to audiences. While there are some obvious parallels between Toby Fox and Papyrus as two people who both make games, most of the metafictional commentary centers around us and how humans can learn from stories, even if they don't realize it. However, our relationship with stories is a little bit more complicated than that, something the next area, Waterfall, goes into in more detail. But before that, please give me a moment to gush about the dating scene with Papyrus. It's not really relevant at all to my reading, but it is, however, the funniest bit in the whole goddamn game. look at his outfit, he's so cool, and the music, it's so good. And crime radar. Crime radar. Egg. Okay, right. Back to serious talk. Alright, I'm gonna level with you. Waterfall is probably the least interesting area Undertale has to offer. The puzzles don't have much in the way of subtext, there aren't very many interesting baddies to talk to, and there is a lot of walking around. Yeesh. The main focus of this area is your repeated run-ins with the scary Captain of the Royal Guard, Undyne, as well as learning about the history of the war with humanity, and that's where I want to start. The most obvious theme that runs through the entire history of humans and monsters is that it wasn't a fair fight. It was a total bloodbath. Not a single human was killed, and countless monsters were destroyed. The game makes it very clear that monsters and humans aren't equal. It'll take the souls of nearly every monster in the underground just to match the strength of yours. No wonder Asgore wants to get his hands on them. There's some interesting parallels between the continuing human-monster hostility and our relationship with fiction. Human beings have evolved to understand the world through the medium of stories. In the olden days, humans used to tell stories of gods moving the sun across the sky. It was wrong, but it did correctly explain the idea of days. And things haven't really changed that much since. The point is, humans learn through stories. And because those stories inform so much of our understanding, people tend to get quite attached to them. When confronted by someone who's experienced different stories, or the same stories from a different perspective, and has come to different conclusions, the default human response is, well, violent rejection. It's this pushing away of things that contradict our worldview that has informed basically all of human history. Cultures clash, people die, no one has a good time. This is what happened when the differences between humans and monsters became too great, and the humans won. Now, this is the part where you're probably expecting me to say we should be tolerant of everyone and respect everybody's beliefs, right? Not quite. What we need to do is to keep an open mind. This is made blindingly obvious when you face Undyne. She, unlike Papyrus or Toil, really wants to kill you. She's convinced that humans are evil. So convinced, in fact, that she'll break orders so she can fight you sooner, and lie about every monster wanting you dead, even though you know for a fact that isn't true. In combat, Undyne can't be reasoned with, and unlike Toriel, she can't even be worn down. In fact, it just makes Undyne angrier if you don't validate what she already thinks. It's very easy for violently inclined players to write her off as someone who'll never see your side of the story, and in doing so, they ensure that they won't see hers either. The solution to beating Undyne as a pacifist, as with any other monster, is to make an effort to understand who she is, what she wants, and importantly, what she believes. And it's only by realising that Undyne wants to kill you because she thinks you're a threat that you can do something about that. You've got to run away until she passes out from exhaustion, and then prove her wrong, whether she likes it or not, breaking that cycle of violence. Then you can go to Undyne's house, and like with Papyrus, help them realise something important about herself through the medium of play. Namely that humans are not actually a threat, and that friendship is the greatest competition of all. I'm not keeping that in, I'm cutting that, Jesus Christ. Even though she wanted to kill us, it's through understanding Undyne that we were able to beat her without fighting and outright rejecting her worldview, learning some valuable lessons about why the monsters feel the way they do in the process. However, Undertale also makes it clear that whilst we should keep an open mind and we should analyse everything to try and learn from everyone, it doesn't mean everyone is right. Take the Mad Dummy mini-boss for example. They're unique in the fact that they've got almost no redeeming features, offer no real opportunities to learn, and refuse to do so themselves. You can't even really beat them pacifistically. Naps the Blue has to step in and chase them off. The enemy of Undertale, such as it exists, isn't people who disagree with you and hold a different worldview like Undyne and at one time most of the monsters, because we have a lot to learn from people or stories we disagree with. No. The real enemy of Undertale is those who, for whatever reason, refuse to admit that there's any valid way of looking at things other than their own. People who isolate themselves away from any evidence to the contrary, and as a result, are unable to learn anything about the world, let alone about themselves. People like Flowey, for example, who's incapable of seeing beyond his kill or be killed shtick. This revelation also points to a solution to the monster's problems at large. We need to set them free and reopen a dialogue with humanity, because the two groups have a lot to learn from each other. Such as, just to pull an example from the top of my head here, the wonders of anime and video games. But we'll get to that. The end of Waterfall is near enough the halfway point of the game, and also where Undertale goes from setting up our knowledge of our relationship with stories to showing the consequences. In the Ruins, we were introduced to the idea that Undertale is a game about the way we play games and engage with stories. We're also taught to understand the importance of self-awareness and a critical eye when examining texts. Snowden follows up on this realization by explaining how stories can allow us to understand the world and ourselves better, and in doing so, prepare us for life's challenges. And Waterfall is all about understanding that we often react violently when introduced to ideas that challenge our own. But that's an impulse we have to fight, because the more we reject the outside world, the more isolated we become, and we lose out on precious opportunities to learn and become better people. That's something we'll find out all about in the next area. I'll make no secret of it, Hotland is my favourite area in the whole game. Every set piece is just bursting with personality, and the main two characters on display get almost constant screen time. And a good thing too, because Hotland is really all about putting what we've learned into practice as we meet and then break down the characters of Alphys and Metaton. The initial impression of Alphys we get is that she's kind of a joke character. She's awkward, likes computers, plays video game... hang on. Alphys is actually a pretty spot-on representation of not just the typical nerd, but also of the Undertale demographic. Alphys suffers from anxiety, difficulty talking to people, as well as a lack of self-esteem. However, like many a nerd, all those things melt away when she gets a chance to talk about the things she loves. Alphys is stacked up against Metaton, who very much represents the other end of the social scale. Metaton is charismatic, confident, and, if you don't mind me saying, a real looker. There's the small downside of the fact that Metaton has it out for humans, but don't let that distract from his boxy charm. Despite appearances, these two are emblematic of a lot of the same ideas. Most of Hotland is spent adventuring through some pretty tricky puzzles and battles in between these big, set-piece encounters with Metaton, where he'll mimic a classic TV show format before trying to kill you. There's a cooking show featuring human souls as the main ingredient, a news broadcast where it turns out everything is bombs, and even an opera. But as luck would have it, your new friend Alphys always manages to save the day with a new gadget like this jetpack or an upgrade for your phone that makes it shoot lasers? It's not very clear. Over time, Alphys opens up to us about her insecurities. She talks about how she lacks self-confidence, but after teaming up with us, she was able to face her fears, conquer her demons, and appreciate all the things that make her special. Does that sound familiar to anyone else? Oh, I'm sure it's nothing. Observing your progress endeared you to Alphys, and was what made her decide not to kill us, in the same way interacting with other monsters got them to see us in a more favourable light. Alphys' arc is kind of like a repeat of Papyrus's. A non-violent monster learns to accept who they are by hanging out with us. Right? No. It's a little bit more complicated than that. When you arrive at the core, Metaton's lair, Alphys suddenly loses all composure as things go wrong, and she bails, seemingly undoing her growth. It's only after you talk to Metaton before his final battle that the reason is revealed. Alphys has been lying. She asked Metaton to pretend to be a villain so that she could insert herself into your story, artificially making herself the hero. Alphys' love of video games and anime is a good thing. It's a fundamental part of her personality and should be celebrated. But instead of using fiction to ask herself who she is, what she's done, or who she loves, Alphys has retreated into this childish fantasy and refuses to actually engage with the world, as encountering new ideas would mean asking herself some uncomfortable questions. Humans and monsters alike react negatively when our preconceptions are challenged, but that reaction can be even more dangerous when it's directed at ourselves. Metaton has a similar arc. Both Alphys and Metaton, who was at that point a ghost like Napsterblook, met at a human culture fan club, and it was through experiencing human stories, but more importantly getting to know Alphys and her perspective, that Metaton began to form a cohesive sense of self-identity. This culminated in Alphys building him a body that reflected this new identity in a transparent metaphor for gender transition. But just like Alphys, Metaton's good intentions went astray. He became absorbed in the inauthentic glitz and glamour of human celebrity and ended up forcing people around him to conform to an increasingly narrow worldview, and Alphys didn't make the cut. It isn't until all of Metaton's fans call in at the end of his battle that he realises he's become the inspiration for a new generation of monsters and reconnects with why he wanted to change in the first place. The mistake both Alphys and Metaton made is that they use stories to avoid learning about themselves and becoming isolated from the world. Alphys, in trying to recreate the game she loves, attempts to substitute the cliché character growth of Mew Mew Kissy Cutie for actual personal introspection. Metaton too tries to fill the void his friends once occupied with luxury and showbiz glam, rejecting anything that reminds him of his roots. Rather than letting stories and media give them a chance to understand more of the world and themselves, these two hide from the uncomfortable truths they'd rather not address. Alphys hides from the past, and Metaton from the person he used to be. For an alternate, much more constructive example, look at how Sans and Toriel shared a love of jokes, which, yes, are a kind of story. This mutual passion allowed for both of them to deal with their isolation in a constructive way, leading both of them to become more receptive, compassionate people who didn't, as Sans says, kill you where you stood. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for most monsters. If you've been paying attention to the stuff going on in the background, you'll have realised that monsterkind is fixated on the story of the war, long after humanity has forgotten about it and moved on. Kids play humans versus monsters, they've got these obvious human murder simulators lying around, and even what passes for monster religion has become all about justifying the war. Instead of looking for new stories and new opportunities to grow, monsterkind has largely isolated itself more than humans ever could, using the narrative of the war as a security blanket to ignore their problems and deflect their personal issues. But why has this gone on for so long? Surely the monsters would have moved on after hundreds if not thousands of years, right? And what's the deal with Asgore, the Monster King? As miserable as his war has made the monsters, they've got nothing but nice things to say about the guy. Well, we're about to find out as we enter the final area, New Home. But before we can do that, Alphys has one last lie to reveal. It takes more than the power of a human soul to cross the barrier trapping the monsters underground. You'll need a human soul, plus a little bit extra. A monster soul. In order to escape, you'll need to kill Asgore. And if you don't, he'll kill you. Well, shit. The long road through the monster capital starts completely silent, giving you some much needed time to decompress after the hectic Metaton fight and the plot reveals that surrounded it. That is until you find a house that looks spookily similar to Toriel's, except it bears all the telltale signs of her absence. That's when the monsters start appearing, and instead of trying to fight you, they tell you their story. The only one they've got. Asgore's reasons for going to war with the surface aren't born from bruised pride, greed, or even plain old anger. He's grieving. The tough part of this story is that it paints Asgore as the most sympathetic character in the whole underground. He lost everything, and he's still trying to do the right thing for those he cares about. But he's wrong. Asgore has failed to come to terms with the death of his two children at the hands of humans, and followed the same sort of path as Alphys and Metaton. In killing humans to save the underground, Asgore is trying to symbolically save Asriel and the human child. The problem is that all this will do is reinforce his trauma. In destroying human civilization, the monsters will remain isolated, many will die, and it still won't bring his kids back. We're left with an impossible choice. If you kill Asgore, who has every reason to feel the way he does, you undo all the work you've done to help the monsters on your journey and crush any hope they have left, proving Asgore right. But if Asgore kills you, he'll create even more suffering, justifying all the worst beliefs of monster society about humans, and he'll never be truly able to come to terms with what happened. It's kill, or be killed. Things are made even more complex when you enter the Judgment Hall, and are judged for your sins by Sans of all people. This is his real job, to judge anybody who makes it this far, and also to helpfully wrap up the themes of the game for those who missed them. Basically, EXP and love are not the simple game mechanics you thought they were. They stand for execution points and level of violence, and it's that second one that Sans has the most to say about. Love is a representation of what we talked about earlier in Waterfall. The more you kill stuff, the easier and easier it becomes to justify your violence, and the deeper you spiral into this singular obsession, the harder it becomes to see anything else. Conversely, as Sans says, by keeping your love at 1, it means that you're open and receptive to the stories the world has to offer, and are more willing to learn from what you see and become a better, more complete person. That doesn't mean you're passive or easily manipulated, it just means that you're accepting and you have an open mind. However, Asgore's mind is closed. He surrounds himself with the golden flowers that were such a large component of his children's death, and even keeps the souls of the children he murdered close at hand, to constantly remind him of his doomed mission. Asgore is kind to you. He even gives you the time you need to get your affairs in order, but all that belies an inner stubbornness. As far as Asgore is concerned, either your death or his is inevitable, and there's nothing that can change that. And so, with no other options, you eventually agree to fight. The battle with Asgore feels almost wrong. Unlike with Toriel, there's actually no pacifist solution, reflected by Asgore literally destroying the mercy button when he starts fighting you. Even clicking the fight button, maybe for the first time, feels like a betrayal of your values. Your remorse over being forced by Asgore is juxtaposed with the pumping boss music and deadly attacks to create this brilliant feeling of unease, like this shouldn't be happening. But despite that, there's a hope that eventually there'll be a way to talk him down, evidenced by the fact that his attacks will reduce you to 1 HP before killing you, showing that somewhere, deep down, Asgore has some mercy left in him. After a hard-won battle, Asgore will, eventually, collapse, and basically ask you to kill him. It's at his lowest moment that Asgore confronts the reality of what he's done and why. He's murdered 6 children because he can't accept the deaths of 2. He's turned monster society into a war machine that attacks outsiders on the spot, just like the humans did to Azrael all those years ago. Stories don't always have happy endings, and in many ways, it's the ones that make us feel sad or angry or uncomfortable that we have the most to learn from. Asgore's story is a lesson in how even the most well-intentioned people can do the wrong thing just because they weren't willing to look inwards and maybe change. Remember that one for a little bit later. Eventually, Asgore offers you the chance to kill or spare him, but regardless of what you pick, Flowey turns up, kills Asgore, becomes God, and then crashes the game. Let's boot it up again, I guess. Oh dear. Yeah, in absorbing the 6 human souls, Flowey has become the most powerful being in Undertale and has wrenched back the ability to influence the world, pretty much making him God. The final ingredient for his metamorphosis is the 7th and final human soul, yours. Flowey's final fight, unlike everything else, is almost deliberately devoid of depth. Yes, it's a flashy boss fight, but it's actually really quite forgiving. There's allusions to the personalities of the 6 human souls, but ultimately, they end up being a bit of a plot device to defeat Flowey once and for all through the power of friendship or something. It's all a bit shallow. Even once we've beaten Flowey and are offered the chance to spare or kill him, we still haven't really proven his philosophy of kill or be killed wrong. We've just delayed it. If we kill him, not only will he be proven right, but he'll come back to life the moment we reload our save. Sparing him isn't much better. Flowey openly admits that he has no intentions of changing his ways, so mercy here is just going to put us back where we started. Even the credits are a bit somber, and it's not like we get a particularly happy ending for the characters either. They're still trapped underground, with no chance of freedom. But then, Flowey pops up, and tells us that because we were so nice and spared him, he could get us a better ending. I mean, well, that sounds like a deal that definitely doesn't have strings attached. For quite a lot of people, Undertale actually ends after the fight with Flowey, because, let's be honest, it's quite a lot of work to go through the game twice just because you killed Toriel. And I actually think that's okay, because even if you don't realise it, I think you would have already done what Undertale was trying to get you to do, trust me. For the rest of you, the true pacifist route as it's called adds a bunch of extra content that activates only after you reload your save post-Flowey fight, and have done some special things like not killing anyone, as well as going on a date with Papyrus and Undyne. Speaking of which, the first thing on the menu is for you to deliver a letter from Undyne to Alphys, which, admittedly, is a bit of a step down from fighting an insane god, but it's worth it, I promise. So, we go all the way back to Hotland and deliver the letter. It turns out that the letter was a romantic confession, and in only the best rom-com traditions, there's been a bit of a mix-up. What follows is a very awkward date with Alphys that ends in us role-playing a conversation with her and the person she actually likes, Undyne. This is a bit of a metaphor for what we've been doing this whole time. using a game to learn something about ourselves. Eventually, Undyne gets added to the mix in a brilliant scene, and the two have a bit of a heart-to-heart. Everything seems like it's worked out well, but has it really? You can bombard Alphys with all the affirmations in the world and say you love her for who she is as much as you like, but that's still not the same as actually taking the time to look inwards and ask yourself big questions, and Alphys has finally figured that out. After being directed to her lab, Alphys tells us via the medium of what looks disturbingly like a suicide note that she's gone to face the lies she created far too long ago, and that it's something she has to do alone. She also says that if we want to learn the truth, we can go down and see for ourselves. Regardless of if you want to save Alphys, learn her dark backstory, or both, the only way to proceed is to step into the elevator and descend into the darkness. Now, there is a lot to talk about the True Lab, several really crucial lore questions get answered, and a lot more get introduced. But let's start off at the beginning, with the concept of determination. Determination, supposedly, is a quality that only humans have, that allows their souls to be much more powerful than those of monsters, and this whole place was designed to extract it from the captive human souls and experiment with it. The result is, these things. Amalgamates. See, injecting determination into monsters actually causes them to melt and mutate into weird composite beings of everything they used to be. This is what's traumatizing Alphys, not just being directly responsible for creating the amalgamates in the first place, but the prospect of having to face their families and explaining what their dead loved ones have been turned into and who by. It's pretty easy to understand why she chose to hide from reality in the first place. The way to get past the amalgamates isn't to fight them, in fact you actually can't. Instead, you've got to help them remember who they were, and come to terms with their new identity. Snowdrake's mother, for example, needs to be brought to her senses by refamiliarizing her with the love of jokes, allowing her to stabilize her form enough to let you pass. Also, if you kept hold of your stick from the start of the game, this dog amalgamate can be easily skipped. In the True Lab, we also learned some more details about the first fallen human and Azrael. It turns out that the first child coerced Azrael into a plan that involved them committing suicide and Azrael absorbing their soul, presumably as a way to break through the barrier. And we know how that turned out. Also, that name you picked at the start was actually the first child's name. We also learned that Alphys was unwittingly responsible for the creation of Flowey. Speaking of Alphys, eventually, after a close call with some hungry amalgamates, we meet up with her, and Alphys says she left the note not because she wanted to die, but because she was afraid the fear of coming clean would keep her down here forever. But thanks to the support of those around her, Alphys has had the chance to learn about herself and more importantly change for the better. She's become a woman who's able to face failure head on and stop deceiving herself, and she never would have done that had she not been exposed to the stories the world had to offer and used the knowledge they gave her to direct positive growth. Alphys' story finally gets the happy ending it deserves, and with that, we've done all the steps we need to do in order to claim the happy ending the reformed Flowey promised us. If we go back to Asgore and try to fight him, things start out the same way. Same intro, same badass opening theme, same terrible choice in front of us. But then, Toriel turns up and saves the day, followed by everyone else. As you might expect, this was all a ploy by Flowey to gather all the monsters in one place, so he could steal their souls as well as all the human souls, allowing him to ascend to his true form. Azrael Dreamer, the son of Toriel and Asgore. Azrael/Flowey is the final enemy in the game, and as such, represents the antithesis of everything Undertale wants you to understand. Azrael is an embodiment of the refusal to learn and a refusal to change. In baiting you in with the promise of a better ending and constantly resetting the world, Azrael ensures that he can carry on playing childish games with his friend forever, indicated by the fact that you literally can't lose this fight. But what's weird is that when you listen to his petulant demands of you and his way too edgy names for things, God of Hyperdeath, really? We realise that Azrael isn't threatening. He's almost pitiable, really. Both as a flower and as his true self, Azrael's entire worldview is simplistic and stunted. He never grew up and doesn't want to face the realities of the world or who he's become. Azrael resets our friends back to the way they were when we first met them, but we can restore them by giving them opportunities to question their old selves. We show Undyne our peaceful intent, allowing her to change her opinion of humans once again. We remind Toriel and Asgore that the love of their children will never leave, allowing the two to move past their deaths for the second time. And we show Alphys that she needn't be ashamed of who she is, allowing her to triumph over self-doubt for good this time. Flowey/Asriel, on the other hand, has spent so long literally running away from everything that could ever possibly challenge him, and seemingly spending every waking moment trying to convince himself that his obviously flawed ideology is right, that he's lost even those basic self-analysis abilities that we learned in the tutorial. The only way to end this endless battle is to teach Asriel, ideally with the help of magic rainbow powers, how to look inwards and grow as a person, just as Undertale taught us. By now, the pattern should be obvious. Stories, whatever their form, songs, books, jokes, games, the stories of people's lives even, can tell us so much about ourselves, but true personal growth has to come from within. Undertale excels at unearthing biases and opinions you didn't even know you had. For example, the question Undone asks you about whether anime is real or not sneaks in some complex morality about the ethics of lying for the greater good and the subjective nature of belief whilst pretending to be a joke. With every question Undertale asks of you, you get a new opportunity to affirm your beliefs or change for the better. In meeting and making friends with all these monsters, they've also learned about themselves and have decided to change. Not just the named characters, but all the side monsters too. Where once they were all simply baddies defined by attack patterns, HP totals, and maybe a pun for a name if they were lucky, now they're able to determine their own identities. See what I'm getting at? Determination is the ability to change or determine who you are, and the only way to make that choice is to learn about yourself through, you guessed it, stories. Without stories to direct our personal growth, we'd end up like these guys. Monsters have had determination this whole time. Undine even knows she does. We just had to help them realise it. The message of Undertale, if you want to call it that, isn't really a message. It's more of an imperative. Undertale doesn't demand you learn a specific thing or come to a particular conclusion. All that it wants is for you to learn something and become a better person for it. It doesn't matter whether it got you to think about the ethics of violence, about family, grief, whether you prefer butterscotch or cinnamon. All Undertale asks is that you learn from it. Once he's finally been worn down and forced to confront himself, Asriel relents. He lets his twisted game finish and returns to his childlike inner form, honest with who he is and the growing up he needs to do. With this knowledge in hand, and with the awakened determination of the monsters within him, Asriel shatters the barrier and sets everyone free. By now, both your job of setting the monsters free and Undertale's job of communicating the relationship between people and stories is done. And a good thing too, because this particular story is over. Once the barrier is shattered, you're kicked back out into the overworld and are given a chance to say goodbye to everyone. You can wander through the various worlds, and you can see how everyone has changed for the better. For example, the Snowdrake family has learned to accept each other through a mutual comedy. Sunderplane has realised that they weren't really in love with the player after all, and Frogget has learned just a little bit more about the universe. But if there's one thing every monster has in common, it's that they talk about this being the end of their life in the underground and moving on. A pretty obvious hint for what you should really be doing. Remember that bit in the tutorial where Toriel tests your independence after explaining the basics to you? That's what's happening here. Undertale has armed you with the basics of narrative theory and given you a few really great starting points for you to go out into the big wide world on your own. It helps you take that first step, but the rest, as they say, is for you to determine. In my first playthrough of Undertale, I reacted really quite strongly to the way Alphys used her gaming passion to hide from her personality flaws. That prompted me to adopt a new philosophy when it came to my love of games. I wouldn't just passively absorb them, I'd try and learn something about myself or about game design from each one I played. And eventually, I started writing those observations down. Yeah, without Undertale, I might not have even gotten started with this whole YouTube thing. It seems Toby Fox, at least partially, used Undertale to help come to terms with making the Earthbound Halloween hack, a basically pretty bad and way too edgy ROM hack he's on record as regretting making, representing it as one of the sad, forgotten about amalgamates which looks a bit like Gigaius, the final boss of Earthbound. And if you go right to the very start of the game, through the big doors to the ruins, back to the patch of flowers where you first landed, even Asriel, here all on his own, has had a chance to learn from his sad story, and in a small way, change. But eventually, If you exhaust his dialogue, he's only got one thing left to say to you. Don't you have anything better to do? And of course you do. There's a whole world out there for you and the monsters to explore just outside the barrier. There you get to watch Papyrus drive a car for real, Undyne and Alphys make out, Asgore and Toriel starting to move on with their separate lives, and everyone being happy on the surface. There's even a little fake out ending before Toby Fox says thanks to all the people that made this story possible. And then, there we have it, the end. But that isn't the end. At least not for some people. After finishing the game and booting it back up, Asriel appears and asks you not to reset the game, telling you that everyone is happy and that the story is over. But that isn't enough for some people. After all, there are loads of unanswered questions. What's the first fallen humans deal? How did Flowey gain the ability to manipulate the timeline? What's Sans' weird fourth wall breaking deal? Or simply, what happens if we intentionally defy the game and start killing everyone? Resetting your progress means consciously choosing not just to subject all the characters to the events of Undertale all over again, but to reset your own progress in learning about stories and growing because of them. Because you clearly haven't learned anything. You've become just like Flowey. Originally, I was going to talk quite a bit about the genocide route, but I think that would have been a mistake. For those who don't know, the so-called genocide route is the alternate ending where you kill every possible enemy instead of making friends with every possible enemy. See, in plumbing Undertale's depths in order to find the mythical, real, true ending where you can save Asriel, or find out all the lore details like whatever WD Gaster is supposed to be, you sacrifice actually learning something about yourself from the game. The genocide route is a trap, the same one that Alphys, Metaton, Asriel, Asgore and a bunch of other people fell into. It requires you to treat Undertale like a regular RPG, closing yourself off not just to the evidence to the contrary, but all the monsters telling you to stop, and even your own lack of fun. The combat in Undertale is really boring, and you have to do a lot of it in the genocide run to even start reaching new content. That new content is a revamped Undyne fight and a whole new final boss battle against Sans. They're okay, I guess, but most of the difficulty, particularly in the Sans battle, comes from the janky controls that were never really built for fighting in the first place, and that's kind of the point. You aren't supposed to be doing the genocide run, and your reward for beating Sans? You don't even get the catharsis of killing Flowey yourself. The game takes away control there. And then you're treated to an encounter with the first fallen child which doesn't answer any plot questions and permanently taints your save file, ruining any future pacifist endings with a violent twist. It's a hollow, frustrating, pointless experience. Undertale did everything it could to stop you from playing, but it can't make you grow. It can't make you change. Only you can. But instead, you've tried to find a lesson in Undertale when it makes clear it wants you to find one in yourself. Which is a shame, really, because for all the people who, MatPat to this day, continue to obsess about Undertale, MatPat, whilst also simultaneously missing the point completely, MatPat, there's a whole world of people out there who've been inspired to grow or change or make something new as a result of their time with the game. From art to spin-off fanfics, song remixes, or even whole new games. These people have embraced the story of Undertale, taken away something from it, and have grown as artists, writers, musicians, or just plain old people as a result. Even Toby Fox has learned from Undertale. Deltarune, the follow-up game, shows clear signs of improvement over its predecessor. The combat has much more depth, the writing is snappier, and the pacing is much more consistent. But the influence is still there, clear to see. The influence our time in the underground has had on us will never leave, because we use the stories it had to tell us to become who we are today. But, and it might be uncomfortable to admit, we've learned all we can from Undertale. It's time to move on. After gathering all the footage I needed for Undertale, I took my save file, put it in a folder, and then uninstalled the game. Almost certainly for good. Undertale shattered the barrier for us, and now it's time to step out onto the surface. Hi, hello, and thank you for watching all the way to the end. This was a hell of a video to make, so sorry about it taking a whole month to do. Wow. Hopefully you enjoyed it, and if you did and would like to see other similar videos, hopefully on a more regular basis, then why don't you throw me some money on Patreon? I promise it will go almost exclusively towards buying chocolate and salt and vinegar crisps. In addition to funding my snacking, top tier supporters get a shout out, and those people are Samuel Vanderplatz, Alex DeLoach, Dirk Jan Karembeld, Ray's dad, Joshua Binswanger, Lunar Eagle 1996, Ivar Olofsson, Leet 2, Philippe Hintzen, Daniel Metjes, Lucas Slack, Strateger in Ultima, Patrick Romberg, Baxter Heel, William Johansson, Brian Latariani, Asaran, Jonathan Kirkinson, and Chow. Thank you for your continued support over the last year, and I'm really looking forward to what the channel has to offer for 2019. So, watch this space. Script these, so I'm not really sure what to say. So, bye. What's Sonic's deal? Well, that's obvious, as any advertiser from the 90s will tell you, he's the fastest, bluest, most chili doggingest hedgehog in town.
Why can't it be more like that nice boy Mario? Oh, little button!
New Sonic the Hedgehog, only on the 16 system.
But what about his games? Sonic has had a troubled development history to say the least, especially in the last, well, depending anywhere between the last 5 to 15 years. Nintendo's platforming giant has seen a pretty substantial fall from grace and has been a bit of a laughingstock for years now. However, Sonic the Hedgehog remains popular, even if most of the games are, if you ask me, a bit rubbish. Despite Sega's endless attempts to bring the franchise back to its roots, they've never quite managed it, and that's because I don't really think anyone knows what Sonic is really about anymore. A lot of people say Sonic is about speed, and going into this project I was a bit skeptical of that claim. It seemed a bit of a simplistic explanation, and after completing way too many Sonic games, I'm pleased to say that Sonic is all about speed isn't wrong per se, but it's not getting the whole picture, but more on that later. With Sonic Mania out now, the latest in a long line of attempts to recapture and modernise classic Sonic gameplay, I thought it was fitting to dive into the depths of Sonic's history to find out what exactly makes him tick, and then we'll see if Sonic Mania succeeds. Oh, also, I want to try a little experiment. Right now, I want you to write down something for me. It can be on paper, a notepad file, or in blood on the nearest wall, I don't care. Before you've heard anything I have to say, or have had a chance to really think about it, I want you to write down a description of Sonic the Hedgehog in 10 words or less. The first things that come to your head. Now, I want you to leave it. Okay? Trust me, this is going to be relevant later. Prior to going into this, I was a casual observer of Sonic. I played bits of Sonic 1, around half of Adventure 2 and Unleashed, as well as all of Generations. So, Sonic fans, consider this the opinion of a relative outsider, and my backside covered. Okay, let me outline the structure of the video. I'm going to be looking at a single level from 9 hand-picked Sonic games, some good, some bad, to try and pick apart what it is exactly that makes Sonic so enduringly popular. I've tried to go for games that offer a pure Sonic gameplay experience without gimmicks, to really get to the nitty-gritty of the formula. As such, I'll be ignoring other characters, minigames, and werehogs where applicable. The games I'm going to be looking at are Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3 and Knuckles, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, Sonic Unleashed, Sonic 4, Sonic Generations, and Sonic Lost World. Notable by their absence are Sonic 06, Sonic Boom, and Sonic Colors. I thought I'd address why these aren't in the list before I get started. Sonic 06 is kind of a fundamentally broken game. There's not much interesting I can say about it beyond the fact that given 2 more years of dev time, it might have been a passable game. But I'm not putting myself through it for the sake of some fairly banal commentary. You might say, it's no use talking about this game. Sonic Boom isn't really part of the core Sonic genealogy that I'm looking to analyse. It's more of a third-person action puzzler, so it's out too. Sonic Colors, on the other hand, is a genuinely pretty okay game, but I simply don't have the means to play it. Luckily, it controls pretty similarly to Unleashed, so I don't feel like we'll lose all that much. It is, however, significantly more linear and has a big focus on exploring individual level mechanics, which do compromise it quite extensively. But more on why I think that's bad later. Okay, without further ado, on with the show. Up first is Marble Zone from Sonic 1. And I think this is probably going to be the most controversial segment of the entire video, because there's really not much about Sonic 1 I actually like. I think it mostly comes down to the level design. I've been a bit unfair to Sonic in the past, but Sonic 1 really does feel like an unfinished prototype of other better games. You see, Sonic, unlike other similar platform characters, is highly momentum based. For a hedgehog, he's really heavy. Must be all those chili dogs. What this means is that the combination of Sonic's control scheme and physics really isn't very good at handling more traditional precision-based platformer level design, like you find in Super Mario Bros. Marble Zone, unfortunately, is trying to be exactly that. It takes ages to get up to speed to jump over stuff, and once you're going, it's really hard to control your momentum. Couple that with long segments of unavoidable standing around like these block riding bits, and you've got a level that's simultaneously frustrating, hard to navigate, and really long. Sonic 1 is fun when you're zipping through wide open levels, reacting on the fly to a barrage of quick-fire but ultimately pretty simple platforming challenges. The only level where you can capture this experience reliably though is Green Hill Zone, the level that had the most time put into it during Sonic 1's development and was overseen by lead designer Yuji Naka. Naka had this to say about Sonic 1's development and how it shaped not only the controls of the character, but also the ever-enduring Green Hill Zone. He says, "I like fast things, and I thought that it would be nice to create a game where the more skilled you become, the faster you can complete a stage. Games back then had no backup or saving system, which meant that you had to play right from the beginning every time. As a result, the very first stage would be played time and time again, making the player very skilled at it. So we thought it would be nice if this would enable the player to complete those stages faster, and that's the basis of Sonic Speed. We also thought this feature would help differentiate Sonic from Mario." If that's the case, then Marble Zone didn't get the memo. There's no significant shortcuts you can take, and a lot of the level is unavoidable waiting around for level architecture to move. Look at this bit, I'm waiting around so much that Sonic's "Hey, are you still there?" idle animation triggers, and later levels really aren't that much better. What Naka and Sonic team managed to do was create a highly compelling engine and one level that shows it off. The rest of Sonic 1 is an exercise in frustration, as it really doesn't play to the optimizational playstyle that Naka intended, instead presenting you with a series of more traditional obstacle courses to overcome, rather than environments to navigate as quickly and effectively as possible. Flash forward to Sonic 2, a game I enjoyed much more, you'll be glad to hear. I want to look at what's probably the most famous level in this game, Chemical Plant Zone, and with good reason, it's really fun. The most obvious addition to Sonic 2 that fixes the problems the original had is the addition of the spin dash, which quickly allows you to gain momentum while still sacrificing time. In Sonic 1, losing momentum is pretty much a fun killer, as in most of the levels it's so hard to get back up to speed that you may as well call it quits and go back to a checkpoint. In Sonic 2 though, sure, you still miss out on shortcuts, points and power-ups if you get hit or miss a jump, but with the spin dash you can get right into the action again very quickly. Chemical Plant Zone opens strong with a lot of cool level gimmicks to mess around with, and several different routes. Early on you can build up speed to scale this big wall. If you miss it, you go down and have to do this pretty simple jumping challenge to get back on the track. If you succeed, you get to play with these springy platforms and skip a fair amount of the level. Chemical Plant Zone is full of these little tricks you can do to shave seconds off your time, many of which you won't spot on your first time around. This is a common critique of Sonic games, that there are certain opportunities to reach a shortcut you'll never see coming or have the opportunity to get on your first go, because Sonic is going too fast. I can sympathise with this, I thought the same way before I started writing this video, but after playing through the games I can say with confidence that a lot of the games are designed to be played through multiple times, just like Yuji Naka wanted. In Act 2 of the zone, there's this cool shortcut that lets you skip an infamously tricky water section, shaving off about 30 seconds. The thing is, it's pretty much impossible to spot on your first run through the level, but on your second playthrough, you'll know where it is, can reach it, and can use it to avoid that segment. When you do, it feels awesome, because Purple Water Staircase of Doom is easily one of the hardest bits of the game. Avoiding stuff like this makes you feel great and really rewards level mastery. It seems to me at least that a significant part of early Sonic was inspired by arcade-style score attack gameplay. Getting through the game was one thing, but mastery of it was another. Contrast this with Nintendo, who steadily moved away from this philosophy by making Mario games longer, with more levels, but with more of a focus on exploring individual mechanics within a level, rather than understanding the levels themselves. It's a small point, but I think it explains a lot of the differences between how Mario and Sonic play that people often have trouble articulating. Mario is about learning and mastering a specific level concept, like how the early level of Super Mario World Donut Plains 1 is all about teaching you how to use the cape. It's a very bottom-up design philosophy. Sort out the mechanics and level design first, and layer everything else on top later. Sonic, on the other hand, has a much narrower scope of things you can do within a given level. Enemies are straightforward to defeat, traps don't require any particular understanding beyond timings, and most level features like chemical plants pipes are completely automatic and require no input from the player. Levels seem to be designed with a top-down perspective in mind. Come up with a theme and some cool features, and then build a level to facilitate them. Because they're not really about the individual components that make them up, Sonic levels instead focus on the series of routes and obstacles these features present when viewed as a collective whole. TLDR, Mario levels are micro, Sonic levels are macro. Now, onto the last of the Genesis games I want to look at, Sonic 3. Sonic 3 is much the same as Sonic 2, and I feel like the differences between it and its predecessor are much less pronounced than between 2 and 1. There are some changes in art design, and a pretty noticeable drop in music quality, but on reflection, I'd say the two games are about equal. The level I want to look at is Launch Base Zone, which I'd say is a pretty middling level. This is because it outlines a pretty fundamental problem with Sonic games that none of the old school Genesis titles managed to avoid, and that's Sonic's relationship with complexity. Usually, in a platformer, there's a clear relationship between level difficulty and level complexity, i.e., how many mechanics there are and how many things you've got to do within it. This is fine, as the better you are at the game, the better equipped you'll be to handle more obstacles. But in Sonic, this relationship is different. Because the game is focused on keeping Sonic in constant motion, there are only so many ways you can ratchet up the difficulty that allow the player to keep moving, and at a certain point, concessions have to be made in the name of challenge. So we see in Launch Base, the penultimate zone of the game, a bunch of obstacles that wouldn't be out of place in a more traditional precision platformer. Flamethrowers, spike traps, enemies guarding doorways, and so on. All these things cause Sonic to have to slow down and deal with them before moving on. They're an appropriate challenge, sure, but are they a positive impact on the game? Personally, I don't really think so. The thing is, going slow in Sonic isn't very much fun, as we found out with the original game. Take this little laser section for example. You've got to wait around for these lasers to stop before you can advance, all while avoiding this spiky ball enemy. The entire section would be pretty much impossible to navigate safely at anything approaching top speed. There's a lot of stuff like this in Launch Base Zone, especially in Act 1. This is one of the key conflicts within most Sonic games really. The later levels are more difficult, which means they're more mechanically complex, which means less time doing what makes Sonic fun. Now, if you'll recall, I said I thought this level was pretty middling, and that's because Sonic Team appeared to have learned from their mistakes in Marble Zone here. They came up with another way to make the level engaging. If you've ever played Sonic before, you'll be familiar with the simplistic, visceral pleasure that comes from zooming through one of the level's set pieces at top speed. There are cool sound effects, nice visuals, and even though you don't have an awful lot of agency during, they're a nice way to give your route planning brain and level scanning eyes a break. I'm going to call these segments automatics from now on, because they operate pretty much autonomously and play the level for you. Launch Base Zone is loaded with these automatics, and they're quite fun, from these spinny platforms to these whizzy pipes you might recognise from Chemical Plant Zone. When you're not wading through mechanically dense difficult parts, you're being rewarded with some cool pseudo-cinematic moments from the automatics. The thing is, as fun as automatics are, they're a bit of a level design crutch in Sonic 3. Sure, they're novel the first time around, but according to Yuji Naka, Sonic games are intended to be replayed and mastered over a series of attempts, and that's hard to do when the game is constantly wresting control away from you in an attempt to score some cheap thrills. It was very tempting to say that I'd cracked the Sonic formula and just constantly quote Naka verbatim while typing this video up after I finished Sonic 3. After all, Sonic Mania is trying to be just like the Genesis games anyway. But I couldn't help think that there was something more at play. Naka's ideas of pure arcadey mastery only really applied to the Genesis era. I was looking for something that could unify the whole franchise. I was also still curious to see if any game ever reliably cracked the really fun bits of Sonic I'd picked out in the Genesis games. I wasn't so much engaged with Naka's old school mastery, but more the optimizationable style of the levels that rewarded skillful play while simultaneously scratching that basal cathartic itch. The games I'd played so far were fun, but there was a lot of clunk where there should have been polish, and I feel like they only really nailed that simultaneously skillful and satisfying feeling around a third of the time. Before I talk about the next game, a small intermission, because I want to talk about rings. It's pretty obvious that besides being a thing to collect, rings are designed to emulate Mario's classic big-small health states. When you're big, you're safe. When you're small, you're vulnerable. Same with Sonic. If you've got rings, safe. If not, you run the risk of death. And in both games, you lose that safe state if you take damage. In Mario, Power-ups are distributed sparsely and are intended to give you a bit of wiggle room to mess up without outright dying. The punishment is reduced functionality, such as regular boring jumps, no fireballs, and the inability to break blocks. This means you're going to have to rely on your mastery of the level's mechanics to make it through, rather than the ability to bypass it that many of the power-ups afford you. In Sonic though, health is based around rings. When you get hit, all the rings you've collected so far fly out of you and you have to pick them up again. Provided you're not on a precarious platform or down to your last ring, it's pretty easy to stop and grab a few before your invincibility window ends. So far it just seems like a more fiddly, less meaningful version of Mario's mushrooms, right? Well, think about it from the perspective of Yuji Naka. He wanted to make a game focused around arcadey high scores that rewarded speed and level mastery, as opposed to what Mario was doing. In order to not be left vulnerable when you get hit, you've got to stop and collect your rings before moving on, robbing you of valuable momentum used to access shortcuts and get the best time. Crucially, rings are also worth points, quite a lot of them in fact, so getting hit not only means a loss of time, which translates into points, but also points in the form of rings. Have you ever noticed that past a certain point, the number of rings you drop isn't the same as the number of rings you were carrying? Whilst it might have at one point been to conserve system memory, it inadvertently created a very cool risk-reward system pretty unique to Sonic. Your first run through a level is all about collecting enough rings to protect yourself reliably from death, but subsequent runs are all about minimising your time taken to complete the level while maximising the amount of rings you can get, which is a small wrinkle in the game structure, but a very welcome one. As we move into the 3D era, it's interesting to see how Sonic games began to move away from the arcade-focused design in some areas, but rings remained untouched. Now, let's make things perfectly clear. I don't think Sonic Adventure 1 is a good game. The cutscenes are laughable, the physics is borderline broken, and the camera fights you every step of the way. And that's the Sonic segments, which are the best bits. Don't even get me started on Big the Cat. But I feel like Adventure 1's obvious shortcomings are understandable, and that's why I want to focus on Red Mountain. It's not the best zone, and it's far from the worst zone, but nowhere are the problems and quite clever solutions that come from Sonic's transition into 3D better displayed than in this level. Sonic Adventure is the first real 3D Sonic game, and platforming in 3 dimensions is hard. The long and short of it is that you've got an extra axis of movement to worry about, so there's loads more management of your position to do. Nintendo had to invent an entirely new control scheme in order to make 3D platforming work, allowing you to move the camera independently of movement. The N64 controller is the progenitor of all modern controllers for precisely this reason. That's how important of an innovation it was. Sega and the Dreamcast weren't so forward-thinking, and they had to rely on a camera that was mostly out of the player's control, which is pretty terrible. This, combined with Sonic's fast movement and twitchy controls, makes doing any sort of precise platforming nigh impossible. I've got to give Sega credit though. Their way around this was pretty genius. The homing attack pretty much circumvents the need for precise platforming at speed, because the homing attack lets you lock on to springs, enemies and level bits and bobs, keeping you on track, and also gives you a quick burst forward when not locked on, letting you self-correct your jumps. With flashy effects and just enough time to let each strike land, the homing attack feels really nice to use, and it's no surprise that it became a mainstay of the Sonic franchise. This bit where you've got to bound across a gap with the homing attack feels great, and is a pretty cool way to maintain a feeling of momentum while still killing enemies and moving between level segments. Some of the better stages, notably Red Mountain and Speed Highway, manage to give some nice opportunities for shortcuts and alternate level traversal, but given the 3D nature of the game, this has to come with caveats. Alternate routes feel less organic than they used to. I think it's because of the 3D environment removing a lot of the skill and knowledge-based nature of them. In the Genesis games, you've got to be good at the game or know the level in order to get the best routes, but in Sonic Adventure, they're on display pretty obviously. There's also the fact that 3D platforming is pretty difficult to do precisely, and that's without taking Adventure 1's janky controls into account. Sega's solution to this is to have nearly all alternate routes accessible through homing attack paths or be controlled primarily through automatics. These ziplines in particular rub me the wrong way. Sure, they're flashy, but they're just about as uninteractive as Sonic gets. There's no skill in using one of these, it's just meaningless padding. Same with set-piece bits of level design, like this race away from rising lava, and this spiral section and rocket launch pad, which are a bit of a Sonic trope. They're fun to look at, but they rip control away from the player a bit too often, compromising the original vision of an optimizable score attack platformer. But this is likely why the game focuses on automatics and set pieces, because they show off what the system is capable of and are pretty engaging your first time through. Though, upon analysis and subsequent playthroughs, I can't help feeling that they're little more than fluff. With all that said, I thought a few of the levels in Sonic Adventure were fun. Emerald Coast was okay, Speed Highway was probably the highlight, and Red Mountain was pretty good too. All of them prioritised set pieces and automatics way more than the Genesis games, and that's because Sonic Adventure 1 was clearly designed to show off the graphical capabilities of the Dreamcast. Yeah, that sounds weird to say. But it's only in these three that I could really see the same bits of Sonic design that I liked from the Genesis games shining through. That's not to say that automatics aren't fun, they are, but on their own, they're only really engaging when you don't expect them, and their inherently railroady nature isn't immediately apparent. If there was a way to give you something more to do beyond get motion sickness during them, I'd be less critical. I think the overuse of automatics is because Sega was starting to move away from having short, replayable games, and was falling more in line with traditional gaming, with a proper story and a much lengthier playtime. This meant that automatics were that much more appealing, as the design is now only intended for players to see each one a handful of times, rather than over and over again, meaning their diminishing returns wasn't much of a problem. You can see the beginnings of this more traditional game structure with Adventure 1, but it's fairly obviously tacked on, with the other characters controlling even worse, the story being nonsensically stretched between the 6 characters, and all of them using the same levels as Sonic for the most part. This design didn't really mature until Sonic Adventure 2, but before that, I just want to talk quickly about the Lightspeed Dash. It's an ability you get fairly early on that lets you zoom along lines of rings. You might recognise it from some of the more recent Sonic games. In Sonic Adventure, it is awful. You've got to wait around charging it up for ages, and even with a hidden upgrade to make it go faster, it still takes too long. This totally removes the possibility of using it as an interesting platforming mechanic, as any segment where you've got to use it is either confined to the overworld or a portion of the level where you've got to come to a complete halt and charge it up in order to use it. This, coupled with the fact that it's pretty unreliable in the targeting department, makes it just terrible to use. Sonic Adventure 2 is mostly a refinement of Adventure 1's formula. With the downside, you've got to play through the other characters' meh levels in order to get to the Sonic ones. Sega, you sneaky bastards. There are some adjustments though. The camera is on the whole a lot better, and the controls have been tightened up significantly. A noticeable adjustment has been made to my once despised Lightspeed Dash to make it fire off instantly. This opens it up into being used for some really cool shortcuts and optimizationable moments, as well as set pieces like this one that both reward level knowledge and feel really nice to use. Unfortunately, I think while Sonic Adventure 2 is the better game in a lot of regards, it controls better, the levels are much more consistently fun, and I ran into significantly fewer bugs and glitches. It also expands upon some of Adventure 1's negative design choices. I want to look at Pyramid Cave, probably one of the weakest levels in the game. I think it suffers because it exemplifies the worst of the switch from 2D to 3D. First off, the level is pretty much completely a straight line. There's almost no deviation from the set path here, and it shows. Upon returning to the level, I took almost exactly the same path as I did the first time. Second is the over-reliance on automatics. Rail grinding bits and loop-the-loops are cool, but not when they're pretty much all there is to a level. The final Sonic and Shadow stages... Oh, by the way, in half the game you play as Sonic's edgy alter ego Shadow. In particular, are these weird gimmick stages that feel completely out of place. Sonic's is all about rail grinding, and Shadow's is all about these gravity-altering cylinders. Shadow's stage is much better, as it at least allows some flexibility, but both feel like cluttered messes. I think automatics in the adventure games also contribute to a lack of spatial cohesion within levels. In the Genesis games, you couldn't really tell where you were in particular because the resolution was so small, but there was always a sense of advancement and overarching progression to each zone, grounded by the rigid structure of left to right. This is especially evident in Sonic 3, where the transition between acts is pretty seamless. In the adventure games, however, you're being thrown around so much that it's hard to get a sense of where you are relative to anything else in the level. That leaves the levels feeling disorienting and difficult to gauge. The pop-in really doesn't help. Finally, I need to mention the inclusion of these weird little mini puzzles. Why anyone thought it would be a good idea to put puzzles in a Sonic game is a question that I'll never find the answer to. There's this puzzle in Labyrinth Zone which does nothing but grind the pace of an already slow level to a halt, and this one in Pyramid Cave is the same. It starts off with a simple find key, place key tutorial, which again, totally guts any sense of momentum you have. It doesn't help that the mechanics surrounding this puzzle are very lazily implemented and don't feel natural at all. Look at Sonic's walk cycle. Ugh. This is all for the puzzle to return once with equally disastrous results before disappearing from the game entirely. It might sound like I'm getting overly angry about this, but it just screams padding, or at least a gross misunderstanding of what memorizing a level means. I can understand why this feature exists. It's supposed to be a part of the level to optimize. Sure, if you've memorized the level you can do the puzzle faster, but the reward for doing it really shouldn't be the fact that you can start playing the game properly again. And if you're going to include the mechanic, at least dedicate yourself to it rather than using it precisely once. Alright, time to calm down. The rest of Adventure 2 is much the same. A lot of it is quite linear and relies too heavily on automatics, but the better levels, despite this, are really fun. Most notably, City Escape, Metal Harbor and White Jungle have this nice sense of speed and cathartic fun that the 3D games do so well, mixed in with a bit of the optimizationable stuff of the Genesis games. Again, we see this conflict of complexity versus fun coming up. The harder levels in the adventure games are, broadly speaking, the worst ones, and that comes about because once again, the easiest way to make a level difficult is to pack it full of things and restrict a player's way to get around them, which unfortunately takes away a large part of what I was enjoying about the game and the earlier levels. It's a shame that this synergy of ideas is way out of whack in both of the adventure games. On one hand, you've got points and skill challenges that reward knowledge of the mechanics, and the option to replay slightly altered versions of the levels, which speaks to the original design. But on the other end, you've got a lot of set pieces, style over substance level designs only intended to be played once, and a lot of clearly defined non-organic pathways, like trails of enemies and rings for the homing attack and light speed dash respectively. A lot of these things dilute the original Genesis vision, but as I mentioned before, aren't completely bad. At this point, I kind of considered these two forces to be fundamentally incompatible. The conflict between the two is surely to blame for why Sonic games have been panned recently, right? Well, no, because Sonic Unleashed is absolutely fantastic. It's such a massive return to form which I could never ever recommend, because 90% of the game is a terrible God of War clone. Good thing we have access to the Sonic Unleashed Generations mod, which lets you get to the good bits without having to traipse through all the Werehog segments. Going to write this segment, I'm kind of stumped because there's just so much that Sonic Unleashed does right, so better start with the basics. Sonic Unleashed actually isn't 3D for the most part. Yeah, I know it contains lanky 3D Sonic, but the moments in which you actually have full 3D control over your movement are really rare. In this level we're looking at today, Jungle Joyride, there's only one little tiny segment that gives you 100% control. And even then, if you're doing it correctly, you'll spend most of it in the homing attack chain. 3D was a pretty much mandatory move for platformers to stay relevant back in the day, but it never quite worked for Sonic. The adventure games absolutely nailed automatics, light speeding and homing attacking, but none of these things really required you to move in 3D on your own. When you were left to your own devices, things quickly deteriorated. In Sonic Unleashed, however, the camera is constantly shifting to provide you with a fixed 2D perspective that focuses your movement in only 2 axes at a time. Look at this segment at the beginning of Jungle Joyride. We start off forward facing, then we switch to side on, then back to forwards again. These changing perspectives keep the highly spectacle-based stuff from the shift to 3D graphics, but remove the mess that was the adventure game's control. Another addition to the formula is the boost, which I initially wasn't a fan of, as it somewhat removes the momentum-based nature of Sonic. When you can instantly get up to top speed, what's the point of momentum? I later came to the conclusion that it wasn't a replacement for Sonic's momentum-based design, it was a substitute for the spin dash. I like the spin dash's design, but with the increasing cinematic focus of the 3D games, Sonic Team needed a way to keep the player in constant motion. The Genesis games were a little more tactical. You picked when to use the spin dash for optimal effect during moments of downtime, though of course they often went overboard with it, whereas the more modern games give you downtime by putting you in an automatic segment for a few seconds, allowing you to maintain that sense of speed constantly. Ultimately, it's personal preference which one of these you prefer, and I can understand the case for both. As for the boost system's actual effects, I quite like it as a neat risk-reward system. You go faster during boost, refilling it as you collect rings and can sidestep, as well as do a cool drifting move, but your turning circle is much wider and you've got less time to react to stuff. Balancing speed and reaching shortcuts with not dying is a pretty core part of Sonic as far as I've found, and it's made a pretty solid transition into Unleashed. I especially like the idea of trying to maintain your streak for as long as possible by constantly collecting rings. I also think that Sonic Team have finally found a balance between automatics and more organic segments in Unleashed. The game rapidly switches between them quite fluidly, helped by the addition of boost maintaining your speed during automatic segments. Also, automatics are often used to give you a look at what's coming up, or an alternate route you missed, and there are a lot of them. This is a really welcome change from Adventure's drawn-out zero gameplay automatics. In Unleashed, you're at least given something to do, which is a big step up. If I could make some criticism of Unleashed, I think these segments in Jungle Joyride, where you've got to boost across the water, remove a lot of the strategic depth of the boost mechanic by making it mandatory. Plus, they don't really control very well and lead to some unfair feeling deaths. Also, and this is going to sound hypocritical, Unleashed feels a bit busy at times. There's so much to keep an eye on, especially in the later levels, that it was pretty exhausting to run through the level multiple times. In the earlier Sonic games, there was a sense that speed, while encouraged, was optional, whereas in Unleashed, if you're not holding down the boost as much as you can and keeping an eye out for every possible shortcut, then you feel sluggish and like you're not playing the game properly. Overall, Unleashed is a really, really good game, but I'd highly recommend against playing it in its release form. Instead, download the Generations Unleashed mod that I'll put a link to in the description. Good thing Generations is also really awesome. But before I get to talk about that, we've got to talk about Sonic 4. Sonic 4 is... it's... I don't know. It feels like a f***ing game, and that is not a compliment. Remember that 10-word description of Sonic you wrote earlier? Give it a look. It's probably pretty simplistic, right? But seeing as Sonic has a few pretty memorable features, I'm sure you managed to give it a decent go at describing the broad strokes of what Sonic is. What you've got written down is probably closer to the Sonic 4 design brief than you'd think. The game manages to contain all the things that Sonic games have: rings, spin dashing, optional routes, even Metal Sonic makes an appearance. But despite this, the game misses so much of the nuance that makes all these elements work. I'm only going to be talking about Sonic 4 Episode 2 here, because the other half of the game basically barely works, and Sonic 4 Episode 2 is much better put together. So for fairness' sake, I won't be bringing up the easy target that is Episode 1. If you want a brief summary, it fills pretty much the same role as Sonic 1, an unfinished prototype for the second game in the series, which gives it a much needed tidying up. Let's look at White Park Zone. It's got all the ingredients of a good Sonic game: alternate routes, check; nice momentum-based physics, they're a bit unresponsive, but so are the Genesis games, so check; a bit of automatic spectacle, checkaroo; optimizable skill-based platforming, you betcha. But there's also a bunch of stuff that just feels wrong in its inclusion. Look at Sonic running at top speed. I'm not sure if it's just how weird lanky 3D Sonic looks doing the cute 2D Genesis Sonic's leg spinny thing, but your top speed in Sonic 4 feels super low. The cathartic rush that pretty much every Sonic game has got right is gone. You move super slowly in Sonic 4. There's also the bizarre inclusion of the homing attack. Now, I've gone on about how much it went a long way towards fixing with platforming in 3D Sonic games, but its inclusion in Sonic 4 feels very arbitrary. Did they put it in simply because it was in the other recent Sonic games? The inclusion of the homing attack here feels more than a bit contrived, like these Snow Eggmen, which exist purely as things to lock onto, or these enemies here. Would the Genesis era Sonic jump not have sufficed? Is the homing attack really necessary? 2D Sonic gameplay was never really designed to facilitate the homing attack, and it shows. Now, the actual usage of the homing attack is fun, and it's as satisfying as ever to use, but it bugs me that there was no real reason to include it beyond the kitchen sink design aesthetic Sonic 4 seems to have. That said, the little forward dash you do when not locked on is quite nice, and helps balance out some of the janky physics. There are several more examples of needless inclusion of things, like these snowboarding bits. You know, because there were snowboard bits in the adventure games. They really don't add anything to the game. I'm not even doing anything here. Although, that could be on homage to Adventure 1's snowboarding bit. However, the most notable arbitrary inclusion of a mechanic is these Sonic and Tails combo moves. It's a neat idea that justifies Tails' presence, but not only do they kill any sense of momentum, they're a needless gimmick that's unduly forced upon the player, distracting from an otherwise serviceable game. There's this move where you roll up into a ball and zoom around like a big spin dash. You've got to do it to get through this snow patch, but look at it. What am I doing here? Going forwards and jumping? There's no unique or interesting bits to this mechanic, besides the fact that I'm forced to use it. I keep coming back to this thought about a lot of the stuff in Sonic 4. Why is this here? For all the weird, terrible stuff in the Sonic games so far, from Marble Zone's block jumping to the weird puzzles in Adventure 2, I can see why they were included, even if they were horribly implemented. But in Sonic 4, so much of the game is fat in need of trimming that it sabotages the bits of the game that are good. That said, in an alternate universe where it wasn't fiddly to use, it didn't stop you dead in your tracks, and didn't make you confuse every blank wall for a potential shortcut, the Tails flight move might have been quite cool. The ability to sacrifice horizontal speed for some vertical movement would have been a nice extra mechanical option like the spin dash. Unfortunately, The devs of Sonic 4 seem to have added it purely on the basis that Sonic games with 2 in the name usually contain tails, and tails can fly, not for any interesting mechanical reasons. That's all I can really say on Sonic 4. It's trying so hard to be all of Sonic that it ends up forgetting what made Sonic good. I think had I not been doing this project, I'd have a much harder time figuring out what, exactly, sabotages Sonic 4. Episode 2 at least isn't a bad game by any means, it's just pretty mediocre and forgettable. All because it idolizes Sonic so much that it ends up hurting the end result. I was terrified to go back to Generations after this. With my newfound knowledge of Sonic games, would I realise it actually sucks after all this time? After all, it's also a throwback homage to Sonic with a bunch of bits taken from previous games. Hell no. It rules. If anything, I think it's better now. This is the game where it all comes together. Great classic Sonic levels, great modern Sonic levels, and a team that finally gets the chance to prove they know their stuff about how to make a Sonic game without being bogged down by gimmicks or shoddy hardware. All the things that I've pointed out that make Sonic games good are on display here. There's cool cinematic bits, appropriate use of automatics, complex levels with a load of alternate routes, and a proper homage to the Sonic legacy. Unlike the retread that was Sonic 4, Generations gives us references to the Sonic games of yesteryear, but tightened up with a refocused design aesthetic that really lets them shine. I'll be using the remastered version of City Escape, the first and best level of Sonic Adventure 2, for footage and a few examples, but I want to use my time with Generations to talk more broadly about what I've learned about Sonic, seeing as Generations is itself an exploration of Sonic's history. I've seen people across the gaming space saying various things to the effect of, the old Sonic games were never good, they were frustrating for first-time players, the levels are too complex and dense, and had shallow mechanics compared to Mario. On the other side of the fence, we've got people saying the newer Sonic games are never going to be good. They're too simplistic, they over-prioritize stupid, edgy stories, and 3D Sonic games are impossible to control. I think a lot of these complaints are pretty valid for some of the bad games, but that got me thinking back to my notes on all the games so far. Sonic seems to fail when it's at either of the design extremes I've pointed out so far. Here, let me show you. In looking at Sonic games, 2 common design themes have emerged: organic and automatic. Automatic stuff is cinematic Sonic. Lots of flash and colour, but not much in the way of actual player agency. We can see this in a lot of the Dreamcast games. Organic stuff is all about complex levels that reward mastery, but often compromise the pure fun of handling Sonic for all but the most well-versed players who can deal with the highly dense later levels. I spent a long time thinking these factors were conflicting forces. One a holdover from the bygone Genesis era, when things were much more hardcore and games weren't polished, and another a part of the 2000s trend of cinematic games that take control away from the player to show off their fancy new 3D rendered graphics. The thing is, I think they're actually now opposite ends of a spectrum. On the far automatic end, you've got the adventure games, and on the opposite, organic side, we've got the Genesis games. Which games are in the middle, you ask? Unleashed and Generations, the Sonic games I think are consistently the best. By taking the best bits of both ends of the spectrum, the flair of automatics and the deep level mastery of organics, Generations manages to appeal to both the bombastic action fun parts of my brain and the more complex decision making parts at the same time. It makes classic Sonic more cinematic and modern Sonic more organic. There's this ongoing theme of a big GUN truck chasing you in classic Sonic's version of City Escape, and it helps to add some awesome tension and pressure to the level that's really fun. Modern Sonic's take on the snowboarding bit from Adventure 2 has had a bunch of cool alternate paths and routes added, accessible by pulling off tricks and jumps that add some much needed replayability and depth to the start of the level. I think the real appeal of Sonic is when skill and spectacle can work together in harmony, engaging all parts of your brain at once. Prior to Generations, and to a lesser extent Unleashed, I think the closest game to reach this point is Sonic 3. But the slightly clunky Genesis controls hold it back from really letting you get into that immersive flow state that the more automatic games do so well. A big part of the Sonic formula is that it's not really tied down to one particular control scheme. Both modern and classic Sonic handle very differently, and preference between them is pretty subjective, but the feel and skill set required are the same between both. I think that's why Sonic has such a strong nostalgic hold in the first place. You can transpose simple but skill-based arcade platforming with a focus on spectacle into a lot of different control schemes quite easily. That means that when the Sonic formula is done badly by bringing those two factors out of balance, it feels like a perversion of whichever Sonic game you're most attached to. But when the formula is executed well, you feel right at home, even if the game is actually very different. Contrast that with Mario. The controls of each Mario game, bar some one-off editions like Flood, have been pretty much the same forever, but each Mario game has a different take on the formula. It's interesting to think about how Mario and Sonic, who were cynically pitted together as opposites for marketing purposes, are actually very different after all under the hood. Before I get into the penultimate game on the list, here's a few thoughts I had while playing through the old games that Generations reminded me of. One thing I've noticed about early Sonic games is that springs have collision. You can bump into them and have to jump on top of them in order to get them to bounce you. But in Generations, they trigger when you walk over them. It's a small way of getting a really nice sense of flow. Water levels suck. There's not a single good water level. Even the water bits of chemical plant zones suck. I think it's to do with how slow and clunky water physics actively harm both the skill-based organic side of Sonic, as well as the spooky cinematic side. It's really weird seeing Knuckles as an antagonist after seeing him turned into this.
There are no words, just pictures.
Just like the novel I'm writing. The plot's there, but the characters are all over the place.
I think I actually prefer goofy Sonic Boom version. He's got a weird charm to him. The facial animations in Sonic Adventure! Ah! The Chao Garden is a wonderful respite from the terrible Rouge and Knuckles levels. I'd happily play a mobile port of this. It really sucks that Sonic Unleashed was ruined by the Werehog bits. I think this game and Sonic 06 really cemented Sonic as being bad in the public eye. And whilst these games both sucked on the whole, it's a shame that Unleashed's daytime bits went so underappreciated in the press. This fight with Metal Sonic is awful. Look, we're literally incapable of interacting with each other for half the fight, and I've got nothing to do in the meantime. In fact, most Sonic bosses are weird scripted nonsense that feels like it's totally from a different game. I wonder if I should have played Sonic Heroes for this project. It's not a proper Sonic game by my estimations, but its inclusion into Generations makes me reconsider. If this level is anything to go by though, I'm glad I missed it. I actually really like the design of Crisis City. These cool worm monsters are pretty neat too. I forget what the backstory is to this place though. I think it's some sort of apocalyptic future? I don't know. I really like the letter rankings that later games give you. They're a nice barometer of your skill and give you a very clear goal to pursue on your future attempts. Now, onto the penultimate game on the list. The game you've all been waiting for. Sonic Lost World. It's terrible. It's awful. I hate it. Sonic Lost World is an affront to the Sonic formula I've spent, wow, 8,000 words figuring out. It squanders both skill and spectacle to form this horrible, gelatinous mess of a game that's trying really, really hard to be Super Mario Galaxy. Everything wrong with this game can be shown in just the first world, so I'll use all of that as Lost World has smaller Mario Galaxy style levels instead of bigger acts like most of the games. Sonic Lost World has so many moves, it hugely overcomplicates things. It's got parkour, 2 different speeds of running and wisp powers from colours on top of all the regular 3D Sonic bells and whistles. It's too much to do all at once and none of it feels nice to use. They even managed to screw up the homing attack. Remember how in every previous Sonic game, the homing attack was designed around feeling punchy while still carrying you forwards? In this, not only are the visual effects really weak, they instead changed it from a missile attack to this piddly little bounce that stops you dead in your tracks. The lock-on is also really spooky, especially when it comes to targeting enemies in 3D space. Which reminds me, did you think controlling Sonic reliably in the adventure games was a bit tricky? Well, Sonic Lost World ups the speed and then puts you on Mario Galaxy style planetoids that constantly disorient you with changing gravity. The physics of the game is weird in other areas too. Look at this bit where I have to change direction on these narrow platforms. Changing direction actually slows me down. I have no idea why it happens, but it also happens with the new double jump. Overall, Lost World, on top of being unfinished, terribly written and utterly derivative, and that's saying a lot for a franchise that can't seem to let go of Green Hill Zone, it manages to be even more obtusely designed than Sonic 1. Everything in Lost World is a fight with the controls and the level design. Nothing here feels intuitive and that sucks, because Sonic can't keep rehashing the same stuff forever. I really don't want to dwell on Lost World because there's very little I can say in its favour, and anything more I can say about it will probably come across as petulant whining. Instead, I highly recommend watching Gregzilla's review of the game. He picks up on a lot of the same stuff I've pointed out and more, all with some fantastic animations. Rather than end the video on this downer, let's talk about Sonic Mania. I mean, what hasn't already been said about this game? It's bombastic, fun, a wonderful homage to Sega and the Sonic fandom, even more so than Sonic Generations, all while managing to create some really tight, well-designed levels and bosses. Mania is probably more automatic focused than many classic Sonic players will like, but it definitely exists right there in the sweet spot with Unleashed and Generations. As fun as Mania is, it does get me thinking about the Sonic formula and what it means for the future of the franchise. Sonic has a very narrow sweet spot of really fun gameplay, and it's pretty unique in that regard. Innovation in Sonic often does more harm than good, and the only game that exists in the sweet spot without being a throwback nostalgia game is Unleashed, which only got there through almost a decade of figuring out 3D. If that wasn't hard enough, Sega seemed to have forgotten what makes Sonic good in the first place. The more I hear about Sonic Forces, the less enthused I am. The Cold Steel the Hedgehog portions of the game look stilted and linear, and the modern and classic Sonic levels look much better, but it's more of the same stuff we've already seen in Generations. If Sonic can't find ways to keep its awesome formula intact while still offering new experiences, no amount of retro revivals is going to save it. It's not all bad news though. If there's one thing that Mania's stellar reviews prove, it's that people out there still know the ins and outs of Sonic's level design and are capable of improving upon even the sacred cow Genesis games. Sonic Mania is the true successor to the Sonic 4 title, and manages to surpass all of its predecessors by walking the delicate tightrope of balancing high-skill gameplay with spectacle and catharsis. As for me, I might not have started out a Sonic fan, but I think I am one now. Over the course of writing this, I've gotten stuck into a lot of Sonic design discussions that would have bored me to tears a few weeks ago. On top of that, I think getting to grips with Sonic design has helped me pick apart other platformers too, and my design instincts are definitely better off for the experience. Sonic has had a rough road to 2017, but I think things are finally looking up for the Blue Blur. But until Sega can give us Mania quality consistently, I'm not ready to call Sonic saved quite yet. So, who's hyped for Mario Odyssey? Hey, what's up? It's me, your boy, the architect. I'm just doing one of these little post-video chats because they seem like a cool idea to keep you folks up to date. First of all, sorry for the wait time on this episode, but I think it's pretty understandable given that it was 4 times the length of any previous video. There are some things I'd change given the chance. I somehow didn't mention Sonic's remarkably consistent music quality, you can probably hear some of that in the background, and a few other small things, but overall I think the video turned out pretty well. You can probably expect the regular schedule to resume of a video every 1 and a bit weeks, although I might go for something shorter next time, who knows. On the list I've got enemy design in the new XCOM games and dialogue trees in RPGs, so if either of those strike your fancy, give me a heads up in the comments, and I'll be honest, if something new and shiny comes along to distract me, I will almost certainly end up doing that instead, so no promises. A special thank you to all the people on the GMTK Discord that unwittingly helped me write this script. You hopefully know who you are, and an even bigger thanks to you for watching this video all the way through. I'm surprised you did it, to be honest. Very surprised indeed. So yeah, I've got to go, but yeah, thanks, like, comment, subscribe, all that junk, and I will see you around. Bye! If you read, watch, or listen to any review of any big
Someone's got a shot on me, pretty sure.
He right here?
We have lost one. Pity. Gas deployed.
That's a Bangalore.
Recharging shields.
Shield battery here.
That's all I got right there. It's a Bangalore right here?
Subject in view. My vision is clear. Independent variable added. I still see everything.
Did she really jump in there? I think so. Hey, let me know if you find heavy ammo. That was a good fight, bro. That's one of the best ones I ever did.
We not catching her ever again. She's hiked out.
Oh, I'm about to say. Alright, I need ammo. Hold on.
We find ourselves inside the next ring. How serendipitous.
Alright, go ahead.
Did you respond our teammate?
Alright, I got what I need. I'm coming more. Oh, I killed him. Reverend gone.
You got your kill.
I got that Trapper, baby. That's Caustic the Trapper. There it goes.
Not sure. I think someone's harder.
Well, hold on.
I tried to respond and they said respond people.
Independent variable. Placing an independent variable. Healing my wounds.
Good game. I see. But I feel like it's been doing that for a while, though. I think it's been doing it to everybody. Hey, Raz is your favorite person on it?
Right now.
Got Tommy for me. Look at that Tommy gun. Like you were saying?
Yeah, Race and Watson.
Okay. Yeah, Watson had to get used to playing with her, but she's pretty delicate. I like her. I feel like she moves so smoother than everybody else.
Pick me, I'm so bored.
I know where we want to be.
I played a lot of other characters too, but these are my two main favorites.
Okay.
I was playing Lifeline.
I quantify skill by the evidence.
Bangalore, Crypto. I never played Rebel. Not Crypto.
Okay.
This is your champion.
I'm going up and you're going down.
Yo, that damage is nasty. Ooh. How much damage? Man, I need to get my damage up. Man, I'm trying to get my damage up. I'm trying to at least have at least more damage than kills if it's possible.
About this area.
At least I know I did some assistance.
Oh man, I got two wins damage. Man, this only this really good. I'm not keeping don't actually finish me.
The book.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know you like the center or the triple tape?
Hang on.
Or the triple tape?
I like the center. It's alright.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I usually have like 5 games.
First blood. And so it begins.
I can lose my life in this game.
Man, I hate your move right now.
There's people everywhere. I can't even get a gun.
Oh, there's two of them. He healing them. Oh. Oh, you all good, brother. There you go. That was just a crazy landing.
My nigga got swung. Yeah, I ain't get single weapon.
Now you gonna do some crazy shit. There you go, good teamwork. Oh, there you go, Octane. Hey, there we go. Work with him.
I ain't had no gun in years. How I go through 2 days without finding a gun? Well, it didn't work because I'm about to go to sleep.
Huh? Oh, bring me the boat. So go do your music. I'm about. Big homie. All the speed you got. You could have went to go get my banner and got him up.
Oh, he should have got your banner first.
Oh, man. Big homie. You broke my heart.
Bro, should we move this video on YouTube? That should be like a YouTube video reel?
You said what?
This video on this room, that should be like a YouTube video? Or...
So do you want the studio? Cause the YouTube room. The reason why I want this to be the YouTube room because the lighting. Once you start, it's the lighting. Once you open up that curtain, you can put the table right there, and then you set yourself up, and then you got the lighting in the background, including the trees and all that. You still gotta have presentation. You just gotta have it in your own way, and knowing what you're talking about. So that could be the YouTube room. The YouTube room don't gotta be that big. That's actually perfect for a YouTube room because it's supposed to be an office. I'll make it into whatever I want to make it into.
So you a YouTuber?
I'm a YouTuber gamer right now. I started when I was like probably like 3 years ago while I was in the military. So it was something else to keep my head off what I was going through. So I just started gaming.
Yeah, I used to do YouTube, but I kind of stopped doing it a little bit because it wasn't really no reason. I don't know. My friends that I did YouTube with can't really play with them right now. So it's just,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, plus, what I love about it, it's not like, I was born in 1992, bro. So we was always going against games. That was against the computer and stuff. So when they start building games where you can start going against opponents, and it's a different mentality, you feel me, on the other controller, that's what I started getting interested in too, bro. Cause it's like a big board of chess.
I still played the Atari though, so I feel kind of old. Honestly, you know, it's a single player game.
Yeah, Atari was nice. I had the Atari handheld. You know, the one that had the little cartridges you put in the back of it.
You just had to blow every time you put
Yeah. I still got it, but it don't work. I don't know what happened to it, but I bet you I can get that boy fixed. Now that they got certain technology now, they probably can enhance it and make it better than what it was. Technology.
I had all the old stuff, PSP, other PS1.
See, I'm a PS fan all the way.
Hostile over there.
But I ain't bored playing Fortnite. I'll play Minecraft, whatever. All that.
I started playing Fortnite, bro, because there was a lot of little kids on there, bro, and some of them, bro, they just don't be having nobody to play with. So that's how I started. I just started playing with them. I actually met a couple of them that won a couple of my contests. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I played. I kind of wish they would have left it how it used to be. Like, I like season 1 and 2, the old seasons. They kind of bummed up the line, but now they kind of ended it. It's still very popular.
True. Yeah, I'm live right now looking at you play. Watching out how you move around and do what you do.
Well, read that shit, bro. Read that shit. Read that shit. Look. No, oh my god. See someone out there?
Got him.
Look. I post this shit on my story, right?
They might be watching. You're in a hot zone.
Body shield here. Level 3.
Why? They got my name in there.
It's not safe here.
There may be some enemies around here, not sure.
You gotta be somewhere. Yeah, you go.
But I posted that shit. And then
I think there's a trap
he
around
asked me
here.
where I'm at.
Mm.
Bro. Nobody's so excited and stuff like that.
No, I ain't talking about that, but I'm talking about his situation. Why y'all?
He's
you at Jordan's and what?
No, you ain't nowhere. You nowhere. Where you at my house is limbo from everybody, bro. I don't want, nah. Well, I already know their energy. That's why I got to know them. See, I like to get to know people before I let them into my kingdom. Everything you build, it takes time, bro. But you don't want the wrong people around. Did I let you know about them way before the time? Look, did I let you know about them way before the time? Did I let you know who they were?
That's crazy,
So
bro. You hasn't came over here one time. By the way, one more. He hasn't came over here one time with just Jordan. He only came over here one time.
And it was only for what? My situation.
He doesn't even know. He doesn't know. If he comes back and see all the lights are on, he comes back and see all the he's going to see.
No.
We already see that.
Hey, Jambi. Oh, boy, he went ham. Okay. I should have kept up. No, see, that's what happens when people mess up, bro. No, I ain't got the right to. I can love you from a distance now. Don't do what you had to do with your life. Gecko! I need you to go stage mode. I'll just be flipping it.
No, she finna call me. He said he's been wanting to record.
He using what you love against you right now. That's how he's sucking you in, and you gonna fall for it. Cause where was he? I thought he was going to Georgia.
No, he
Huh?
He tried to do that. He got stuck on the phone.
Okay. But okay. But how long has it took him? If he wanted to do this, he could have just did it. What was stopping him?
This is your champion.
Why is it still there?
Because that's his.
Literally.
That's one of his records.
That's what the fuck? Like, this is what I be talking about. This is what I be like. Literally, I'm not tripping. It's real.
Hey, just pick a spot we can get some weapons and we can load up and get going.
Let's make a choice. Land here.
Yeah, I like that spot. There you go. Oh yeah, the train nice. Ah.
Here we go. Ready up. They spotted me. I'm taking.
I'm chasing one. Well, oh, this partner trying to kill me. Let's see.
You know my brother told me? You know my brother told me about this song?
What?
He said if you go out to school listening to this song, You know what they do? The Moises part? They do that. They see a light tomorrow. That's what they say. My brother said that shit to me. I didn't say that shit up. That's his age, bro.
That's just the way you think, bro.
That's why the song doesn't have that many views, because it's a bad beginning. I told him he wants to go first all the time, but he's like, you want to spit some deep shit, you gotta like have a lit beginning, bro. Four. And only I saw that shit because I was looking directly at it. Man, like I just see these numbers and synchronicities, and it just freaks me out, bro. Because I know that the universe and God is making me look at those numbers so I can understand the message they mean. 525 is on your court date. 525 is right there. I know you saw that. 525. You know what 525 means? You know what 525 means, bro? You know what 525 means?
Nah, I don't.
I used to be scared of 525 because I thought 525 means that you can't make your hobbies into reality, but I just read it wrong. It was you can. It must have been an evil spirit who made me read it wrong. But it means you can. Look, I'll show you. 525 is a message about important and necessary life changes currently taking place in your life. 525 is a sign of positive change in your life, and feeling any anxiety or fear, give them to the angels for healing and transmutation.
That's hard.
Only if you want to win.
I'm just watching this game.
You said, what up, bro?
I'm a man of science.
I'm watching this man play. Let's connect this man right here. He had hit in like a little storage crate in the blue up there.
Another day, another road.
Yeah.
That's why I always check quick because I'm walking by.
Hey, I be hating when sometimes the gold shield, when they be having the gold shield at the end. I had a couple when sometimes the team ain't letting raise to go after the other team, bro. Sometimes you gotta kill them right away. Them the ones you gotta finish. You gotta dump off.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta finish. I don't finish for real. I'm not really that guy. So I'm trying to like knocking 100 people again and like getting killed for it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the good. I'm not a free version on this year. I'm gonna win.
Hey, there's one behind you. Hey, I might have to go in the city right quick. I need a weapon. I'll put my gas trap down to help me. There's one right there. I ain't got no weapon.
Made the first kill.
It's dude probably hitting the first one. Right.
We are inside the next ring.
Turn it down. Hold on. We're in a hectic battle right quick. Hold on.
I'm back. Logged off my drone. Gas trap deployed. Signaling my drone back.
Now I gotta hear their footsteps and stuff.
Reloading.
Hey, good job, man.
Forget that.
Shotgun. Hey, good job. Y'all did great, bro.
I'm going there to look for loot. Supply bin here. G7 scout here.
I might just take it. I just need a scope for it. G7 scout. I got one.
I'm going to search for loot over there.
That's the one of the guns I hate not having a scope with. Cause the iron sight, so I can't get that iron sight.
G6 is my favorite gun back in the day.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I'm going to search for loot over there.
I first started off with a triple take and PK. That's what's up. I can't get the wingman, man. I tried to even train with it, man. For some reason, I can't get my shots on lock, bro. I feel like my shots going sideways. No, you can have it. You can have it. It's yours.
I forgot about him.
Let's go. I don't know, bro. We was already looking for items.
Setting a portal.
Recharging my shields. Placing gas trap. Placing gas trap.
In progress.
Got one right here. Some enemies around here.
I'm coming.
Hostile right here.
Come here, come here, come here, come here.
Death will have to wait. Those care packages likely shoot the Delta.
Thanks for that.
I got one. Independent variable added. Healing my wounds.
Hey, what till you up?
I'm recalling my drone. Yeah, I put one down. Placing an independent variable.
Well, I tell you what. Well, I think YT has to get up. Yeah, well. I'm probably good. I don't think he is.
Recharging my
Oh,
shields.
okay, he there, he there.
I'm recalling my drone. Prepare yourself. We have an enemy.
That honey bun good, ain't it? No, I don't like that that frosting on stuff. I like the glaze, bro.
Enemy over there.
The glaze be on point. And they be the gumbo ones.
The all-seeing eye. Enemy spotted far. They're far. I see one. They got the champion. I'm back. Now go my drone. Somebody's trying to go. I'm going to strike them here.
Yeah, I'm going up. You got one couple of them?
Hold on. Shields recharging.
I hope that's you. Hey. That boy, that's the boss sword, bro.
Enemy right here. Breathe it in. We are down one. Gas trap deployed. Gas trap deployed. Placing gas trap.
getting shot from somewhere else, man. Come on, quit trying to shoot me, bro. Leave us alone, bro. Oh. I'm trying to dodge bullets. This ain't the Matrix. Man, we gonna have, yeah. I'm gonna have to. We alright, bro. It's not like we ain't try to fight for you, bro. I don't see. One coming in.
Oliver 70789 says, Keaton.
I'm Superman again.
70789 says, Go.